Hi guys, this is Shadow. Join our Patreon and have access to tons of novels and hundreds of hours of audiobooks. Also, by selecting a tier monthly, you can request any novel you want and I can turn it to audiobook for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Enjoy.
Chapter 376. The Reason for His Change 1. Die. The first page of the book was filled with a single word, and one single word only. It repeated over and over again. 11. I could almost feel the rage and hatred Julian had poured into the word. The page was marked, with visible dents, left behind by the force of his pen as he pressed down in anger. More than anger, I could also feel his obsession. Why couldn't it be me? What good is there to be talented in curse magic? I am the first son of this household. Why am I not a swordsman? I should be better than everyone. And yet, all I have are useless talents. Why? The handwriting was all over the place. There were some words that I struggled to fully understand given how poorly written they were. But the intent behind each word was clear. It was Julian's way of expressing his hatred and resentment. Leon. Why did that cheap orphan bastard get the talent that is supposed to belong to me? Why him of all people? He should be my servant. Mine. He should be below me. That bastard took it from me. My talent. How absurd. The more I read the notes, the more ridiculous I found them. Julian's obsession with swordsmanship was absurd, and so was his hatred for Leon. Surely he understood that Leon had nothing to do with this, right? I deserve it. Should I take the strange liquid that I found? Maybe then I can, I paused on the last sentence that I read. Taking that strange liquid? What was he talking about? For some reason, I felt that this part was extremely important. What could he be talking about when mentioning the liquid? Did he gain possession of some sort of enhancer? But I don't think there exists an enhancer that boosts one swordsmanship talent. As my brows furrowed, I chose to read further. Things were starting to twist. Flip. I turned to the next page. The sight of the page surprised me. Unlike the previous ones, it was a lot more organized and easy for the eye. The handwriting was still a little hard to fully understand, but it was no longer a challenge to understand it. Haha, it might work. That liquid. It might work. As expected, something good happened. It reflected on the paper. I injected small bits of the liquid into my brother's food. I wanted to test if it did anything. Haha, that fool didn't realize anything. It's not poison, all right. Linus also seems to have become a little stronger. I am going to take the liquid. I can become a swordsman. I paused there, frowning as I read the contents again. He used his brother as a test. What kind of unscrupulous person was this guy? Did he not care at all about his brother? Had his obsession with his swordsmanship driven him to the point where he was even willing to sacrifice his own brother? What a bastard. It was no wonder that Leon and Evelyn were so on the fence whenever they talked about the previous Julian. He really was one of a kind. But still, I wonder what exactly this liquid was. Flip. I flipped to the next page. No. Once again, the words were all over the place. The dents returned, and the only words that I could see were the no that were scattered throughout. I noticed tears in several parts of the diary, with some pages ripped and tattered, as if they had been violently torn apart in a fit of frustration. Though it didn't clarify the reason why he was angry, I could more or less make a guess. The liquid, I guess it didn't work. It didn't give him the talent that he so wished for. Flip. Why didn't it work? It should have worked. Why didn't it work? This makes no sense. My strength increased a little bit, but that was all it did. I thought this was finally my chance. Damn it. Fuck this. The words were crossed over several times and I could see small hints of the page behind to the small holes that littered the page. Flip. I flipped to the next page. The moment I did, I paused as I stared at the first few words that greeted my sight. I am going to kill him. Kill him? Who was he talking about? I held my breath and looked down. They'll kill that bastard. He keeps getting praised for a talent that should have been mine. Even that bitch Evelyn is sticking around him like glue. She likes swordsmen, doesn't she? That's why she's sticking to that bastard. They'll fucking kill him. Let's see if she can still get attached to him. I paused at this section. So he tried to kill Leon. Obviously, from the fact that Leon was still alive, his attack failed. Still, he did seem to have tried it. The fact that he did made me a little bit worried, but since Leon was fine, it didn't matter all that much. Or at least that was what I thought at first. Flip. Ha. I did it. I killed him. Flipping to the next page, my face froze as my eyes widened. Leon is dead. I cut his head off. That bastard couldn't do anything. Ha. Now that he's gone, nobody will get in my fucking way. Ha ha ha. What? Reading the words again to make sure that I wasn't seeing them wrongly, my face froze after, realizing that I wasn't. Did he dream of all of this? How could this be? Leon was still alive and fine. There was no way he killed him. It was impossible. Just no way. I'm so happy, ha ha ha. I can remember everything clearly. From how I used the same sword he was talented in to cut his head off. Felt good. Fucking amazing. I even tossed some con-like saliva over him so that the beast in the forest would get rid of all the evidence. He should be completely gone from this world by now. Not even a trace. I'm so happy. Haha. I can't wait to see that bitch's face when she learns of that bastard death. Ha ha ha. There was so much joy embedded in the writing that it almost made me feel as though he had actually killed Leon. But that wasn't possible. I knew since Leon was with me, and as expected, Flip, how is this possible? He's still alive? How is this possible? It makes no sense? Why? 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 How? How? Impossible. This makes no sense? This is impossible. I was sure that I killed him. How is he still alive? Did I imagine things? But I felt it. I was sure. The page was once again crossed out as several holes appeared, displaying the page behind it. I could feel the desperation and disbelief in Julian's writing. Flip, he is acting as if nothing happened? What is happening? Am I going crazy? Should I try killing him? Again? No, maybe that isn't a good idea. Feels like I'm being watched. What do I do? Should I bide my time? That bastard. The diary ended there. It wasn't because he stopped writing, but because everything else was torn apart. It was clear that in his anger, he tore all the remaining pages of the diary. It's a pity. I wanted to know more about the previous Julian. However, one thing was certain, he was insane. His jealousy and insecurity toward Leon had twisted him into a deranged individual, consumed by obsession and utterly devoid of morals, to even go as far as testing a strange liquid against his own brother. In the first place, what caused him to become that insecure? Could he have already joined the inverted sky back then? Could that be the reason for his change? It could also explain how he had gotten hold of that strange liquid. Only they would be capable of providing a resource like that. But it wasn't as though I knew exactly what that liquid was. There was no real description of it, nor did I know what it did. All I knew was that it increased his strength a little bit. The questions in my mind only increased after reading the diary. While I had gotten a better understanding of the previous Julian's thought process, it also gave me more questions, such as, did he really kill Leon? So, how was he still alive? Did he revive? But how? An illusion of sorts? Yeah, that would make sense. There was no way Leon was weaker than Julian. Perhaps he used an illusion technique to pretend like he had been killed by Leon. There were some relics that allowed one to do that. But could Leon afford them? Unlikely. Then what? Revival? Could it be that he had consumed Mortem's blood? No, that didn't really make sense. From how Julian made it sound like he killed Leon without any witnesses seeing the scene. Leon couldn't possibly revive himself, right? And where in the world would he even acquire Mortem's blood? Not just that, how would he even be able to heal himself if he was dead? It makes no sense. As far as I was aware, the blood was extremely hard to get, and those who did get found out would be chased after by the collectors. I did have a few vials in my ring, but I couldn't really take them out since I was afraid I'd be found out. In fact, I was afraid that Atlas was already aware and was just turning a blind eye to the situation. Only he knew the truth. Then, to talk. My thoughts were suddenly broken by a soft knock, jolting me out of my thoughts. As I turned my head toward the door, it creaked open, revealing a pair of gray eyes. Leon paused, his gaze locking onto me more precisely, the book in my hand. His eyes opened slightly as he appeared taken aback. I didn't bother hiding it from him and placed it down on the desk. Yes. I nodded calmly, flipping through the pages of the book one more time. It's Julian's diary. Before Leon could say anything else, I pressed my finger over a few words that were written on one of the pages. Ha ha ha. I did it. I killed him. I then started to read the lines out loud. I'm so happy, ha ha ha. I can remember everything clearly. From how I used the same sword he was talented in to cut his head off. Felt good. I made sure to be slow with my reading so that Leon heard everything. He stood frozen as I read each line word for word. I took in his reaction, and my heart sank as I did. Taking my eyes away from the diary, I looked at him. This really happened, didn't it? I swallowed dryly, forcing the words to come out of my mouth. You died before. Chapter 377. The reason for his change, 2. Leon had only been planning on checking up on Julian to make sure that he was fine and the servants hadn't turned on him. Although unlikely, it wouldn't be strange considering how the previous Julian used to act. He thought that if there were some problems they wouldn't be so bad, but coming into the room, Leon saw Julian holding onto a red book which he placed down on the desk as he turned his face to face him. This really happened, didn't it? Julian's hazel eyes met with his as Leon felt his body grow cold. You died before. Leon suddenly felt his mouth grow dry. He didn't know how to reply. The situation completely blindsided him, and he found himself unable to respond. His silence spoke volumes as Julian's eyes closed. So it's true. He pursed his lips. How are you still alive? Leon took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Julian to learn about his past like this. While he wasn't afraid He'd come to learn it since he was bound to, Leon didn't think He'd find out in this manner. It's a little complicated. Leon scratched the side of his face. His thoughts ran wild as he tried to find ways to avoid it, but seeing Julian's expression, Leon knew that there was no way out for him. Closing his eyes, he nudged at Julian with his head. Come with me. He'll show you something. Julian didn't say anything and merely nodded his head, closing the book and hiding it away on the bookshelf before following him from behind. Leon took a small breath before leaving. I guess it was about time he showed him. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, young master. Along the way, the servants would greet us with forced smiles. They were a lot kinder to Leon, but I could sense the tension that lingered in the air. I maintained an indifferent disposition and just calmly followed him out of the estate and toward the back garden. This is? Just follow me. Leon beckoned me with his head and we walked further into the back garden. I took the chance to look at my surroundings and noticed that everything was extremely well maintained, almost to the point where it felt like it was a little too perfect. As if noticing my thoughts, Leon spoke. The Baron, Julian's father, he's a perfectionist. You can say that he won't hesitate to cut someone out if they aren't perfect. It's for that reason that the garden is so well maintained. If he finds a problem with it, the gardener will be out of a job within the next day. He sounded like a really troublesome figure to deal with. It was no wonder he only contacted me after I won the tournament. Apparently, I was now perfect in his eyes and was worth his attention. Strangely, he didn't care back when I became the Black Star. I guess even that isn't good enough for him. Not that I minded since I had no feelings of attachment for him. We came to a halt in front of the towering walls that enclosed the entire estate. The walls were thick and sturdy, with several sharp spikes along the top, making it impossible for anyone to climb over. Well, not really sure if that will be of much help if they are superhumans. Felt like it was more there for decoration than anything else. Rustle. A gentle rustling sound took my attention as Leon pushed one of the bushes to the side to display a small hole alongside the wall. Before I could voice out my confusion, he spoke. We used to sneak under here to get out of the estate when we were younger. You were the one who found it first. Oh, I looked at the hole. It wasn't big enough for a large dog to pass through. I could see how a child could get past the hole, but there was no way the current me could do so. Leon also knew this as he stomped his foot on the ground and jumped over the wall. Thump. He landed shortly after. I knew it. I mumbled, stomping my foot as well and jumping over the wall. It was just for decoration. Thump. Landing softly on the ground, I glanced around before finally fixing my gaze on Leon, who was making his way through the dense foliage. We were by the edge of a small forest, and although I didn't know where we were going, he appeared to know. I followed him in silence. Rustle. Pushing the leaves and bushes to the side, we walked for over 10 minutes before the surroundings opened up to reveal an open field. The trees were sparsely arranged while the thin grass barely covered the ground. Leon's steps finally came to a stop as he looked at the scene with a complicated look. What is it? I alternated my gaze between Leon and the scenery. Regardless of how hard I tried, I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Why did he show me this place? It was here. Leon mumbled in a soft tone, stripping me of my voice. You asked me if Julian killed me, right? Leon nudged with his head. It was here that he killed me. He slashed down with his hand. It was a clean slash. I can still remember it to this day. The pain, the shock, and the frustration that I felt that day. Then how are you still alive? Leon pursed his lips, the words that he was about to say seemingly getting stuck in his throat. I found it weird and tried to be patient, but even as several minutes passed, he didn't talk. It was to the point where I found it weird. Just what is making it so hard for him to speak? I tried waiting further, but seeing that he was still in the same lost and confused state, I no longer waited for him and just placed my hand on his shoulder. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. I had other ways to figure it out. For example, I looked toward my right hand where a 4-clover tattoo rested. Although I didn't really want to use it on him. I had no choice but to. I felt like this was extremely important information that I had to know. Therefore, without giving it any further thought, I pressed the second leaf. But, even as I pressed it, nothing happened. I was confused. Why didn't it work? It made no sense. I tried again, but still nothing. The glow on my arm dimmed, but the effect never appeared. Was stunned by the situation and blinked my eyes a couple of times. Why is it not working? This was the first time that a situation such as this occurred, and I didn't know how to react. Blinking my eyes, I could see a change in Leon as he tried to turn his head to look at me. That moment, my eyes fell on the third leaf, and after thinking about it for a second, I decided to press it. Don't tell me this won't work as well. No, it worked. Suddenly my world grew dark and Leon disappeared from my view. By the time I regained a sense of myself, I heard a familiar voice in the distance. Die. The voice seemed to be filled with rage. Staring into the distance, I held my breath as two figures appeared. Barely dodging the blade, Leon stumbled several steps before looking back in horror. Julian? Fuck, you're as slippery as always, bastard. They were both younger, but it was without a doubt Leon and the old Julian. I couldn't find the words to describe the situation as Julian's face twisted. You're my fucking servant. If I tell you to fucking die, you fucking die. The arrogance, insecurity, and jealousy that I felt in the writing. It was clearer than ever at this moment. Fuck, you cheap bastard. Julian glared at Leon as he lowered his head to stare at the sword in his hand. It wasn't a fancy sword, just a dummy that wasn't very sharp. Of all people, why did it have to be you? Why were you the one who was born talented with the sword? Julian's gaze was filled with clear resentment as he stared at the sword. With a slow, deliberate motion, he extended his hand, and a magic circle appeared, floating just above his palm, illuminating his face with a dim purple light. This shitty curse magic. What good is it when there is a sword? Damn it. Julian cursed, his eyes flickering between madness and sanity. Ah shit. He ruffled his hair, glaring up ahead and extending his sword. Fucking die. He brought his hand forward, and purple hands manifested from beneath the ground, rendering Leon immobile. Leon's scream reverberated through the forest, and it only intensified as Julian's sword came cleaving down on his neck, severing his neck completely. Thump. I watched the scene with wide eyes as I kept silent in the distance. What sort of ha 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 ha? A loud, maniacal laugh reverberated through the forest as Julian's eyes turned bloodshot. I did it, he shouted at the top of his lungs. I fucking did it. Ha ha ha. He seemed to have completely lost it. Bastard. This is what you get for taking what is mine. How fucking dare you? You lowly bastard. Thump, thump. As if he didn't have enough, Julian stomped on Leon's headless body. Die, die. It was as if he had gone crazy. Thump. He just continued to stomp over and over again. I could only stand in the distance while watching all of this happen. Che. Ah. By the time he was done, Julian's breaths were heavy. Fucking bastard. But the smile he had couldn't be hidden. He seemed relieved as he recovered his breath. Then, taking out a small bottle from his pocket, he poured it over Leon's corpse. This should hide the evidence. He mumbled in silence, looking toward his left and right before rushing away. It was as though he was scared of something. At first, I didn't understand what he had poured on Leon's body, but soon it became clear to me. Roar. A powerful roar reverberated through the forest. Thump, thump. The whole forest shook shortly after that. Something is approaching. I held my breath but remained on my spot. I wanted to see just how Leon would revive himself. Thump. I wanted in the dark while the steps grew nearer. Thump, thump. I felt strangely tense as the steps matched the beat of my own heartbeat. Roar. A shadowy figure emerged from behind the thick foliage, and moments later, a massive bear-like creature lumbered into view. Its fur was matted, and its powerful muscles rippled beneath its coarse hide as it moved forward, eyes gleaming with hunger as its gaze settled over to Leon's headless corpse. I remained silent as it drew nearer to Leon. I watched as it reached Leon and opened its large mouth in preparation for eating him. I held my breath as that happened. Why is nothing happening? Why isn't Leon reviving? The bear's saliva tricked down and its mouth hovered Leon's corpse. My entire body grew tense at the sight. Do something? Why isn't nothing happening? At this rate, his entire body was going to be consumed by the bear. There'd be no way for him to revive if that happened. Do something. My heart screamed as the bear's mouth closed. I couldn't take it any longer. Show. Before the bear's jaws could snap shut, I acted swiftly. A thin silver thread shot from my hand, slicing through the air and striking the bear's temple with deadly precision. killing it in a single blow. Thump. Che. Ah. With heavy breaths, I rushed towards the bear's body and looked through its body in an attempt to see if there was anything special about it. But no, there was nothing special about it. Then, I looked toward Leon's dead body and swallowed dryly. A thought occurred to me as I pressed my lips together and shook my head. No, it can't be. I denied the thought and hid my body again. I waited in the dark, hoping for something to happen. But, even as the hours passed, Leon's body remained still. There were no signs of revival. I bit my lips and came out of hiding. From the moment the bear came, I already knew the answer as I looked toward my ring and took out a small vial. 11. The words refused to leave my mouth as I poured the liquid onto Leon's body. Immediately, a change occurred the moment I did so as his body started to squirm and the blood that seeped onto the ground reversed back into his body. His head rolled back and attached back to his body, and before long, his chest started to move, up and down again. He was alive once more. Rustle. Just then, I heard a rustling sound. It didn't seem to come from a creature and my heart sank. I had been so preoccupied with Leon that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I didn't have much time and used Veil of Deceit to make myself look younger as a small figure appeared shortly after. She looked a lot younger and her features were a lot softer than I was used to before, but the moment she appeared, I could see her expression freeze as she locked her gaze over to Leon. Her eyes widened as her small figure stopped. Processing the situation, her face turned angry as she charged at me. Is this your doing? Before you took Julian's body? Did we meet before? Chapter 378. The reason for his change. 3. Before you took Julian's body? Did we meet before? The words Evelyn once told me echoed loudly within my mind. I didn't understand back then, nor did I want to understand. I thought it was some meaningless nonsense from her. But, all of a sudden, I started to understand. Couldn't be. What did you do to him? Evelyn's voice snapped me out of it. Her voice was a little different than her current one, but it wasn't that far off as she rushed towards Leon, who was lying on the ground passed out. Evelyn's expression was panicked as she pressed her fingers to his neck to make sure he was still alive. It was only when she felt something that she let out a sigh of relief. He's still breathing. Wasn't a few moments ago, but I kept my mouth shut as I stared at Evelyn. I didn't really know what to do at the moment. Leave, perhaps? No, since I was still here, it meant that the third leaf's power were still in effect. There was still something that I needed to do. The blood definitely worked, but there could perhaps be complications. Evelyn's eyes widened as she took notice of the bear that I killed. An idea formed in her mind as she alternated her gaze between the bear, Leon, and me. Her eyes shook for a brief moment before her head snapped back in my direction. What did you do to him? Did you use him as a shield so that you could escape? Evelyn moved up to me, her brows furrowing in anger. She looked to have already hit her teens, but she was still too small for me to take seriously. Why are you doing this? Do you hate the idea that he's better than you with the sword that much? What harm did he ever do to you? All he did was fulfill his job while all you've done is treat him like garbage. Evelyn's tone was low, and I could feel the disgust and hatred in her voice. I could only stand in silence while taking in her words. Should I just act like the Julian that I saw? That would prevent any misunderstandings from happening. I was just about to do that when a certain groan shook me out of my thoughts. Leon, who had been lying on the ground the entire time, finally showed signs of waking up. Leon. Evelyn finally took her attention away from me and rushed towards him. Gradually, Leon's eyes opened to reveal his usual gray eyes. What's going on? His voice was groggy, and his face winced in pain. Yuck. Suddenly, his face paled significantly, startling Evelyn. He's probably recalling the pain from when he got his head cut off. Anyone would be traumatized by something like that. Perhaps the reason why I was still here was to make sure that he didn't suffer any lasting effects. Leon, hey Leon. Are you all right? Leon. Evelyn held Leon by the shoulders and shook him. She was clearly worried for him, but she was doing more harm than good. I pressed my hand against her shoulder. Stop. What? Evelyn's face froze the moment I touched her, but I didn't care and pushed her away before lowering my body to meet Leon's gaze. His dazed eyes cleared up the moment my face came into view, and shortly after, his pupils shrunk as he hurriedly tried to move back. Stop. But I didn't let him, keeping my hand pressed against his shoulder. Stay. Ha, you? I could see the terror and fear in his gaze as he hastily grabbed his neck. This is bad. His breathing was rough, and his entire body was shaking. He was clearly extremely afraid of me, and I was afraid this would have long-lasting impacts on him. What are you doing? Let him go. Evelyn noticed Leon's strange behavior and tried to pull me back, but how could she even do that? The difference in our strength was far too big. Che. Leon's breathing was becoming rougher and rougher, and I could tell he was close to having a panic attack. I was losing control of the situation. Let go. My head throbbed. How should I handle this? I was lost at first, but only for a brief moment. Closing my eyes, an image appeared inside of my mind, and when I opened my eyes again, I stared straight into Leon's eyes as my voice layered. Calm down. 11. Instantly, be it Leon and Evelyn, they both stopped speaking. Their expressions mellowed out as the fear and anger that they felt were suppressed by the joy that I managed to bring up with my emotive magic. Yeah, I guess this works. I sighed in relief when I saw this. It gave me a few more seconds to think about the situation. Thump. The first thing I did was lightly tap Evelyn's head, knocking her out. The current Leon is too young to handle a trauma like this. He'll most likely suffer if I let him go like this. While I had managed to calm him down, that was far from enough. It only helped relieve the symptoms. If I were to let him go like this, I was afraid that something bad might happen. He was far too young to deal with a situation such as this. And since I was the one who had revived him, I knew that I also had to be responsible for helping him return to normal. If that had not been the case, the effects of the third leaf would have already vanished by now. But how exactly am I going to help him? I needed to overwrite his trauma with a new memory. Combining it with my emotive magic, I knew I'd be able to help him out. But how exactly could I overwrite that memory? I racked my brain for a good while before turning my attention toward the ring on my finger. Perhaps. The pain came fast. It sliced right through his neck. He remembered seeing the world spin, the ground staining red as his consciousness started to blur. It all happened fast, but Leon understood what had happened back then. He had died. And Julian had killed him of all people. How could he? All Leon felt was resentment. How could Julian do this to him? He had been so good to him. He had done everything that he had asked him to do and trained hard so that he could repay his kindness. And yet, Leon wanted to scream, but he couldn't. The darkness overtook his vision, and his life ended. Or so he thought. Opening his eyes again, Leon saw a pair of hazel eyes stare back at him. They were the same pair of eyes that had taken his head away, and he immediately started to panic. No, leave me alone? He screamed in his mind, his breathing growing rougher and his mind growing blank. Ha, you? Leon held his neck, afraid that it'd roll at any second. It didn't happen, but the scene from before felt so vivid that it felt as though it happened. He felt trapped, lost in the situation as tears started to well up in his eyes and his entire body started to shake. No, not again. He wanted to scream, but the words simply refused to leave his mouth. Leon was about to lose it. Calm down. Until a certain voice reached his ears. Leon suddenly felt his mind grow numb. His thoughts paused, and the fear that he previously felt was pushed away. He felt something rise from within his chest, but he couldn't understand what it was. It was trying to overwrite his pain and fear. What is happening? The world before him felt hazy. Leon didn't understand what was happening. All he could feel was this forced emotion that was building up in his chest. He forced it down. At any cost. Go away. And just when he thought he was doing a good job at it, a certain voice echoed beside him. It was familiar and it felt warm. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Leon blinked his eyes, his thoughts straying away from the situation and onto the question. The question was so random that he momentarily let his guard down. Why? Why did they fight each other? They don't have the guts. The sensation pulling at his chest suddenly grew. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? The voice echoed again. Leon paused. Orange and sounds like a parrot? Do such things exist? Unknowingly, he started to become invested in this as a weird sensation crept up from within his chest. Carrot. Leon held onto his chest, the feeling boiling in his chest rising further. He suddenly forgot about what had happened before. His mind was filled with other thoughts like, help, make this stop. Why don't eggs tell jokes? No, make it stop. Leon could feel his body shaking at this point. The feeling that was rising from deep within him was starting to spill out of his body, and his mind started to clear up. The memories from before started to become blurry in his mind. They'd crack each other up. Leon clenched his shirt tightly, his entire body shaking. What's brown and sticky? No, stop. Leon bit his lips. He was on the verge of breaking. This had to stop. He couldn't. A stick. PFTTT. A strange sound escaped Leon's lips as the strange feeling welling up in his chest exploded. Cock. Regardless of his attempts at trying to stop it, he couldn't. It just spilled out as his entire body shook. Kahaka. Tears welled up in his eyes as he crouched down. A stick? Quack. He laughed. Leon suddenly felt his worries vanish for just the briefest of moments. And he clung onto that sensation. He needed to get rid of all the bottled-up feelings inside, and he did so in the form of a laugh. He didn't know what was happening, but he suddenly felt liberated. At this very moment, memories of what had happened resurfaced in his mind, but he no longer felt as scared. He was still alive, and that was all that mattered. Cook, thump. His laughter was interrupted by a certain sound. As Leon turned around, his eyes settled on a book that appeared behind him. Blinking his eyes a couple of times, he read the cover of the book. Fun jokes that will make you laugh all day. Absorbed in the book, I didn't notice the subtle shift around me until it was too late. The world seemed to ripple, pulling me from my thoughts. Startled, I dropped the book, my heart racing as I tried to make sense of what just happened. By the time I realized what was happening, Leon appeared in front of me once more. This time, it was the Leon that I was used to. I'm back? I blinked my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. However, seeing Leon's grown back turned against me as he was lost in his own thoughts. I knew that I was back. I felt relieved as I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Did I do it? The Leon from back then. He looked broken, lost. I was afraid to see that he might crumble due to the trauma. Hesitant, I turned to check on the present Leon, bracing myself for what I might see. But to my relief, he remained unchanged, steady as ever. A quiet sigh escaped me, the tension easing from my chest. He was just staring at the area before him with a dazed look. Nothing changed. Thank God. I sighed in relief as I finally let go of Leon's shoulder. Then, as Leon was still focused elsewhere, I opened my mouth. Hey Leon. Leon's body shook for a brief moment, his head turning to face my direction. Why don't oysters donate to charity? He froze midway as he suddenly shuddered. His head shook repeatedly, but it was too late. I'm sorry, but this has to be done. No, because they're shellfish. PFTTT. Chapter 379. The reason for his change. 4. Clank. I closed the door behind me and headed for the bookshelf to retrieve a familiar diary. Click. Injecting my mana into it, the diary clicked and opened. Scrolling through the pages, I read through them once again. Die. My eyes darted from left to right as I read through each page once again. I took in all the details that I previously missed last time, regardless of how meaningless they seemed. From the tears on the pages to the little stains on them, I took in everything. I didn't know how long had passed, but by the time I had read it for the nth time, the sky outside had already gotten dark. Everything checks out with what is written. Nothing has changed. I took a deep breath then. Did I really go to the past? By now, all signs pointed towards it. However, given the fact that nothing in reality had changed meant that all of this was predetermined. Like some sort of paradox. One could say that had I not done what I did, reality would change. If that even made sense. Then again, this was merely a hypothesis. There could be other explanations, but thinking back to what Heraclius was supposed to be, then it all made a lot more sense. But was I really Heraclius? So, why couldn't I remember a thing? Che. I let out a long sigh. Things were really complicated. A lot more complicated than it looked. Every time I seemed to find some answers, new questions would pop up and so on. But, in getting closer, of this much I was sure. I was slowly coming closer to the truth. All I had to do was continue doing the quests. So long as I kept up with them, then I was sure I'd be able to find out more about the entire situation and this weird game that I found myself in. All those thoughts aside, I'm still struggling to understand one part. I paused my eyes on the diary once more, settling over a few lines. I deserve it. Should I take the strange liquid that I found? Maybe then I can. It was regarding the strange liquid that Julian once took. I was still completely oblivious as to what it was. Before I had the time to check, I was already back to the present. Now all I could do was speculate about it. He said he gave it to his brother, and nothing happened apart from his strength increasing. In that case, as far as I'm concerned, it may be some sort of enhancer. I already knew about this part. What I was more concerned about was how he had managed to get his hands on such an enhancer, if it even was that. The inverted sky, perhaps? This was my main concern. If it really was the inverted sky, then how did they manage to reach the previous Julian? Were they also the ones responsible for his change? For his obsession with swordsmanship? I needed to figure out the reason for his obsession. It couldn't just be for the simple reason that he wanted to be a swordsman. I didn't think things were as simple as that. There was more to it, and it was highly likely that the inverted sky had infiltrated the Ivinus household. If that's the case, then they'll probably make contact with me soon enough. The thought made my heart sink. However, thinking about my current strength and position within the organization, I was no longer as worried. Right, things are different now. I could handle the situation better. My only worries were if those from the inverted sky had really been responsible for Julian's obsession. If that was the case, then my sudden change in attitude would caution them. I needed to be careful of that. Perhaps I should take up the sword for a bit, just to sell the fact that I was still clinging to it. Wham! Suddenly yawning, I was overcome with tiredness. I blinked my eyes a couple of times, feeling them grow heavier by the second. Seeing how tired I was, I closed the diary and put it back on the bookshelf before throwing myself onto the bed. Today I was going to sleep in. Yeah, I needed sleep. A lot of it. The Ivinus barony didn't have a long-lasting history. Before the rise of Aldrich Ivinus, they were nothing but a regular small barony. Their annual income was far lower than it was in the present, with their military nothing worth taking note of. Their rise was something unexpected, and it all started with Aldrich, who was able to find and carefully utilize the gold mine that resided within their territory of Western Bourne. Had the finding of the gold mine been announced to the public, a great dispute would have occurred over it, with the bordering noble households trying to find ways to claim it for themselves. However, such a thing never occurred. By the time the gold mine was found out, Aldrich had secretly grown the Ivinus barony into a fearsome powerhouse. The neighboring household did try to have a claim over it, but in the end, they could only silently retreat while paying more attention to them. They could no longer ignore them as they did in the past. The situation remained in a tight deadlock as the neighboring households all eyed the Ivinus household warily. It was supposed to continue like this, but a situation occurred. Plaque. A newspaper was thrown over a large wooden desk. It read, "Breaking: the rise of the twin star of the Ivinus household. Julian Dacre Ivinus of the Ivinus household manages to defeat Leon Ellert of the same household in the finals, granting great honor to the empire." Who are they, and how was the Ivinus household able to grow such powerhouses? We can't let this go on any further. A rough voice echoed within a large room. It belonged to Viscount Theodore Ramsel of the Ramsel household. He was a short, lanky man with black hair cut in a bowl shape, resembling the cap of a mushroom. His nose was unusually long, giving his face a sharp, almost intimidating appearance. But it was his eyes, fierce and intense, that drew the most attention, as if they could pierce through anyone who dared look his way. With 4 territories under his name, he was a powerful noble with enough influence and power to make him viable for a seat at Central the Noble Coalition. He owned several territories, with one bordering Western Bourne. 3 other individuals were sitting on the seats opposite him. They were Baron Johannes Kaliak, Baron Oren Mainz, Baron Soren Hindua. The 4 nobles present had one thing in common, and that was that they bordered with one of the Ivinus household's territories. The recent rise of the Ivinus household had put them all in a panic, forcing them to create an alliance between the 4. At the rate the Ivinus household is growing, it won't be long before they bear their fangs in our direction. The one who was most worried about the situation was the Viscount. It had been him all those years back who had tried to snatch away the gold mine from the Ivinus household. One could say their relationship wasn't the best. He was able to keep the situation at a deadlock for the past few years, alongside the other noble houses who started to worry about their rise. They too didn't have a great relationship with the Ivinus household. Nonetheless, they were still able to coexist until this very moment. Neither side was strong enough to completely tear each other down. Well, that was until recently. The sudden piece of news shattered the deadlock that had been keeping them at bay for so long. We need to act now before it's too late. And how do you expect us to do that? Baron Mainz asked, his voice softer than expected from someone as burly as him. With a thick mustache and long white hair, he sat with his arms interlocked as his deep hazel eyes scanned the room. Julian and their knight, Leon. They are the Empire's most prized assets. Do you expect us to attack them like that? Do you think the Empire will sit still? Right? If we do anything, we might incur the Empire's wrath. The other barons agreed. You're right. The Viscount nodded faintly. He expected such a reaction. I've thought about different ways to handle the situation. A marriage alliance was the first thing that came to my mind. His words made the other grow tense. If he were to get into a marriage alliance, wouldn't he just ditch them? Thankfully, it wasn't possible. I've been told that they are in talks with the Verlice household for that. There doesn't seem to be a possibility. Then, dar. Drumming his fingers over the wooden desk, the Viscount leaned his body back. He then raised his hand, raising one of his fingers. Realistically, we only have one option. The room fell silent, a strange tension taking hold of the room. Our first option is to cripple them financially. We take their gold mine and cut out all of their resources. With how much they've grown, their daily expenditure must be enormous. So long as we manage to do so, They'll slowly start to accumulate debt to keep the household afloat. But what about Julian and Leon? Wouldn't they interfere? Attacking the household would mean attacking them. Baron Mainz interjected. His words promoted the Baron Hindua to speak. What if we incur their wrath? They may not be able to do much for us now, but what about in the future? There's no need to worry about that. The Empire won't do a thing if we don't harm them. Conflicts between noble households were normal. The Megrail family usually never bothered with such matters. All they cared about was their own power. So long as they could suppress everyone, then they were happy with all types of conflicts that occurred from within. Of course, the conflicts had to be within reason. Baron Kaliak frowned, not satisfied with the answer. It's not about the Empire doing nothing to us. It's what the two of them are going to do to us. Once they grow strong enough to pose trouble to us. What then? Once again, the room grew tense. Baron Kaliak had hit the nail in the coffin with his question. It wasn't that they were worried about the current Julian and Leon. They were worried about their potential, which they couldn't suppress or get rid of. Cowards. Viscount Ramsel muttered in his heart as he looked around. If not for the fact that I need them. Taking a deep breath, the Viscount shrugged his shoulders. Okay then. He looked around once more, leaning his back against the chair. Let's say we do nothing. What then? Are you just going to let the Ivinus household grow? You said that you're worried about the potential that Julian and Leon have displayed. I am also worried, but whether they hold a grudge against us or not doesn't matter. Why? Baron Mainz asked, his brows furrowing slightly. The Viscount laughed before smacking his fist against the wooden table. Bang. Because be it now or later, the Ivinus household will still try to reach their claws our way. The room immediately grew silent as the Viscount's expression twisted. Use your brain of yours for a second. Why worry about the potential of the two and their potential retaliation when we might not even be here by the time the two of them become powerhouses? His voice bellowed loudly within the room, waking up the barons from their conservative views. It was only after the Viscount had told them the situation directly that they realized how bad the situation was for them. We have no choice but to act. And let's say that we do incur the wrath of the two from the Ivinus household. It'll take time before they become big enough to threaten the Kuranas. But who is to say that we're going to be the same in that time? 11,211. What do you think about it? The Viscount pressed his temple. With all the resources we managed to swallow from the Ivinus household, do you really think we'll remain stagnant? Realization finally dawned on the other barons. Indeed, if they were to come in possession of the gold mine, then they'd be able to triple, if not quadruple, their yearly incomes, and that included the fact that they were going to split it amongst each other. The realization finally hit them as their breathing became rougher. Viscount Ramsel watched all of this with a smile as he finally sighed in relief. But this wasn't the decisive blow. He had something else to say. Lastly, I don't think we need to worry too much about the twin stars of the Ivinus household. W.H. Before the other barons had a chance to say a thing, the Viscount spoke, especially not if we manage to take one to our side. Chapter 380. The head of the household 1. It was strange. Feeling the faint breeze coming from the open window and stretching my body, I felt weird. Yeah, this is weird. For the first time in a very long time, I woke up without any worries. I didn't need to think about my next fight, nor did I have to think about some stupid quest that was hanging on my head like a reaper's scythe. Felt strangely comforting. First thing in the morning, my mood was great. I wish every day is like this. Wham! Stretching my body again, I yawned and got out of bed. The moment I did, I was surprised to see a metal tray resting on the table opposite the bed. I could see fruits, eggs, and several other interesting food choices. This? I walked closer to it and saw a small letter. Enjoy your breakfast, young master. Ho ho. My heart squeezed, and the joy I felt increased further as I suddenly started appreciating the decision to come here. I guess there's perks to being a noble. I picked up the fork and knife that were by the side and prepared to indulge myself in the wonderful breakfast. Where should I start? There were so many choices. The eggs, the sweets, the bacon, I guess I'll start with the milk. I was feeling a little thirsty. Smacking my lips, I brought the cup to my mouth and drank the milk. I was so fresh. I fell. Clank. The door abruptly opened, revealing a familiar figure as he walked in my direction with a paper in his hand. Without giving me a chance to understand what was going on, he smacked the paper on the table. Plaque. Read it. I was so taken aback that I didn't know what to do and just lowered my head. Breaking. The rise of the twin star of the Ivinus household. PFTTT. The milk spilled out from my mouth and onto Leon, who stood frozen on the spot. Yuka. But I couldn't care less as I took another sip of the milk, and PFTTT. Made sure to spit it out again. My toes curled inwardly as I read the title of the newspaper again. I tried to drink the milk again, but Leon snatched it away before I could. 11. We looked at each other for a brief moment before shuddering on the spot. Yuk! We couldn't help it. This was a natural reaction after seeing what was written on the paper. The twin stars of the Ivinus household. Yuka. I gagged, secretly rejoicing at the fact that I hadn't eaten my breakfast just yet. There was the very real possibility of me throwing it all up in one go. Taking a few deep breaths, I grabbed the newspaper and took a closer look at it. In there, I could see a picture of me and Leon standing together, crossing fists and swords. The shot was nice, but the title wasn't. Cage, where did you get this? Cage, found it downstairs. Evelyn gave it to me. She did? Heck yeah. She has several copies. Really? Should we get rid of her? Maybe, but wipe your saliva first. You look stupid. You've got milk all over you, Cage, you're right. The situation was a lot more dire than anticipated. And if things couldn't get any worse. A soft voice echoed from the entrance of the room, gathering our attention. As both of our heads flicked to face the door, a familiar shy-looking maid appeared, her head lowered as her voice came out in a whisper. The master has asked for you too. Finally raising her head, she looked at the state of the two of us. Should I tell him you're coming soon? Leon and I quickly sobered up. The head of the household was calling for us? Leon didn't waste a second and directly left the room, wiping his face as he hurriedly went to change. I did the same, telling the maid to buy us some time before changing into a new set of clothes. Thankfully, my clothes weren't dirty, but I still needed to change. I slipped into a dark blue blazer and a pair of matching pants, the fabric sleek and well-fitted. A crisp white t-shirt completed the look, its simplicity perfectly, complementing the blazer. Yeah, not bad. I wasn't one to care much about style, but as a noble, appearances mattered. One had to dress appropriately, like it or not. Thankfully, my looks made up for the imperfections in my clothes. Fixing my collar and hair, I eventually headed for the household head's office. It was located on the same floor as Julian's room, the second floor, and it took no longer than a couple of minutes to reach the space. Leon was already waiting for me at the entrance. He's quick. There was someone else waiting alongside him at the entrance. It was Evelyn, who soon noticed my presence. Seeing her, I was once again reminded of the words she previously told me, and my face tensed. Subtly. It was a good thing that she didn't notice a thing as the door opened to reveal an older man wearing a butler attire. His disposition seemed calm as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling over me by the, and, you may come in. The head is waiting for you. He opened the door wide, displaying the insides of a wide office where a large wooden table sat at the end. I looked at Leon for a brief moment before stepping into the room. He, alongside Evelyn, followed right after me. Clank. A strange silence ensued as we entered the office. Elegantly seated on one of the sofas positioned opposite the desk, where a gray carpet lay. Beneath, Aldrich glanced in our direction. His movements were calm, almost regal, as he took a small sip of the tea in his hand. You're here. He placed the cup down, setting it aside and gesturing toward the seats opposite him. Have a seat. For some strange reason, I obeyed his words without a question and sat down. He was just standing there, and yet, why does he give a familiar sensation to Delilah? No, it wasn't quite the same. Delilah's presence was overwhelming, driven by the sheer intensity of her power. On the other hand, his oppression came from something subtler. It was his casual demeanor, the way he carried himself without effort, yet somehow made everything around him feel small and insignificant. That's so strange. The chair felt snug, gently hugging my body and slowly pulling me towards it. It was quiet, all eyes on the head, who took another sip of his tea. I grew curious, pursing my lips faintly. What did he bring us here for? He did mention he wanted to talk to us about something important. For some reason, my gaze fell on Evelyn. A thought struck me and my face fell. Couldn't be? As if she had similar thoughts as me, she turned her head and met my gaze. Her face was a little pale, and her lips were trembling. The sight took me aback. I get not wanting to be married to me? But you don't have to look so pitiful. It almost felt as though I was the one wronging her. Tack. The sound of the cup hitting the plate woke all of us up as I once again turned my attention towards the head. His lips parted open, and my body grew tense at the inevitable talk that I didn't want to have. We will be attacked soon. Halfway through my rejection, I realized that something was wrong and froze. Did he just? Blinking my eyes a couple of times, I shifted my attention towards Leon and Evelyn. They both wore surprised looks as they stared at the head with looks of disbelief. What's going on? We will be attacked. I could practically see their thoughts from their expressions. Just when I thought things couldn't get any more confusing, he lifted his gaze to look at me. It's about time you take on official duties. I want you to lead a team alongside Leon to get rid of them. What did he just say? I wasn't the only one shocked. Leon was as well. He had more or less filled me up on the history of the household, and so I had an idea of who we were dealing with. And that was the problem. I knew who we were dealing with. There was simply no way for me and Leon to beat them. We were strong, but not enough to beat the soldiers belonging to multiple noble households. The head probably doesn't expect me to fight but lead, but even then, there's so many better people. I clenched my teeth and felt my head throb. Before I could even voice out my complaint, the head took another sip, his demeanor as calm as ever. This is a chance for you to change your reputation amongst the people and the soldiers. You're the next head, Julian. It is about time you fulfill your duties. Finally, for the first time in a while, he finally properly looked at me. His eyes were intense, and staring into them, I struggled to find the right words. But that was only momentary as I cooled my mind and emotions. And for that reason, I rejected his offer. I thank you for the offer, but I'll decline. The room grew tense at my rejection as the head's gaze became more intense. Couldn't tell what he was thinking. Was he surprised by my rejection? Or did he expect it? Eventually, his lips parted open as he asked, Why? Why else? I want to practice my swordsmanship. I've already fulfilled your previous requests. I don't have time to waste. I made sure to emphasize this last part and prepared to leave when his voice stopped me. You won't have to waste much time. I paused, shifting my attention back to the head who leaned back on his chair. The Alliance will probably attack in the next few days. The target will be the gold mine in Westernbourne, right? I knew all about the mine. It was apparently very rich. It's been several years since the mine has been depleted. It wasn't just me who was surprised, but so were Leon and Evelyn. Been years? Then, for the past several years I bought raw gold in secret and pretended that it came from us. What? Why would he do that? No, it became clear to me rather quickly why he would do that. And the thought made me shudder as I suddenly realized why he was so adamant about bringing Leon and me back to the household. Are you planning on using the mine to bury the army of all the Alliance members? The head didn't answer, but the faint smile on his face made the answer all too clear as he took a gentle sip of his tea. It's an easy job. He'll take care of the aftermath. By the time we're done, we'll have absorbed over a dozen territories at once. Chapter 381. The head of the household. 2. My body shuddered upon hearing his words. So he wants to take everything. Leon and Evelyn both looked stunned by what the head said, his nonchalant attitude only adding to his suffocating presence. It was as though he had said nothing of importance. I pursed my lips and talked. If you've already planned everything out, why do you need me and Leon to lead? Didn't I say so before? Aldrich carefully placed the teacup down. I'm doing all of this to fix your reputation within the household. If you manage to succeed, then the citizens and my vassals will start treating you better. They won't avoid you like they do now. This will benefit you in the long run. But I like it that way. Of course, I do gain something out of this too. A faint smile appeared on Aldrich's lips as he refilled the teacup. Not only will I gain several territories, but it'll also be the perfect opportunity to showcase the two of you. The other households will have to think twice before eyeing our lands. Unlike the four fools we're currently targeting, they have no reason to suspect that we'll move against them. For that reason, it will be in their best interest to appease us rather than antagonize us. His words brought a strange silence across the room. Nobody said a thing. Or it was more like, nobody had any words to say. It became clear from the start to Leon and me that Aldrich had everything figured out from the start. The reason why he had come to visit me wasn't because he had more interest in me because I won the summit, but because my presence would enable him to push his plans forward. He planned on eliminating and swallowing everything that surrounded the Ivinus territory. I looked in Leon's direction. Snake. As if sensing my gaze, Leon frowned but didn't look my way. I knew he understood me. You won't have much to do. Just attend and display your faces. My vassals will take care of everything else for you. I shifted my attention away from Leon and back to the head. He was still as calm as he was before, and it was his calmness that made me hesitate. I need to keep my distance. It felt as though nothing could escape his eyes. The fact that he was able to endure for so long and even incur losses so that he could swallow all the nearby territories made me extremely apprehensive. I was afraid he'd figure something out if I stayed too close to him. Thankfully, from what I understood from Leon, Julian's relationship with his father wasn't very great. It made things a lot easier for me. Do I get anything out of this? Still, if he was going to make me do this, I wasn't planning on doing it for free. The previous Julian wouldn't, and the same was true for me. The head's gaze shifted towards me the moment I said those words. His intense eyes focused directly on me as I stared back without much of a change in expression. Isn't the opportunity to gain the trust of my vassals enough? No. It was nice, but I found it unlikely that I'd be able to gain control of the vassals anytime soon. He still looked rather young. Furthermore, we both knew that his excuse was bullshit. He had only called for Leon and me so that he could cover himself with our reputation. This was an elaborate plan to display the two of us in order to deter any other territory that didn't have any conflicts with the Ivinus household. He had all to gain while we had nothing to gain. I want something else. Aldrich quietly nodded his head. Let's hear it. What do you want? 1. I frowned slightly, a little stumped. I didn't actually know what I wanted. But it didn't really matter. I'll let you know when I can think about it. There was no need for me to think about it now. I had plenty of time to do that. Okay. The head appeared okay with the arrangement and I nodded in satisfaction. Good. At least he was reasonable enough to talk with. Aldrich extended his hand in the direction of the door. Since we've come to an agreement, you may take your leave. I stood up alongside Leon and Evelyn. But just as Evelyn stood up, Aldrich stopped her. You stay. Evelyn's expression froze as she looked at Leon. He only looked at her for a brief moment, before turning away. I've noticed it for a while, but Leon seems to be really scared of the family head. He was so obedient to him. It made me a little curious. Why exactly was he like this? Close the door on your way out. The two of us could only glance at each other for a short moment before leaving the office space and closing the door behind us. Clank. We stood by the hall that led to the office and stopped briefly. I turned my attention towards Leon, who appeared to be lost in his own thoughts. What do you think he asked her to stay for? I don't know. Leon replied with a calm look. You don't? It's unlikely. Leon stopped me before I could elaborate further. The head of the Verlice family would need to be involved for any marriage alliance to go through. He's probably speaking to her about the plan we just discussed. He wants the Verlice family's support. That made sense. While the Verlice household wasn't located near the Ivinus household, they were relatively close to several lands of Viscount Ramsel. Their goal was probably that. Oh right. As if recalling something, Leon looked at me. I've received news that the curse chamber has been built. We have a lot of time before we need to help the family head. In the meantime, if you want, you can enter the chamber and train. I can? My heartbeat sped up all of a sudden. Finally, a good piece of news. I had been waiting for this for a very long time. Finally, I could focus on training without any disruptions. Where is it? It's in the courtyard. They'll bring you to it. Leon beckoned me with his head and walked ahead. I followed closely from behind, massaging the ring on my hand as I thought about the 2 books that Atlas had given me. Also thought back to the pill and pursed my lips. Should I learn the 2 spells first, or upgrade my already existing skills? These thoughts crossed my mind multiple times on the way to the chamber, which I soon saw. As we headed downstairs, towards the courtyard, which was stunning to look at with all the well-maintained grass and pillars by the side. Yeah, it's done. Leon's steps came to a sudden stop as he pointed toward the center where a large wooden shack appeared. The sight threw me off a little. It looked out of place. That is? The cursed chamber. Leon replied nonchalantly. I scratched the side of my face, squinting my eyes to make sure Leon wasn't lying. However, seeing how there was no change in his expression, I could tell that he wasn't. It looks a little bit different than I imagined. How did you expect it to look like? I don't know. A big black box. One with runes all around and stuff. Leon looked at me weirdly before shaking his head and opening the door of the chamber. You can train in peace. Every day one of the attendants will bring you food. If you want to come out, you can tell one of the servants in advance so that they can prepare your room. If something comes up, he'll call for you. Okay. There was no need for Leon to say anything else. Nor was I interested in hearing anything else. I just wanted to get started with my training, and after sparing Leon one last glance, I directly entered the chamber, closing the door behind me. Clank. Near the borders of Westernbourne, a camp housing several thousand troops had been set up, its tents stretching across the landscape. Overseeing the camp was Viscount Ramsale, who beckoned one of the guards to his side. Captain Bohr, how is the situation? All good for now. The soldiers are all healthy and ready to fight. Good. Viscount Ramsale was pleased. He was especially pleased at the sight of the man before him. Jack Bohr, a Tier 5 knight and one of the main cornerstones of his army. He wasn't particularly tall, about the same height as the Viscount, but his muscular build was striking. His presence exuded an air of dominance, making him appear far more imposing than his stature suggested. Furthermore, His shiny silver armor that covered his features made him extremely intimidating to look at. His tall and sharp lance made him especially terrifying to look at. It was one of the main reasons he was extremely infamous, with some regarding him as one of the best knights beneath the 6th tier. He was someone that even the higher-ranked nobles coveted. We will be departing in a couple of days. Our operation must be done in secret. We must first infiltrate Westernbourne and cut off all means of communication and transportation. Well, isolate the place from the Ivinus household before striking in one go and taking over the mine. The entire operation was going to be a long one. It would approximately last a couple of months, with the goal to cut off all means of help from Ivinus house. By the time the Ivinus household sent reinforcements, it'd already be too late. The other barons have already stationed their troops outside the other borders. They'll be the first to strike, taking most of the attention. I want you to take the troops and start the operation once that happens. Understood. Captain Bohr nodded with a stern gaze. Then, with a clean salute, he turned around and left. The Viscount smiled and watched his departing back for several seconds. It was only once he left that his smile faded. Licking his lips, his eyes narrowed. I didn't really want to do this, Baron Ivinus, but some things are necessary in order to survive. Yes, this was all for survival. The next day, the operation began. Darkness embraced me the moment the door closed. I struggled to make out my surroundings, but the moment I closed the door, a dim purple light flickered on from above. Flick. It was soon followed by another light, and then another. Flick. Flick. In a matter of seconds, over several dozen purple lights flickered around the room. I looked around in a daze as I felt the air thicken considerably. A familiar sensation washed over me as I felt the pores on my body open up. I looked closely to the dim purple lights to notice several runes inscribed on the walls. So that's the source of the light. Closing my eyes, I could feel that the air was dense with the curse element. I had felt this feeling before, and I didn't waste a second to take out the books that I had received from Atlas, alongside the pill. Nightmare Hex. Immersia. I think he'll start by learning these. After that, I planned on upgrading my spells. And right after that, I planned on expanding my domain. I was still at the concept stage, and there was still so much for me to explore. Alright then. I let out a long breath and popped the pill in my mouth. Let's get started. Crunch. My mind cooled down and I opened the book. Instantly, the complicated runes displayed on the spell became easier to decipher as I extended my hand and mumbled 1 run, 2 runes, 3 runes. My training began like that. I became so immersed in it that I lost track of time. I just ate, trained, and slept. It was all that I did. And by the time I came out, apparently, 3 months had passed. Chapter 382. Attainment 1. During the time Julian was training, significant changes occurred in the Ivinus territory. In the first week of Julian's absence, the 3 neighboring baronies Mainz, Hindua, and Kaliak all attacked at once. Their target was Cleomia, the second territory owned by the Ivinus household. Cleomia wasn't as rich as Westernbourne. There was no gold mine, nor was the land good for agriculture. However, it was located in an optimal spot, bordering one of the lands owned by the Thornrose Guild, one of the 15 great guilds. Additionally, it was near one of the mirror cracks residing within the empire. Cleomia's strategic location made it an attractive spot for those traveling to the Thornrose Guild, bringing a lot of tourism. It was an important territory for the Ivinus household, and so, from the moment the 3 baronies attacked, Aldrich had no choice but to send out several troops to defend against their forces. Within the household, how is the situation? Aldrich's voice was calm as he scanned the papers on his desk. There were over a dozen, all reports on the current state of affairs from both territories. Westernbourne was currently peaceful, at least on the surface. However, Viscount Ramsale's army had already infiltrated the gaps Aldrich had left for them to exploit. Communication was slowly starting to dwindle, and the roads were being cut off. Everything was going according to plan. It's as you predicted, family head. A butler stood at the opposite end of Aldrich's desk, bowing respectfully. The 3 baronies have increased their operations, sending several thousand troops into Cleomia to pressure us into deploying more forces. I fear Viscount Ramsale will soon take over the mine entirely. I see. He's been slower than I anticipated. According to his original plan, the Viscount should have taken less than a couple of months to completely infiltrate Westernbourne and cut off all communication and transportation. Who would have thought it would take him this long? Viscount Ramsale is an extremely crafty and cautious individual. Family head. It's only natural for them to take their time fully controlling the situation. You have a point. Aldrich's eyes shifted to another set of papers. These contained photos with descriptions beneath them, detailing the profiles of the 3 barons and the Viscount. Aldrich had done extensive research on his enemies, dating back to the first time they had tried to seize his mine. He never forgot their actions, slowly building detailed profiles through the spies he had placed in each house. The reason for his diligence was simple. Only by knowing my opponent's personality can I predict their actions. So far, he had been correct in almost everything. His only setback was the Viscount's caution, which exceeded his estimates. 1 month delay. Still not too bad. Aldrich closed his eyes and tapped his finger against the wooden desk before reopening them to face the butler. It's time we proceed with the plan. Get Leon to bring Julian to me. It's time for the twin stars of the Ivinus household to show their worth. 1 week into the chamber. 1 rune, 2 runes, 3 runes. I stared at my hand while a magic circle started to manifest. My eyes stung as I closely alternated my attention from my hand and to the book next to me. The runes were all in place, and all I needed to do was connect them. 5 runes, 6 runes, 7 runes, 8 runes. It was slowly coming together, and unlike a beginner spell, which required 12 runes to unlock, an intermediate spell required 18 runes to unlock. For that reason, it was a lot more challenging and annoying to unlock them. Thankfully, with the aid of the pill, I was able to reduce the time it took for me to combine and learn the runes. My head felt clear and my mana flowed smoothly. Everything was progressing well. And soon, the inevitable notification appeared. Level 2. Nightmare Hex. I did it. I stared at the notification with a blank look before letting out a relieved sigh as I plopped onto the ground and took heavy breaths. I was exhausted but also felt refreshed. I had finally managed to unlock the first spell. I wasn't sure how long it took since I had lost track of time, but it definitely took several days. Blinking my eyes a couple of times to keep my mind fresh, I sat up and extended my hand as a magic circle floated at the top of my palm. Nightmare Hex. The skill was pretty straightforward. So long as I touched someone, I could directly induce nightmares to them. It was a skill that I could plant into someone's mind without them knowing, imparting whatever nightmare I wished to give them. Coupling this with a fear tag and am sure I can break someone. The only downside with this skill was the fact that one had to be asleep in order to be used. Thankfully, Atlas had thought about this and imparted me the next skill. Immersia. This spell weaves a powerful curse that forces the target into an immediate and deep sleep, regardless of their current activity or state of mind. The duration is dependent on the target's strength. It's no wonder he gave me 2 rather than 1. It was because the 2 spells complemented each other perfectly. Thinking about the endless possibilities that I had with the 2 spells after I was done recovering, I immediately jumped onto learning the next spell. 1 rune, 2 runes. The runes. I once again lost track of time and became absorbed in unlocking the second rune. Level 2. Immersia. By the time I was done, I was completely exhausted as sweat poured down on me from all sides. My clothes were entirely drenched. For a moment, I thought about leaving the chamber but thinking about how I could get tracked in the process, I decided to stay in the room. Like that, I decided to focus on my already unlocked spells. Grip of Pestilence and Chains of Alacantria. It was about time that I upgraded them. Utilizing the plentiful curse element that lingered in the air, I now focused my attention on upgrading the 2 spells. The process was extremely difficult, with me failing several times to upgrade them. But unlike in the past, I was more experienced in these types of situations. I knew exactly what I needed to do and as such used the skill on myself to better understand how the skill worked in order for me to upgrade it. Yucca. I puked several times and pushed myself to a point where I wanted to quit, but eventually the pain paid off as I was able to upgrade the 2 spells. Level 2. Grip of Pestilence. Level 3. Hands of Contagion. Level 1. Chains of Alacantria. Level 2. Shackles of Alacantria. I sat in silence while staring at the names of the new spells. In particular, I paid attention to the evolution of Chains of Alacantria. I hadn't really paid much attention to it in the past, but what exactly was Alacantria? Was it a place? Some sort of god? What did it represent? It's probably not a god, but it could be an individual. I'll have to do some research later. Perhaps there's more to the skill than I know. Could also be nothing special. Nonetheless, it didn't hurt to check. I looked around me. The purple runes that were spread out throughout the entire chamber were now a lot dimmer than they were before. Clearly, there wasn't much time left. Does that mean that I've almost used all my time? No, that didn't really make sense. It couldn't be that almost 2 months had already passed, right? Well, since nobody has called for me, then I guess everything is still fine. Maybe they don't even need my help. If that was the case, then I was happy. By the time the academy started, I was sure Leon would come and pick me up. With such thoughts, I closed my eyes and immersed myself in training once again. It was rare for me to spend so much time by myself just for training. I didn't want to waste a single second of it. And I didn't. Before I knew it, the chamber was completely drained. But even then, I remained in the chamber, fully focused on my domain as I would take short breaks on the occasions when I was hungry. Like this, I lost track of time once more. It never occurred to me, even until the end, that the estimated time ID stay was surpassed. It only dawned on me when I came out. What did you say? Staring at Leon while covering my eyes, which were struggling under the sunlight, my heart sank. 3 months. Leon said, his voice light. You've been in the chamber for 3 months. The academy already started a month ago. Was the family head that decided to keep you here long? The academy already gave him permission, so you don't have to worry. That, I didn't know how to react to the sudden situation. Blinking my eyes a couple of times, I rubbed my face. What about the whole plan? Oh, this is why I called you. Leon combed his hair back while turning around. The head has called for us, he said, and I quote, it's time for the twin stars of the eve. You. I clenched my stomach while cursing ahead as Leon hunched over a wall and started gagging. Weck. This guy. He just had to say it. Chapter 383. Attainment 2. How was your training? It wasn't bad. I answered truthfully while massaging my neck. I was sore all over and I probably stunk a lot. Of that I was sure. Turning to look at Leon, who was standing several steps away from me, I pursed my lips and tried my best to keep myself collected. He's doing it on purpose. This guy. He didn't even give me the chance to properly rest before trying to piss me off. I knew I stunk, but he was definitely exaggerating. Go take a shower. The family head is waiting for you alongside the vessels downstairs. We will need to depart in a few hours. Leon didn't even let me finish before suddenly dashing away from me. All right. I brought my shirt to my nose and smelled it. I frowned while squinting my eyes. Perhaps Leon wasn't messing with me. Not that I was going to admit it. Without turning back, I headed directly for my room on the second floor of the estate. Tack tack. The corridors were strangely empty, the sound of my steps echoing throughout as none of the servants that were usually present appeared. It was a sight that threw me off a little as the sheer size of the estate became clear to me as I managed to find my way to my room. It's not as big as the royal palace, but it's bigger than what most barons can afford. The head wasn't lying when he said the gold mine was almost empty. With how extravagant this place was, it'd be weird if it didn't dry up. Creak. I opened the door to my room and prepared to take off my clothes. I was in the process of doing so when I stopped. What are you doing here? Waiting at the entrance of my room was a face I had seen before. It belonged to the head butler. Richard Mildrove, was it? Dressed in a sharp black suit, with neatly trimmed facial hair and glasses. He stood before the bookshelf, posture perfectly straight. He sorted through the books calmly, glancing at the covers each time. He didn't reply to my question. Rather, he turned his attention away from the books and looked at me up and down for several seconds, prompting me to frown. What is this guy doing? Did he lose it or something? I was just about to speak when his mouth opened. You've changed a lot over the past year. You're almost unrecognizable. Is that so? Keeping my composure, I carefully removed my blazer and hung it to the side. At the same time, I started to loosen my shirt. I've been told that quite a lot. I guess focusing on other aspects besides the sword really helped display my talent. Yes, I did notice that. The butler nodded faintly. I thought he'd leave, but he didn't. Instead, he just continued to stare at me. The more he looked at me, the more I started to feel that something was wrong. Why is he? There's something you're not telling me. His voice suddenly lowered and his eyes flickered. The fecta I know wouldn't. I flicked my hand and cut him off. He stopped, his brows coming together in a frown. I looked around before making my way towards the sofa and sat down, crossing my legs. So this is how one of my speculations came true. There were spies of the inverted sky within the estate. I guess I found one. And from the looks of it, he was the one that was directly involved with Julian's change. You've really changed in more ways than I thought. Tack. The sound of his step echoed within the quiet room as he moved closer to me, his eyes narrowing as I felt the air grow tense. It's almost as if you've become a completely different person. He stopped right before me, his head lowered as he tried to meet my gaze. I didn't flinch away from it and merely replied with a smile. You can say so. The butler's eyes turned sharp, a cold chill washing down my back. Are you here? I extended my hand to display to him my wrist where the familiar tattoo rested. Touch over here and see for yourself if it's fake. The butler didn't say anything and merely glanced at my wrist. As if not satisfied, he brought his hand forward to try and touch it. However, as if recalling something, he pulled his hand away, his eyes narrowing. My heart sank slightly, but I didn't show it. Looks like he has been paying attention to the summit. It was unfortunate that I was now different. What do I flicked my hand midway through his speech. All of a sudden, a faint purple magic circle shot toward the butler's forehead. It was so fast that he didn't have enough time to react. Yuk! His eyes widened in shock as his head recoiled back. Why you? As his gaze fell onto me, I massaged my eyes. Go to sleep. It'll all be over soon. By the time the last word fell, his head drooped down. The room fell silent right after. But I wasn't over yet. Now that I've applied the first skill, it's time I apply the second. I didn't have much time. While the butler wasn't strong, he was still a tier 3 user. Couldn't be careless. Extending my index finger, a faint purple magic circle materialized at its tip. At the same time, I tapped his back with my other hand. A faint purple square appeared right after. Not satisfied, I added another one. And then, another one. And then another one. Tag, 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 tag. Sweat accumulated by the side of my face as I kept focus before shifting my attention toward the butler, who was showing signs of waking up, and pressed my index finger against his forehead. Not yet. Immediately, his body jerked and I closed my eyes. Let's see. I took a deep breath. You'll be my perfect test dummy to see the extent of my new skills. Drip, drip. The rhythmic sound of water droplets striking the puddles echoed loudly through the surroundings. A ragged man stood beneath it, his eyes hollow and expression filled with loss. He was the even-use household head butler, Richard Mildrove. Don't stop. Wave your sword. A rough voice echoed in the distance. His figure was obscured, but staring at the man, Richard felt compelled to listen to his words. He didn't quite understand what was going on, but it felt like he couldn't disobey his orders. Each time he tried, his body would shudder and his lips would tremble. What are you doing? The breath left Richard's lungs as he hurriedly picked up the sword on the ground and swung. Swoosh. What am I even doing? Richard realized that there was something fundamentally wrong with the current situation. He was no swordsman, nor had he ever picked up a sword in his life. Naturally, his movements were extremely sloppy. Swoosh. And it was such sloppy movements that brought a change to the obscured figure ahead, leaving Richard breathless. No, slap. A hand smacked him directly in the face. The sting from it lingered for several seconds before anger surged in Richard's mind. Howda, slap. Richard was hit directly by another slap, his head recoiling to the side. Clank. The sword fell to the ground. Richard's mind blanked. Feeling the sting on his face, his teeth chattered. However, he realized something. He couldn't retaliate at all. Richard felt insignificant in front of the man before him. It was as if he had been reduced to nothing but a child. Pick the sword. The man's cold voice echoed once more. Richard shuddered at his words. He wanted to refute, but every time he tried, his body weakened, leaving him trembling. I can't beat him. Are you listening? Yuk. Richard reflexively flinched, raising his hand to cover his face. He didn't want to be slapped again. But slap. He still did. Pick the sword. Yes. Richard hurriedly picked up the sword and swung it in the air. Swoosh. His posture was a mess, and his swing was sloppy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. He was a total amateur. Richard himself knew this, which was why he was shuddering each time he swung. I don't know how to use the sword. Slap. Fix your posture. Your wrist is too rigid. Why are you doing this to me? Slap. Whenever Richard had something to say, head be slapped before he could even get the words. It got to the point where Richard kept his mouth closed as he swung his sword in the rain. Swoosh. Of course, just because he kept his mouth shut, it didn't mean that he wasn't safe from the slaps. Slap. They still came. For every swing of his sword, head receive a slap. Richard tried to get used to them, but he couldn't. The pain lingered and only seemed to worsen with each strike. Started to eat at his mind. However, slap. Again. He could do nothing about them. Slap. Again. They just kept coming. Slap. Pathetic. And he just received them. Slap. You're worthless. Physical abuse turned into emotional abuse. You're trash. The words dug deeply into his mind, each slap further imprinting them in his mind. Slap. You can't even hold a sword? What are you worth? Richard couldn't muster up the courage to reply back. Whenever he did, his chest would feel heavy and his entire body would become weak as the figure before him grew larger and larger. In size, his figure started to imprint itself in his mind. He was starting to become fear itself. Richard's legs felt weak. Stop, make this stop, slap. His pleas brought nothing. Keep going. Richard suddenly started to feel worthless. No, he was worthless. Go, continue. Slap. The slaps continued and so did his swings. Time seemed to slow down. Swoosh, swoosh. All Richard could think of was the sword and the swings. "I'm worthless." "Repeat it." "I'm worthless." Richard repeated, his tone low and his mouth moving on its own. He had grown used to saying the words, and he no longer had any thoughts about fighting back. His eyes were hollow and he seemed to have lost himself. Swoosh. Julian watched as the sword slashed the space in front of him. He's actually gotten better at the sword. But he was still worthless. "You're worthless." He repeated slowly, flicking his hand as one of the tags he left within Richard's body shattered, injecting even more fear into him. It was the last tag and perhaps the most unnecessary one. After all, the man before him was already broken. But it didn't matter to Julian. He wanted to break him more. Only then would he have full control of him. He wanted to become the one thing he couldn't go against. I guess I didn't experience Caius' emotive magic for nothing. This was all a test for his new skill. Everything was fake, a nightmare that he had managed to recreate within Richard's mind. That, coupled with his emotive magic, enabled him to slowly and carefully break Richard's mind. "Okay, this is enough." Julian raised his head and waved his hand. His vision shattered and he found himself back in the room. Richard, on the other hand, took several seconds to recover. By the time he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see himself standing in a familiar room. Where is? He blinked his eyes a couple of times before his chest suddenly felt elated. A hallucination? That was fact. It wasn't. A cold voice spoke beside him. Richard's entire body shuddered upon hearing the voice and his head slowly turned. There, standing a few feet away from him, was the same obscured figure as before. Ha. Richard's breathing grew heavier as he suddenly stepped back. "No, what are you?" "Immortal." Richard hastily covered his mouth. But it was too late as his entire body started to shudder. Tack. The figure approached, and Richard's eyes widened, trembling as a familiar face emerged. A man with deep black hair and piercing hazel eyes. He stood tall, his presence imposing, as Julian placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Richard's eyes constricted, but he could do nothing about it. He was overwhelmed by fear. His entire body was paralyzed on the spot. Good. Julian appeared satisfied by what he saw. Then, he lowered his head, his eyes growing slack as he stared directly into Richard's eyes. "They'll be asking you questions soon. Tell me everything, from start to finish. Don't leave anything out. Otherwise..." He raised his hand, and Richard's face grew pale as he flinched. Chapter 384. Attainment 3. To that, I stared in silence at the results of my actions. The butler was a shell of the man he used to once be. He couldn't even look at me in the eyes as he started to tremble. "You'll need to handle this carefully." My problem with the situation was that he was closely tied to Julian's father, who appeared like an extremely meticulous person. I'd expect someone like him to notice the peculiarity. But still, that was of no concern to me right now. I had other priorities. "Were you the one to plant my obsession with the sword?" Despite being scared of me, Richard, the butler, was hesitant to speak. It looked like the fear that I had ingrained deep into his mind was still not enough to push him to talk. But that was fine. I raised my hand and his eyes visibly constricted. "He screamed, covering his face. I didn't care and prepared to slap him in the face. "He'll talk." Or at least attempted to. I stopped right at the last moment as he shouted in desperation. He'll talk. He'll talk. That's good." I smiled, shifting my hand away. Looks like the slaps were the trigger. I had made sure to closely emphasize the slaps during the dreams. I didn't just slap him whenever he got something wrong. I also injected fear whenever that happened. The goal was to directly influence his mind into associating extreme fear with the slaps. The plan was flawless with the results right before my very eyes. "Speak." I lowered my tone, bringing my face closer to his while carefully studying his face. While I couldn't see if anyone was lying, under such extreme stress, they were more than likely to slip. If he so dared as look away, stutter, or start tapping his foot. Yes. He licked his lips. I was the one who did that. Why? It was Tahik. Richard hurriedly covered his face as I raised my hand. His entire body trembled as he covered his face. He looked pitiful, but he wasn't worth my pity. "You were about to lie just now. Think carefully. You make one mistake and you know what will happen, right?" Yes. Richard hurriedly nodded his head. "Look at me in the eyes as you speak." "Okay." Richard visibly swallowed before opening his mouth to speak once again. "It was to convert you into the inverted sky. The Ivinus household recently showed a lot of promise, and the organization tried to implant several spies in order to get to your father, but..." Richard paused, taking a deep breath. I frowned at the sight. But what? But your father managed to find each one and get rid of them. His words took the words right out of my mouth. He managed to find each and every one of them before getting rid of them? Then, I suddenly shuddered. He probably knows about the butler as well. I felt my skin crawl at the realization as my heart started to speed up. A lot more questions started to arise from deep within my mind as I processed the situation. No, does he actually know about the butler? There's a chance that he doesn't know, but there's a higher chance that he does know. I thought back to the plan that we were about to execute and felt my heartbeat drum inside of my head. Bah, thump, Eldrick Ivinus. I didn't know the man very well. However, from what I had seen, he was an extremely ruthless individual who waited for the most opportune time to strike. For him to keep the butler who was involved with a powerful organization that was planning on taking over the household, his plan became clear to me. He was probably waiting his time before striking at them. And I feared that he probably knew about the fact that they had tried to manipulate the previous Julian. He knew and yet did nothing. It was clear what he wanted to achieve. He wanted to use Julian to get to them. It was only a hypothesis, and there was no real concrete evidence that pushed to this face. However, thinking about what I had seen so far, I shuddered to think about this possibility. Eldrick Ivinus, from what I had observed, was a man who was very capable of pulling something like this off. Who? I took a deep breath to calm my raging mind. Since he doesn't show his thoughts, there's also a chance that he noticed a peculiarity with me. The only reason why he didn't say anything was because he either believed it was due to the organization or because he didn't care. I wasn't sure if either one of the assumptions were correct, but I kept them in mind as I turned to look at the butler. You said there's nobody else besides you, correct? Yes. Richard hurriedly nodded his head. All right. It didn't seem like he was lying. Next question. Did you give me an enhancer in the past? Eh? The butler blinked his eyes in confusion. Enhancer? When? I elaborated. A strange liquid with the ability to possibly improve my swordsmanship talent. Or perhaps, a fake in order to increase my obsession. HM? Richard frowned, lowering his head as he thought deeply. As time passed, his brows furrowed further before eventually, he raised his head and shook it. No, there's no such thing. I looked straight into his eyes. His eyes were clear, his body was trembling, but not from nervousness, and his complexion appeared normal. He didn't seem to be lying. Strange. If it wasn't him, then who? Since the butler was the only one that belonged to the inverted sky, it was clear that they weren't involved with the liquid. At least that was how things appeared to be to me. It'll change the question then. Did you ever notice me take a strange liquid or serve it to my brother, the second young master? Yes. The butler's brows furrowed. I didn't notice any strange liquid being given to the young master. However, I did notice that after a certain point he started to experience nightmares. Nightmares? My interest was piqued by this revelation. Yes, nightmares. He's been having them frequently. When did they start? It started several years back. It was a strange event, but the second young master never talked about them. He also became especially fearful of you. Is that so? This wasn't exactly what I was looking for. However, I did have an inkling that it may hold some importance. He'll try to see what exactly is up with this situation. Let's set Linus matter aside for now. Did you notice my strength suddenly increasing at one point? Surely the butler was capable of knowing this much. All I needed was a time frame of the situation in order to find out about the liquid. The fact that the inverted sky hadn't been the one to give it to me was what was making me so curious. If not them, then who? Or was it something that Julian picked up on his own? A sudden increase in strength? Yes, there was, the butler said, his eyes suddenly growing suspicious. I managed to pick up on his suspicion and raised my hand. He immediately flinched and I pressed my hand against his shoulder, injecting fear into his body. Answer my question. Don't have unnecessary thoughts. Guys. His body shuddered uncontrollably upon hearing my words, and only after a brief moment did I let go of his shoulder as he started to breathe heavily. HAA. Ha. I let him have a few minutes to recover before forcing him to speak. The time after you returned from the gold mine. That was when I noticed your strength increase. Your brother also experienced a small breakthrough, but it wasn't anything compared to you. Bingo. Finally, some key pieces of information. The time after Julian returned from the gold mine. So something happened in the gold mine. Perhaps that was where he found the liquid. Good, I'm about to go there anyway. He'll check it out once we resolve the situation. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, formulating a plan in my head. Once everything became clear to me again, I opened my eyes to stare at the butler, who looked at me with a pale face. I previously thought of keeping you like this, but after everything that you told me, it looks like it's no longer possible. With everything that you've told me, Hell probably noticed that something is amiss. By he, I meant Aldrich Ivinus. After our talk, it became obvious to me that he was a man to be feared. He was someone who picked up on the smallest of details, so I couldn't afford to keep Richard in this state. He'd probably notice within a minute. It's a pity, though. I did spend quite a bit of effort to do this. I rubbed my index finger where a ring rested and raised my hand. What are you? Richard's face grew pale at my actions, but before he could do anything, I pressed my hand against his head. A faint glow manifested over the ring as his entire body grew still. Stay still, I mumbled, looking down at the butler. You'll thank me late. Mana drained from my body. If you can even remember, how long is he going to take? Standing in the back garden with several dozen soldiers, Evelyn turned her attention towards Leon, who looked a little worried. Julian's reputation is already pretty bad amongst the soldiers. If he doesn't show up soon, they'll start ignoring his every words. I know, Leon mumbled, his brows furrowing tightly. I told him to take a shower and come down quickly. I didn't expect him to take so long. He's taking a shower? Evelyn blinked in surprise. For so long? What is he? A girl? Leon stopped, his mind growing blank as he processed her words. Then, turning his head, he looked at Evelyn. Wait, aren't you also a? Yes, and I also know that we take a lot of time changing. This is just how we are, so stop acting as if I said something out of the norm. Evelyn crossed her arms while looking back. The vassals were looking extremely displeased at the moment, all of them sporting frowns as they murmured amongst each other. Though she couldn't hear what they were saying, Evelyn could tell from their body language that it wasn't anything good. This was not good. They were about to embark on an important mission, and if the vassals weren't on the same page as Julian, then things could very well go wrong. Leon understood this as well as his face tightened. He was just about to address the vassals himself when a figure finally showed up at the entrance of the garden. His back was straight and his expression was calm. Noticing their presence, he looked towards them before looking at the vassals. Leon sighed in relief then, but his face grew stiff shortly after as his steps paused. This is good, Julian said, his voice reaching the ears of everyone present. Immediately all eyes fell on him. Nudging his head at the spot in front of him, he addressed everyone calmly. Come here. Chapter 385. Gold Mine 1. Yes, I knew that my words were wrong. I knew, but I still did it. Not like I have a choice. It wasn't for a stupid reason like showing dominance or some nonsense like that. I simply did it because I was exhausted. I could barely keep my legs from trembling. I just came out of some intense training and directly used several skills on the butler alongside the ring's power. The fact that I was able to get here was already a miracle. But I was at my limit. I couldn't take a single step forward. So, for that reason, I did what I did. And as expected, the vassals weren't happy. Thankfully, Leon was present as he raised his hand to stop them. What are you doing? He didn't look very happy. I couldn't blame him, but I really couldn't move. My legs won't budge. Are you kidding me? I didn't have any time to rest right after coming out of training. Do you expect me to be in top shape? No, but I figured you'd be able to move. You thought wrong. Leon visibly frowned, turning his head to look at the vassals before turning his attention back to me. They'll be very dissatisfied by your actions. I don't really have a choice. Do you really? I paused, squinting my eyes as I looked at Leon. Aren't you supposed to be my knight? This is a great chance for you to show your loyalty. Either way, you're not stronger than me, so what do I even need you for if not for this? Leon's expression froze. I looked at his expression and savored it. If there was an ego meter beside me, it'd be rising at an alarming rate. Clench. With a visible clench of his teeth and bloodshot eyes, Leon turned his head. Why? You've heard him. Let's go. He didn't give any of the vessels a chance to speak. His expression, it made it impossible for them to say anything. I nodded in approval. Looks like I made the right choice in riling him up. The problem was now solved. Clank, clank. The faint echo of clattering metal filled the air as the guards halted before me. Dozens of them loomed, each radiating a formidable presence. But it was the figure at the front who drew my attention most. His presence was a lot more overwhelming than the others, to the point where even I felt inferior. He's probably the captain of the operation. I didn't really know his name since I had been holed up in the training room the entire time. He had short blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and blue eyes. From the start, he never once looked at me. I guess he doesn't like me very much. Well, I was fine with that. My job was just to be a sort of mascot alongside Leon. We were just there to show our faces and help out a bit. The main job was going to be taken over by them. In fact, my main goal was the gold mine. I needed to figure out exactly what the liquid Julian had taken was. It could be nothing important, but it was worth checking out, especially since it wasn't something that the inverted sky had provided. Perhaps I could even use it to improve my strength. My mastery of my concept had increased significantly. It wouldn't be long before I fully developed a domain. I just needed to have the required mana in order to be able to do so. Alright then. I massaged the back of my head before turning around. Let's head out. They'll follow you from behind. Despite their obvious disdain for me, the guards remained silent and obliged as they marched forward. I watched their departing back before shifting my attention towards Leon, who stopped to look at me. I need a little help. I looked down at my legs. You know. Leon's expression suddenly turned strange as he had a look of realization. Looking at my legs. And then my face, he suddenly covered his mouth. Are you laughing? I'm not. Then why is your body trembling? It's cold. We're in the middle of summer. It's a cold summer. Let me get my jacket first. Leon waved his hand and hurried out. However, just as he did, Evelyn appeared. What's going on? Why are you two still? Let's go. She was stopped by him before she even had the chance to get a few words out as he pushed her into the estate. I stared at all of this with wide eyes. Wait, Leon. I tried moving my leg, but my face twitched the moment I did. It hurt. KHH. I clenched my teeth and glared at the entrance. Just as I was about to take another step, Leon's face appeared again. Flick, flick. He looked around before suddenly raising his hand and pointing at me. PFTT. Baron, the Emirates Bank has just contacted us. They want to pull out their investments from our territory and demand we pay the money that we lent to them recently. Baron, Viscount Majorca has turned a blind eye to us. They are unwilling to help us. Baron. Aldrich sat in silence whilst listening to the reports coming from his vassals. They all looked panicked and pale on their faces. How could they not? The Ivinus household was currently undergoing a disaster. At least this was how things were on the surface. The reality of the situation was a lot different than how it was perceived by the world. But only a few people knew of the real situation, including a majority of the vassals in the Ivinus household. Baron. The Emirates Bank has sent delegates over. Its vice manager Kalen. Bang. The door abruptly opened, revealing a tall and chubby man with short brown hair and squinted eyes. He wore rather fancy clothing, and a couple of powerful individuals stood behind him. There you are, Baron. He smiled upon seeing the expressionless Baron. He didn't even wait for him to speak before sitting down on one of the chairs positioned before the Baron's desk. It was as if he was making himself at home. Crossing his legs, he drummed his fingers over his legs. You know why I'm here, right? The smile never faltered from the man's face as his eyes squinted further. Nudging at one of the people behind, several documents were retrieved which were soon positioned on the desk. Aldrich glanced at the papers for a brief moment. You owe us a total of 75 million rand. And that's with added interest included. In our original agreement, we were meant to have you pay everything in 10 years' time, but he paused, his eyes squinting to the point where one couldn't see them. How should I put this? The vice manager massaged his cheeks before shrugging. You might not even exist in 10 years. I can't afford to lose this much money, which is why I'm coming to collect it directly from you. He pointed at one of the documents. As stipulated by the contract, in case a situation arises from your side, I have the right to directly come to you to collect the remaining money. I see. Aldrich closed his eyes, his expression faltering slightly as he turned to his right. How much money do we currently have available? That. To his left was his financial manager, who was pale on the face. He sorted through several documents before his face fell. We just barely have enough funds to cover the entire loan. If we give them the money now, we'll be put in a very bad position. Oh, you should think this carefully, the vice manager said, leaning back on the chair whilst watching the interaction with amusement. Before Aldrich could say anything, the vice manager leaned forward. How about this? They'll help you out and give you a better deal to help you out with the situation. How does that sound? 11. Everyone in the room paused as all eyes fell on the vice manager. A better deal? Everyone suddenly became interested. Was he really going to give them a better deal? Seeing the interest in everyone's faces, the vice manager displayed a smile on his face. This is what he's been waiting for. He looked directly at Aldrich. Your situation seems rather dire. How about this? Instead of paying me the money, we can make a deal. He'll waive all your debts in exchange for one thing and one thing only. Aldrich frowned, and everyone held their breaths. He didn't say anything and just waited for the vice manager to continue. Give me Leon. In exchange no. Aldrich directly cut him off before he could continue. Before reject. No. No. Aldrich cut the vice manager each time he tried to speak. In the end, he turned his head toward his financial manager. Do it. Give him the money. Are you sure about this? The vice manager frowned, his expression no longer as amiable as it was before. I offered you a good deal. You give us Leon, and we can clear everything in one go. I'd take it, if I were you. Aldrich paused for a second, biting his lower lip. In the end, he still shook his head. No. As if he had aged several years, Aldrich waved his hand. The vice manager froze at the sight, while the faces of the vassals grew pale. Baron. They all tried to stop his decision, but it was no use. Aldrich's decision was set, and soon one of the vassals came with a large box containing the gold the vice manager requested. It's all here. A disdainful expression spread across the vice manager's face as he counted the money. He then looked at the silent Aldred before clasping his hands together. Please don't think wrongly of us. We're just looking after ourselves. If you do manage to get out of this trouble, please feel free to come to us. The Emirates Bank will always be happy to receive you. There was no sincerity in his words, and everyone in the room could feel it. He was merely throwing out pleasantries before leaving. One could easily tell from his face that he didn't really believe what he was saying. And eventually he left the room. Clank. A strange silence plunged over as all the vassals stood in silence. All eyes turned on Aldrich, who remained quiet. Eventually, before anyone could voice out their thoughts, he opened his mouth and dryly said, "Get out. Give me some time alone." Several of the vassals tried to say something, but upon seeing his expression, they all turned quiet and turned away. They could tell that the family head needed some time alone. In the end, they all left, leaving Aldrich sitting by himself. He sat in silence for several seconds before retrieving a small book which he plopped open on his desk. Emirates Bank. Scratch. He crossed it over with a red pen. How many does that make? Aldrich glanced at the page, which was filled with over several dozen names. They were all crossed in red. In front of him was the list of everyone who betrayed them while they were down. Aldrich knew in advance that his plan would put his household in jeopardy in the eyes of the public due to how unfavorable the situation was. He didn't say anything to anyone to see who was truly loyal to him. In the end, the long list before him showed just how many were disloyal. It was a list that was much longer than he anticipated. And this was especially interesting considering the fact that Julian and Leon existed in their territory. Perhaps it would have been more if not for the two of them. But that was fine. A faint smile spread across Aldrich's lips as he closed his eyes. This was all part of his plan. He thought back to the crate he gave the vice manager before his lips curled up further. Everything. He mumbled, "He'll take everything." Chapter 386. Gold Mine 2. Westernbourne was a rather small territory. At least, compared to some other baronies who had territories that were far greater than Westerbourne. However, if one had to choose which territory they'd want, most people would choose Westernbourne. While it was a lot smaller than some other territories, unlike most territories, most of its land was habitable and usable for agriculture. Coupled with the gold mine that resided within, it was a territory that most noble houses would drool over for. Stop. The carriages came to a sudden halt as the surroundings turned quiet. I glanced at Leon and then Evelyn before getting off the carriage. It was dark outside, so I had someone shine a light up front. It was no wonder we stopped. I looked at the broken bridge that stood before me and pressed my lips together. Looks like we'll have to find another way. Evelyn's voice reached me from behind. I stole a quick glance at her before nodding. Below us, a wide river surged, its turbulent waters crashing violently against the banks, making any attempt to swim across a dangerous gamble. While it was possible to cross it, the vassals each wore heavy armor, and taking them off was not ideal. There's another bridge not far from here. However, we'll have to go by foot considering that there's no direct path that leads to that. Leon was the one who spoke this time as he squinted his eyes to look ahead. Following his words, the vassals got off their horses and took out lighting devices. I stopped them right as they were about to light them up. No, it's probably not a good idea. I could see the questioning looks on their faces. Before I could explain, the captain went ahead and spoke. The enemies are probably waiting for us somewhere to ambush us. Turning on the lights will make us walking targets. Yes, that. The vassals promptly put away the lighting devices and turned their attention toward the captain, who looked at Leon, who looked at me. Seriously? I looked at Evelyn. What are you looking at me for? Do you have a way to detect if anyone is ambushing us? Evelyn frowned. She was about to refuse when she stopped. After hesitating for a brief moment, she nodded her head. Somewhat. I knew it. I had noticed this before, but Evelyn was really good at this stuff. Although in this case we weren't dealing with possessed people. Well, I guess it makes sense considering that her element is lightning. If my guess was correct, then she could detect electrical impulses coming from a person's nervous system to detect their location. Although, it only granted her the ability to determine if something was alive or not. It probably wasn't capable of distinguishing between species, but that was enough. Ooh. Evelyn took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Cracka, cracka. Her hair fluttered silently while lightning bolts crackled around her body. They were thin and produced faint purple hues that danced in the air. All of a sudden, every hair on my body started to rise as I felt a cold breeze wash over me. I was taken aback, and as I looked around, I noticed everyone experienced a similar sensation. Leon was the only one who appeared unfazed by what was happening as Evelyn's eyes fluttered open shortly after. They're waiting directly by the other bridge not far from here. I can count over 50 people waiting. I can't tell how strong they are, but I know they're all there. If we go, we might experience a lot of casualties. I stopped to ponder for a moment before glancing at Leon. I was sure he understood what I was planning as he glanced at the other side of the river. Pursing his lips, he looked back at me. We don't know how strong they are. Does your intuition have anything in that regard? Nothing. Then we might as well try. The plan was relatively simple. Leon and I would directly go to the other side of the river and ambush the troops stationed in. An ambush. In the meantime, the vassals would directly use this chance to cross the bridge and join us in the fight. It was a risky plan considering that we didn't know the levels of the troops on the other side, but it was the most appropriate option for us. I was confident in being able to achieve this. I'm coming too. Evelyn spoke, her purple hair fluttering under the cold breeze of the night. I'm the only one who has an idea of where they are. You two can't go alone. I frowned for a moment before accepting her explanation. Leon also seemed to be in favor as he turned to the captain and relayed him a few orders. The captain appeared a little taken aback by the plan but soon accepted. Follow me. Sparing me a single glance, the captain marched forward, the vassals following closely from behind. Rustle, rustle. I watched as they slowly left and entered the greenery before shifting my attention back to the other side of the river. Evelyn moved forward a little, squinting her eyes as she judged the distance before us. Her expression grew more and more concerned with each second that passed. How do we cross? About that, I stepped forward and took a look myself. The first thought that crossed my mind was using either wave to create a rope to help us get to the other side, but I quickly brushed the thought away after my last experience. Just thinking about it gave me PTSD. Honestly, the best way would be to just jump. Jump? Evelyn looked startled as she looked toward the opposite side. I could understand her shock considering the distance was quite large and no normal person would be able to jump over, but I knew Leon was capable of doing so if he used his domain. Can you do it? I can. Leon frowned. But ITLL create a lot of sound. That's fine. I looked towards Evelyn. Right before Leon jumps, you can create a lightning or something. It's nighttime anyways. People won't really notice a thing. No, they will. Then do you have a way to muffle his sound? Yes. 11. I was a little taken aback. I didn't expect her to say that. Well, do that. I shifted my attention towards the other side and took a deep breath. Closing my eyes, 6 orbs peered in my vision. Rage red, joy green, sorrow blue, affection pink, fear purple, shock azure. There was not much of a difference in my concept from the time that I had fought Leon in the summit. Most of my focus had been on developing my curse magic, so I couldn't put a lot of effort into it, but during the last month, I had managed to develop each orb. I was now capable of using all 6 orbs without a problem. This was why I wasn't worried about being unable to cross the river. It was because I could easily do so now. Things would have been a lot easier during the first part of the summit if I had this skill. I raised my hand and reached out for the shock orb. Immediately the orb wiggled before shooting towards my arm where it started to coat it. My body began to feel light as I opened my eyes again. By the time I opened my eyes, Leon's eyes had changed. They were black and filled with countless stars. I nodded once before jumping in the air. My heart almost leaped out of my chest the moment I did, as I jumped a lot higher than I normally would have while also remaining in the air for a lot longer. Is this how astronauts feel when going to the moon? I quite liked the feeling. Thump. Landing on the ground, I ignored the shocked expressions coming from both Leon and Evelyn as I canceled the skill and tensed my legs. The green orb appeared in my mind and every muscle in my leg tensed. Clenching my teeth, I pressed my foot onto the ground and immediately shot forward. Bang! The ground behind me shattered. Thankfully, I was able to minimize the sound with the aid of the river bank. At the same time I shot to the other side, I canceled the green orb and shifted to the azure orb. My body instantly became light, and with the added momentum of the green orb, I was able to cross to the other side without any problems. Thump. Hoo. Canceling the skill, I landed without a problem. When I turned my head to look behind me, Leon had already jumped with Evelyn in his arms. Neither one made a sound as they landed shortly after. Thump. Leon let go of Evelyn before looking at me. Was that part of your domain? Yes. Leon remained silent after that as Evelyn fixed her hair. Considering that we didn't have much time at our disposal, we directly shot for the other bridge under Evelyn's guidance as she used the skill a couple of more times to properly assess where our enemies were. They should be up ahead. Evelyn's steps came to a step all of a sudden as she squinted her eyes. I followed her gaze but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just a dense thicket of trees lined the riverbank, their branches swaying gently in the breeze while the water flowed steadily beside. I could also see the bridge from where I stood. It was a lot thinner than the other one and was made of wood. A simple spell would probably break it, sending the troops falling onto the river. While they wouldn't necessarily die, they'd also have a hard time defending themselves. What should we do? I asked, turning my attention toward Evelyn, who appeared to have an idea. Without answering my question, she pointed towards 3 different spots. There's 3 people hiding right where I pointed. I looked at where she pointed but saw nothing. Some sort of camouflage? It wouldn't be surprising since I could also do the same thing with Veil of Deceit. Surely, there was some sort of relic that could do something similar. Yes, I can feel it. They're right there. Okay. Leon nodded, prepared to make a move, but I stopped him. What? Let me. I blinked once, feeling my hand begin to fade as my body blended into the surroundings. Leon's eyes widened in realization and I directly headed for one of the spots Evelyn pointed towards. Russell. Extending my finger, a purple magic circle appeared as I flicked it in the direction of where Evelyn had previously pointed. Immediately, the air distorted, revealing the outline of a figure. I waved my hand immediately after that as his figure once again disappeared before shifting my attention towards the 2 other spots and flicking my finger in their direction. 2 faint purple magic circles whirred through the air, striking them squarely in the head. Instantly, Leon and Evelyn materialized nearby, catching their bodies to keep them from collapsing. Knock them out. I mouthed slowly. While I had used my new skill on the Memersia, the effects were still not desirable. I could only keep them knocked out for several seconds. Leon and Evelyn didn't waste a second and obliged. I did the same for the person next to me, and cast Veil of Deceit in Leon's and Evelyn's direction. I didn't tell them what to do, but I was sure they knew as I started to take off my clothes. This might turn into a bad habit. Chapter 387. Gold Mine 3. I messed up. I looked at the clothes on me. They were baggy and didn't fit me at all. I had to use either wave in order to keep them positioned tightly on me. The person I ended up knocking out was on the heavier side. Furthermore, the clothes were a lot different than I expected. They were almost entirely black with several pockets positioned around the pants and shirt. There was no real padding and the pockets were completely empty. TSK. I silently clicked my tongue while turning my head to see Leon in a similar situation. But unlike me, he didn't have anything to keep the clothes tight on his body. It was a comical sight. Too bad I didn't have the time to laugh at him as I shifted my attention to Evelyn, who looked around with a frown. She raised her hand and then pointed towards 5 different spots. Leon was the first one to move. Russell. I stood behind him while keeping Veil of Deceit on him. His steps were light and in a brief moment, he arrived before one of the spots Evelyn had pointed out. In one swift movement, he brought his hand up and chopped down the air. Swoosh. Just then, Evelyn raised her hand. At first, I wasn't sure what she was planning on doing. However, when I noticed that no sound came out right after Leon chopped down, I understood. What an interesting skill. I didn't feel any lightning element coming from Evelyn's body when she used the skill, indicating to me that it came from a bone. It was a useful skill but seemed to be a little bit of a waste for a bone skill. Perhaps there was more to it. In any case, it's a good thing he isn't killing them. It wasn't because I felt pity for them or anything like that. It was the family head's orders. He distinctively mentioned something about not killing unless necessary. I was fine with that since it would keep the clothes clean. I planned on having everyone wear the clothes to blend in better for later when we infiltrated. If there was blood then, actually now that I think about it, it's better if there's blood. It'd be unrealistic if the soldiers come back completely unharmed. I almost had the impulse to smack my head. However, it was a little too late to warn Leon, so I could only sigh before pointing in the direction of where Leon was heading. Whatever, it's not like this can't be fixed. The soldiers could also be used as collateral and compensation for when everything was over and done. They could also be converted into vassals. All right. I licked my lips before shifting my attention towards Evelyn again. Her brows were locked into a tight frown as she tried to determine the location of all the people waiting in the ambush. But just as she was about to point in a certain direction, the bushes rustled. Rustle. A figure emerged from the bushes. He was dressed in a similar dark outfit, the fabric blending seamlessly into the surroundings. A small cap perched on top of his head obscured his face, only making his eyes visible. The air grew tense at his presence as Leon stopped moving. I did as well. Sweat dripped down from the corner of my cheeks as he surveyed the area with his sharp eyes. I could tell from a glance that he wasn't stronger than us, but enemies surrounded us. We couldn't afford to be spotted by him. Rustle. The bushes rustled and he stepped forward. Leon's body visibly grew tense as the man walked in Leon's direction. Rustle. He drew closer. Rustle. And closer. My brain worked in overdrive as I looked at Evelyn. As if she understood what I wanted from her. She nodded her head, extending her hand in the soldier's direction. I reached out for the shock orb and my body started to feel lighter. Pressing my foot against the ground, I jumped up in the air. At the same time, I kept Veil of Deceit on me. Swoosh. Seamlessly blending with the surroundings. It was as though I was part of the wind as Evelyn blocked all noise around me. Within seconds, I was upon the soldier, my hands darting toward his neck. He didn't notice me at first, but when I got close enough, his pupils constricted as he visibly grew tense. But it was too late. I slipped behind the soldier, reaching for his neck and choking him from behind while covering his mouth. At the same moment, I cast an illusion, making it appear as though he was simply scanning his surroundings. KHH. The soldier let out several noises and my body grew tense. Did? I held my breath and looked around. Thankfully, nothing happened. Evelyn's skill clearly worked. Taking a slow and steady breath, I finally let go of the soldier once I felt no more resistance. Coming from him, he slumped on me and I helped him to the ground. That was close. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and looked beneath me before shifting my attention towards Leon and Evelyn, who both looked relieved. Evelyn said there's over 50 people. While it was true that we were most likely not going to be able to defeat all 50 of them, our job was to reduce the number as much as possible before the vassals got here. By then, we'd be able to completely overwhelm them. At least that was the goal. BTZZZ. A sudden buzz caught my attention as I looked down. I held my breath the moment I lowered my body to reach for the source of the sound and picked up a communication device. Fuck. I silently cursed while staring at the communication device. What do I do now? I couldn't replicate voices, so it would become obvious that I wasn't the person in question. And even if I did know, I was sure there was some sort of keyword that needed to be said in order to prove one's identity. BTZZZ. BTZZZ. My legs started to tremble as the communication device continued to tremble. It was silent around me, but the silence felt suffocating as I held onto the device. Eventually, shifting my attention towards the other side of the riverbank and spotting movement from there, I clenched my teeth and looked towards Leon and Evelyn. Though the others couldn't see me, they could. They're almost here, we might as well take out as many as possible. Okay. Dot? Leon was the only one who understood me as Evelyn cocked her head in confusion. I could at least understand that much from her expression. Thankfully, she soon got what I wanted to do as I picked up 3 rocks and threw them in 3 different locations. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A change began to occur the moment I did as several figures emerged from the foliage, all turning their attention toward where the noise was. 3 figures appeared in the direction of where the noise came from. They're not the best, but they should do. The figures were merely illusions I cast in order to trick them. Ambush. The soldiers all got to work pretty quickly, sending several people in the direction of where the illusions were. Some even shot spells in their direction as the forest lit up. Swoosh. Leon was the first one to move. The moment the spells rained down, his eyes changed and he shot towards the nearest soldier, the back of his sword smacking against the back of the soldier's head, sending them crashing against the ground. Cracka. Cracka. Lightning formed around Evelyn's body as her eyes turned a purplish hue and the surrounding vegetation pushed down around her. Cracka. Several bolts of lightning shot forward, directly hitting multiple soldiers. Eek. In the time it took for me to breathe, Leon and Evelyn had taken out several enemies. Not wanting to be left out, I lowered my head to stare at my hand. My chest trembled as my hand slowly started to turn a sickly green color. I then shifted my attention towards a group of soldiers in the distance. Locking focus on them, I slowly brought my hand up. But it was hard. It felt as if my hand was stuck in thick mud. I could barely lift it, straining every muscle just to make it move. Clench. A red orb appeared in my mind and the muscles in my hand popped and squirmed as I was finally able to move my hand up faster. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled, and before the guards could grasp what was happening, dozens of green hands burst from the earth, clawing their way up and closing in around them. What the? Reaching out for them, the hands grasped every part of their body. Thump, 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 dot, and they all grew limp right after that. Ah, ah. My breath was a little bit heavy, but I was satisfied with the power of the upgraded version of Grip of Pestilence. While it took longer to cast, it was also a lot more powerful. I could now render someone completely limp in just one move. Still, things were far from over. In fact, they only got worse for us since the element of surprise was gone. Over there. The remaining guards finally managed to spot us as heavy traces of our mana lingered in the air, making it easy for them to spot us. I shifted my attention towards the bridge and saw the vassals rushing over. Just a little more. Instead of pushing back, I pushed forward. A green and red orb appeared in my mind. Pop, crack, I could hear every muscle and fiber in my body shift as power surged through me. Leon, on the other hand, blinked his eyes, getting rid of all the stars in his eyes. Get them. I almost had a heart attack seeing the number of spells that were being directed our way. However, I didn't panic and directly moved towards Leon, who firmly planted his feet against the ground. The attacks rained down shortly after as the hair on my body rose. The sheer number of attacks made it impossible for me to escape. Pressing my lips together, I dashed in Leon's direction and bang, boom, bang. The attacks soon came, drowning us entirely. The Ivinus household will soon send several vassals in order to defend the gold mine. Our goal is to ambush the vassals and get rid of Captain Thalric. He's the one we should be paying the most attention to. So long as we injure or kill him, our mission will be completed. Everyone could still remember the orders that had been issued back then. It was a simple plan. Wait in ambush and get rid of Captain Thalric. Is there anyone else we should watch out for? What if they send out the twin stars? That will be a little problematic, but we should be able to deal with them. The one we should really watch out for is the captain. He's extremely powerful. It was supposed to be like this, and yet, bang, bang. Spells rained down and soldiers fell. It was a catastrophic sight as the captain in charge of the ambush shouted, "Get them." All soldiers cast several spells, all directed toward the three figures that had appeared out of nowhere. Panic started to flood the minds of the soldiers as they attacked relentlessly. Bang, boom, bang. Trees shattered. The earth caved in. Dust billowed into the air. One by one the soldiers attacked with the strongest spells available to them. They only stopped when they felt tired. Did we do it? Did we? The hearts of the soldiers stopped as the dust cleared, revealing the gleam of two cold black eyes. He was completely unharmed. Several soldiers went pale, and before they could even react, a figure darted out from behind. The Blackeyed figure. He was fast, leaving them with no room to react. The only thing that they managed to see were two gleaming yellow eyes as he reached them in. Flash. One of the soldiers staggered back, his legs trembling. But it was already too late. The figure closed in, and his vision began to fade. In that moment, he recalled the captain's words. How he so wanted to shake his head and tell him he was wrong. He was so wrong. They aren't problematic, the captain isn't the problem, they are. Just before the darkness consumed his mind entirely, he managed to choke out a single word. Monsters. Chapter 388. Goldmine, 4. Leon, Evelyn, and I couldn't take on so many people at once. This much was clear to the three of us, especially since we were under orders to not kill them. However, stalling wasn't that much of a problem. Leon. He was the perfect meat shield. Bang, bang. He didn't even let out a sound as spells rained down on me. He just stood in front of me, protecting me while I bit my lips and mumbled, "Your sacrifice will not be forgot. I'm not dead. Go. Fine." I closed my eyes and the green and red orb floated in front of me. I brought my hands together, pulling the orbs closer as power started to surge right through me. It was an experience I had once felt as my entire body crackled and popped as the muscles and bones adjusted to the added strain. The world around me slowed down as my arms bulked up. Yellow anger plus joy mania. With a deep breath, I pressed my foot to the side and shot towards the soldiers ahead. Bang, bang. In essence, the mages. Those who wore heavier armor were not soldiers that I could take care of quickly. Bang. The ground shattered beside me as I shifted my center of gravity and direction. Several spells flew past me as I clenched my hand. Several dozen threads shot forth, covering the surroundings as some of the soldiers were unable to act on time and were promptly cut by the threads. Yuka. But because I couldn't kill them, I was only able to injure them. Still, this was acceptable since I was able to ease some of the attacks that were headed my way and was able to get near the mages. Swoosh. Arriving behind one of the mages, I threw my fist down. A shield formed around them the moment I attacked, but it shattered almost immediately. CRA crack. Landing a solid blow on their head. I shifted towards the next mage and repeated the same motion. CRA crack. Yuka. Screams reverberated throughout as mage after mage fell under my attacks. Despite my exhaustion, I continued to attack the nearest soldier near me, which birthed more chaos as the communication between each soldier fell apart. CRA. I shifted from one mage to another, memorizing the location of every soldier that was next to me. I didn't even look before pressing my foot down and shooting their way. Bang. Nah. My lungs were on fire and my body started to show signs of tear. CRA crack. By the time I was able to get rid of another mage, I realized that my body was extremely heavy. My concept shattered and the power boost I previously felt disappeared alongside it. When I looked around me, my heart pressed at my throat as I realized I was surrounded from all sides. Weapons and magic spells were pointed at me. The situation was the same for Leon, who could only remain still as his eyes had returned to normal. Evelyn wasn't faring that much better. Fuck, I cursed in my heart, looking at the numerous soldiers that we had managed to get rid of. In total, I could count about 20. Perhaps there were more. I wasn't sure. Still, feeling the numerous gazes directed my way, I didn't have it in me to feel down. I had accomplished my mission as I slumped down on the ground and smiled. You fools. I mumbled, turning my attention towards the bridge. You were so focused on us that you forgot that we aren't the only ones here. As those words left my mouth, the ground trembled. Rumble. The faces of the soldiers before me changed. But it was too late. Bang. A figure appeared shortly after. His presence was suffocating, and by the time the soldiers realized what was happening, it was already too late. A silver gleam flashed before my eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Bodies fell one after another. The most impressive part was the fact that none of them were dead. I could see that they were all knocked out at once. Clank, clank. Shortly after, the vassals arrived and sparks flew in the air. In the quiet of the night, the heavy sound of metal clashing resounded as the remaining soldiers from the enemy camp were left helpless. Many tried to run, but it was useless. The captain didn't allow one single person to escape his grasp. His every action was quick, and despite it being dark, it was as if he could see through everything. The fight ended a few minutes after it started. By the time all 20 remaining soldiers had been taken care of, the captain's deep voice resounded. We're done. His calm voice reached me as he collected the unconscious bodies of the soldiers and tied them up. I nodded faintly at him before shifting my attention away. Leon and Evelyn approached me shortly after. That was quick, Evelyn mumbled while looking around. She seemed impressed, especially with the captain, who appeared to be extremely competent. It looks like we really weren't needed after all. At a glance, it almost seemed like he could have taken care of the 50 soldiers by himself. Leon pursed his lips before plopping onto the ground. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as he let out a faint groan. It hurts. After effect of your concept? Yeah. Leon groaned again, holding his head with both hands. KHH. I watched him in silence before shifting my attention away from him. While his no-star skill was broken, it wasn't without side effects. Although his body remained relatively unscathed, absorbing most of the attacks, the pain inflicted wasn't shielded. Instead, it built up, intensifying until it was unleashed all at once. When he deactivated his concept, this pretty much rendered him useless for quite a bit. How long until you can fight again? Give me several hours. That's too much time. We had to act fast. If we waited a couple of hours, then the people waiting at the mine would grow suspicious. The reality of the situation was that we were only going through the motions. We were here to pretend like we were trying to get the mine back as fast as possible. In reality, the miners that were currently in the mine were all trusted soldiers from the household who were disguised as miners. The explosives had already been planted in the mine, and all that remained was for us to lure them in. Once we had them close, the charges would detonate, wiping out the entire army in one devastating blow. It was a ruthless plan, but it was necessary for our victory. Actually, that's not the problem here. I wanted to get into the mine, at least to better understand exactly what the butler meant by his words and what the liquid the previous Julian consumed was. I knew I'd be able to get my answers there, but if we went ahead with the plan, then I'd have no chance to find out. I can't believe we're going back to that place again. Evelyn's words brought me out of my state. I shifted my attention to her, but she didn't notice my gaze, her eyes fixed on the moon, hanging in the sky. How long has it been since we last went to the mine? We used to play there quite often when we were young. I can't believe we're going to blow it up soon. Almost 10 years. Leon replied next to her. He gave me a quick glance. telling me to not talk. I understood what he meant, but Evelyn already knew that I wasn't the previous Julian. Well, in any case, I still pretended to understand. We used to play hide and seek all the time. It was pretty fun, and all of a sudden Evelyn paused, her brows furrowing as she turned her attention towards me. Noticing the peculiarity in her gaze, I kept my expression firm. Eventually, Evelyn shook her head. Never mind. It's in the past. It's not worth talking about, especially since you're not him. She mumbled softly under her breath. Patting her clothes, she slowly stood up and headed towards the guards. I watched her back, alongside Leon, who continued to stare at her before finally turning his attention towards me. What was she talking about? She's probably thinking about what happened in the past. I got that. What exactly happened? Well, Leon frowned, his brows furrowing as he seemingly recalled what happened. Then, with a bitter smile, he spoke. You kind of forced us to play hide and seek in the gold mine. In the end, we all ended up getting lost for a long time. We were gone for so long that the family head had no choice but to send a rescue party to look for us. Ah, such a thing happened? No, thinking about it, perhaps it was during this time that he was lost that Julian found something within the case. The strange liquid, most probably. Bah, thump, bah, thump. My heart rate sped up at the thought. It felt like I was getting closer to the truth. How did you end up finding your way back? Did the rescue squad find you? For me, yes. What about me? Leon frowned, turning his attention towards Evelyn, who was speaking to the guards. You can ask her. The two of you came back together. Shifting my attention towards Evelyn, I opened my mouth but closed it shortly after. Asking her was the same as admitting that I wasn't Julian. While she already knew, she had no definitive proof. Perhaps she was baiting me into telling her. Ha! I let out a long breath and leaned back on my arms while staring at the moon in the sky. If only there was a to look through the old Julian's memories. The more I learned about the previous Julian, the more shrouded his past seemed to be. Things would have been so much easier if I was capable of looking through his past. But sadly it wasn't possible. The second leaf. It didn't work for me. I had tried it in the past, but it did nothing. It would just extinguish with each attempt. It didn't work for Leon as well. Is there some sort of reason for this? The second leaf worked with everyone that I've tried it with but Leon. The only leaf that worked on Leon was the third. My thoughts came to an abrupt halt as my breath left my body. A sudden thought occurred to me as I lowered my head to stare at my forearm where a clover tattoo appeared, closely wrapped by my illusion to make it hard to see that there was a tattoo present. Ooh. I let out a cold breath as an idea sprung up in my mind. The second leaf didn't work on Leon, but the third leaf did. What if, pursing my lips together, I looked around me before pressing my right arm against my left. Then, I pressed the third leaf. Chapter 389. Goldmine 5. I waited in silence for several seconds, waiting for something to happen, but nothing. I was disappointed to see that there was no change at all. My surroundings were the same and Leon was still next to me. As if sensing my gaze, he turned his head. I pursed my lips before pulling my hand away from my arm. There's no rush. Just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it won't work later. I could still distinctly recall the first time I used the third leaf. It was on Delilah and it didn't work on her immediately. It took a trip to the Academy store to get it to work. Perhaps a similar situation would occur. The only difference is that Delilah is very strong, which can explain the delay. But what about me? I was nowhere near as strong as her. Ha! With a helpless sigh, I stood up. I looked down at Leon while patting my clothes. He was currently chugging down several pills and applying ointments on his forehead. We'll probably leave in 30 minutes. Do you think you can recover enough? Leon glanced at me for a brief moment before shoving another pill in his mouth. His face winced from the pain as he mumbled, I'll give it a go. 30 minutes flew by. Leon's face was still pale, but he could now walk without a problem. Though he didn't look like he was in optimal condition, if push came to shove, I was confident he'd be able to perform like how he usually did, which was all that was required of him since he didn't really have to do too much. Follow me quietly. We're not far off from the mine. The one leading this time was the captain, who scanned the surroundings with a sharp look. Behind him were the vassals, who looked relatively unharmed. In fact, out of the entire group, Leon was the only one who was injured. Evelyn didn't sustain any major injuries while I was relatively fine. A little exhausted, but I was able to mostly recover in the 30 minutes we had to spare. Rustle, rustle. Pushing the vegetation aside, we moved around in silence while keeping our eyes focused on the front. All of a sudden, the captain raised his hand and we stopped. His expression was firm. They've locked onto us. His words brought no panic to the group. We expected such an outcome. It was all going according to the family head's plans. The fact that we were wearing the clothes of the fallen soldiers was also part of the plan. It was to make our enemies think we were fully committed to the act. Get ready. I'll get in touch with the second squad. When they start to approach us, we will collaborate with them to push them into the mine. Taking out a communication device, the captain whispered something into it before retrieving his weapon and signaling to the other vassals to get in position. I looked around before moving towards the back. Leon and Evelyn did the same. This was the family head's orders. We were only figureheads. All we had to do was be present while the others did their task. If everything went according to plan, we wouldn't need to act at all. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath. Taking out several pills, I chugged them down my throat while glancing toward the right side. A pair of yellow eyes met my sight. I nodded faintly as a faint flapping sound echoed. Fwop, fwop. The gold mine was nestled within a mountain called Sand Clearance, which rose to a height of 1 kilometer. A small camp was set up halfway through the mountain. Here, Captain Bohr stepped out of one of the tents in the camp, his gaze fixed on the dense foliage below. While no visible signs of life could be seen, the various devices and sentinels positioned throughout the camp detected subtle movement in the undergrowth. They've come a little later than the expected time, but not by much. He glanced behind him where the troops were stationed and raised his hand. Get into position. We will attack them when they get close enough. They should all be relatively worn out and injured. Let's make quick work of them. At the same time he released the orders, he looked behind him, towards the opening on the mountain where the mine was. Several carts were being hauled away, each loaded with massive chunks of rock as the miners toiled relentlessly. Their faces were covered in black while sweat poured down from their bodies. The captain squinted his eyes while staring at the miners before looking away. He couldn't detect any hints of mana from their bodies. They appeared to be regular people. And yet, their frames appeared a little different than the miners he had come across in the past. They were rather bulky, but he didn't dwell too much on the matter. Without mana, they posed no harm to them. Furthermore, he hadn't met many miners in the past. Rustle. Get ready. The captain's expression grew stern as his head flicked back to the foliage. It was quiet, the faint breeze of the night fluttering his clothes slightly. He extended his right hand where a lance appeared. Thump. A silver armor materialized from thin air, covering every inch of his body as his presence grew. The world grew quiet as tension fell over the camp. Rustle. The bushes rustled as the captain's grip on his lance tightened. Fwop. Fwop. A faint fluttering sound echoed from above. Lifting his head up, the captain's gaze met with a pair of yellow eyes. An owl? Captain Bohr frowned but soon cast his gaze away. It wasn't uncommon for owls to appear at night. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in the air. There's movement up ahead. 50 meters. The sentinels' voices reached his ears as the grip on the lance tightened further. 40 meters. They've picked up the pace. The silence felt stifling. Who? Be it the captain and the soldiers, they all grew tense as their bodies tensed and mana started to accumulate within their bodies. 30 meters. The enemies grew closer, the gap between each call shortening. 20 meters. Power started to overflow from the captain's lance as a faint glow covered it. His expression grew incomparably serious as he finally took up a stance. 10 meters. Rustle. He could finally hear the movements with his ears as he clenched his teeth and raised his hand, alerting the group to get ready. 5 meters. Shadows appeared behind the foliage. They were all rushing their way. To me, there was no need to wait any further. Now, power erupted from the captain's body, completely taking over the surroundings as a circular wave of pressurized wind burst out of his body. The nearby soldiers were pushed back a little, but it was of no importance as the ground beneath the captain shattered as he pressed his foot down and slashed down at the nearest shadow. Swoosh. The goal was to take the initiative. By cutting down the first in line, he aimed to disrupt their formation, allowing the soldiers at the rear to encircle and trap them. The lance cleaved right through several of the shadows that rushed before him. He was so fast that he didn't even feel any resistance with his lance as his opponents were directly severed in half, their blood spilling onto the ground. When the captain glanced to his right and left side, he saw that his soldiers were also faring well, and a smile crept up on his face. His chest started to feel light and he pressed his foot forward in order to advance further. However, just as he did so, he abruptly stopped himself. Wait! He brought his hand to his chest and felt his rapidly beating heartbeat. Blinking his eyes, he looked down again. His gaze fell on the fallen enemies. The captain's expression quickly changed as he looked at them. Their faces, they were blurred. This thump, thump. A certain drumming sound echoed within the captain's mind as he unknowingly raised his head to look up. There, a pair of yellow eyes stared at him from above. Its gaze was directed at him, looking down on him with a certain indifference that sent chills down his spine. Illusion. This is all an ill. But it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures emerged from behind the foliage one after another. This time, the captain was certain they weren't illusions. Heek. Ach. Illusions couldn't replicate the screams of his soldiers. Oh no! Sweat poured down on the captain's face as reality dawned on him. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, he felt a powerful presence shoot right for him. Out of haste, the captain positioned his lance before him. Boom! Yuka! A powerful blow sent him staggering back as a figure emerged shortly after. With a tall body, short blonde hair, and deep blue eyes, Boar recognized him instantly. His expression tightened as he mumbled, Thalric. If there was anyone he was worried about, it'd be him. Captain Boar previously thought he'd be injured, but his heart sank when he saw Thalric look completely unharmed. Wait, why is he uninjured? The forces planted near the bridge were strong. According to his estimates, they should have been able to deal a major blow to the captain and the vassals. And yet, how? Swoosh. Captain Thalric didn't give him any chance to understand what was happening as he thrust his weapon forward. Clench. Feeling how dire the situation was, Boar had no choice but to step back in order to avoid the incoming attack. He did just that and was about to prepare a counterattack when another situation occurred. Clank, clank. Hyuk, ach. A sudden surge of screams startled the captain, who turned his head. Ah! His eyes widened in horror as he saw the miners suddenly radiating mana, brandishing swords and spears. How is this possible? The captain couldn't believe his eyes. He had checked the miners personally beforehand. He was sure they were just regular people, and yet, clank. KH. He retreated back as his arms trembled due to the collision of his lance with Thalric's weapon. Yuka! Help! All around him, Boar could hear the screams of his soldiers as they were pushed further and further back, toward the mine. Spurt, spurt. Blood continued to spill all over the ground as soldiers fell one after another. Clank. Boar grunted as he retreated one step further. This can't go on. The entire lineup was shattered, and all forms of organization crumbled. This couldn't go on any further. He had to find a way to regroup. Flick, flick. The captain's head flicked all around before settling towards the mine. A thought occurred to him as he shouted. Retreat! Bang! He stomped his foot against the ground, shattering the ground beneath and releasing a powerful pressure that sent Captain Thalric retreating a few steps back. Pointing towards the mine, he shouted, Retreat to the mine! Stop them! As if realizing his plan, Captain Thalric pushed himself forward and tried to stop him, but it was no use. Clank! Captain Boar's strength was extremely powerful. He couldn't be defeated quickly. In fact, if the two went head-to-head without any distractions, then Boar would most likely come out the winner. He was that strong. Attack faster. Don't let them retreat into the mine. Thalric's frantic actions only made things easier for Boar, who managed to defend each of his attacks due to how predictable they started to become. Go! Go! Seamlessly blocking Thalric's path, he also started to help his soldiers retreat into the cave. Clank, clank. Gradually, he started to retreat as he fended off several attacks. Uck! Injuries started to pile up on his body, but it was worth it. Clank. Uck. Staggering a few steps back, the Boar looked around. Seeing that almost everyone had retreated into the mine, he showed a ruthless smile as power started to surge from his body. It suffocated the surroundings as an intense glow formed around his body. His lance grew in size and his body started to crack and pop as the muscles on his arms bulged. Ha! He screamed once, thrusting his lance down. Thalric's eyes constricted as he swiped his hand to stop his vassals from advancing. A shield formed shortly after. Cover! Boom! A terrifying explosion ensued shortly after. Rumble! Rumble! The explosion was followed by a large rumble as the mountain quaked. Bang bang! Cover! Rocks tumbled down, and a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. It took several minutes for everything to settle down, and once all was said and done, the captain stood with an expressionless look. He stared at the entrance of the mine, which was now completely blocked, and turned around. Prepare to explode everything. They've fallen for the bait. Boar most likely assumed they wouldn't try to break into the mine considering how precious the mine was, but he was wrong. The mine was worthless, just like their lives. He was just about to issue another order when Leon appeared before him, his expression grim. Wait, don't explode it yet. Leon's mouth twitched as he felt the captain's gaze on him. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Leon found himself quietly mumbling, Gone. What? The captain frowned. What is gone? Julian. Leon opened his eyes, revealing his two gray eyes. He's missing. Chapter 390. in the depths of the mine moments after the attack started. Clank, clank, sparks flew in the air as the vassals engaged with the Ramsail soldiers. Ach! Hyuk! I could hear the screams of the soldiers as blood spilled all over. I stared at the scene unblinkingly, capturing everything in my mind as I felt something soft land on my shoulder. Done. It was Almighty. I briefly glanced its way before looking away. Things would have been a little bit more complicated had it not been for Almighty. I hadn't revealed Almighty to the world just yet, but I was slowly starting to. The same was true for Pebble. It was just not time yet. Feeling a certain gaze, I turned my head to see Leon look at Almighty with a scowl. Ah, right? I suddenly recalled his first reaction when I told him about Almighty. It was about the same reaction I normally would get whenever I told him a joke. It was worth it. Evelyn also noticed Almighty, and while she seemed intrigued, the fight that was currently happening not so far from us was taking a major part of her attention. All of a sudden, Leon turned his head to face the back, his eyes squinting. There's people approaching from the back. I know. I squinted my eyes in an attempt to see behind the foliage, but it was no use. Couldn't see a thing. Thankfully, the captain had left several soldiers behind in order to deal with them. Everything was going according to the family head's plan, and I started to relax a little. Clank. A large spark gathered my attention once more. Turning my head to look, I saw that the situation was starting to turn in our favor. The miners had finally joined the fight. Looks like it'll be over soon. I could see the vassals slowly corner the Viscount soldiers towards the mine. Clank, clank, the heavy sound of the metal clashing reverberated, and as I stared at the mine that stood behind them, my expression froze. 3 small figures appeared by the entrance. What in they? I couldn't clearly see them since they appeared a little obscured, but turning my head to look at Leon and Evelyn, who were engrossed in the fight, I realized that I was the only one that could see them. Why do they feel so familiar? Pressing the ground, I tried to stand up. Russell. However, Leon stopped me right before I could. Where are you going? I need to check something out. What? Can't you do it later? I shifted my attention towards the entrance of the mine once more. The 3 small figures that stood there were now entering the mine. Seeing this, my heart raced. No, I can't. Wait. Before Leon could finish his sentence, I dashed towards the mine. Clank, clank. Sparks flew all around me as the soldiers fought. With the aid of Veil of Deceit, I was able to move past everyone as I rushed towards the mine. Unknowingly, the closer I came to the mine, the more muffled the sound of the fight grew. Before long, all noise ceased and I stood before the mine. I looked around me. The soldiers were gone, and what replaced them were bulky miners who moved several carts filled with rocks. I was confused at first, but realization soon dawned on me. Hastily, I looked down to my arm where the 4-leaf clover was. It was then that I understood. The 3rd leaf. It had worked. Go. You 2 hide and I will find you. Hurry up. A voice reached my ears as I turned to face the mine. There I could see the frames that I had been chasing after. They no longer were obscured and I could see them clearly. It was Leon, Evelyn, and Julian. This right here appeared to be the memory Leon had been talking about. Did you not hear me? Go. Holding onto a stick, Julian threatened to beat both Evelyn and Leon, who had no choice but to run into the mine. Staring at them, I noticed a few abnormalities with Leon. He staggered with each step he took while his eyes had glaring black circles beneath. He looked sleep-deprived. The more I learn about how Leon had been treated, the more I realized just how patient he's been. I started to feel bad for him. I'll count to 100, so make sure you hide well. Julian then turned to face the wall where he threw the stick to the side. Scratching the side of his neck, he counted to 20 before entering deep into the mine. I stood in silence as he walked deeper into the cave before following him from behind. At the same time I cast an illusion over my body to hide myself well. I was sure I'd be able to find what I wanted in this manner. Where did they go? The mine was quite big. Julian was calm at first, however. After several minutes passed and he saw no signs of Leon and Evelyn, he started to grow restless. Where did those 2 bastards go? He scratched the side of his neck. Did they leave? Julian turned his head to look behind before shaking his head. No, that can't be. I would have noticed them if they left. If so? An idea seemed to occur to him as he looked around and headed deeper into the mine. Clank, clank. The heavy clink of pickaxes striking the cave walls echoed as Julian walked past several miners. They gave him only a brief glance before returning to their labor. They didn't appear surprised by his appearance, which told me they were used to his appearance. Clank, clank. Julian seemed to know the way as he headed deeper and deeper into the mines. It wasn't long before he came across a fork road. Those bastards! He looked around before heading towards the leftmost one. Wait! I was surprised to his choice. The left side was obstructed by planks of wood, barring entry. I had to use my concept in order to enter and follow from behind. However, I had a hard time following Julian as my vision was obscured by darkness. Tack, tack, tack. I could only rely on the sound of his footsteps to guide me as he walked ahead. Where exactly is he going? This place seemed abandoned. Though my vision was limited, I could make out faint traces of structures scattered around. It had clearly been developed before but somehow abandoned. I picked up the pace while keeping my steps light and following Julian closely behind. Eventually, the footsteps stopped and so did I. It was still dark so I couldn't see properly. But that wasn't for long. Swoosh. All of a sudden the surroundings lit up. Holding onto a torch, Julian's features appeared clear to me once more. His face was grim as he looked around. Where are you? Come out before I get to you. The torchlight illuminated just enough for me to get a clearer view of our surroundings. We were in a small enclosure cluttered with old tools and equipment, left abandoned and gathering dust. That was probably where Julian took the torch. I know one of you fuckers is here. Get out before I make you come out. Julian's words seemed laced with poison as his eyes aggressively scanned the surroundings, shifting the torch around while tossing some of the equipment away. As he did so, I was surprised to see that among the equipment scattered there was some dynamite. That doesn't look very safe. Where are you? Julian grew progressively frustrated with each passing second. He searched every nook and cranny of the place to no avail. Leon and Evelyn were nowhere near in sight. At least on the surface. I had already scanned the place. Somewhere close, I could feel a faint presence. Quit messing around. Come out before I make you. Julian's eyes grew increasingly intense with each passing second, to the point that I was taken aback. What unsettled me most was the brief flicker of insanity that crossed his gaze. Wait, what is he? All of a sudden, my heart paused as he turned his attention towards the dynamite. I couldn't help but feel a change in my expression as Julian walked towards the nearby dynamite. I'll count to 10. If you don't come out soon, I'll blow this entire place up. He brought the torch near the dynamite. 1. Julian started to count. Has he completely lost it? For a moment, I almost showed myself. However, with my last bit of clarity, was able to stop myself from doing so. Right? I can't interfere. I needed to see how this played out. Surely he wasn't going to go through with it. 2. Julian's countdown continued. And yet, the figure hiding within the space didn't move. What is going on? Why aren't they moving? I felt something amiss with the situation but chose to remain put. Surely they were going to come out soon, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or so I thought. By the time the count reached 7, I knew that something was wrong. I cast my gaze in the direction of where I felt the presence and moved in its direction. 8. Julian brought the torch closer to the dynamite. I felt my heart press against my throat as I hurried my steps and reached the presence. It was in one of the boxes where the tools were. Ducking down, I opened the lid to see a figure breathing in silence. He was completely passed out. My expression changed the moment I saw the figure. It was none other than Leon, and he seemed to be sleeping. 9. Shit. I quickly turned my head just in time to see Julian throw the torch onto the dynamite. To my shock, his entire body began to shift, taking on a darkish hue before he sprinted forward. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. Oh? Taken aback by the sudden transformation, I wasn't able to react in time and the torch directly came into contact with the dynamite. It took no longer than a second for the dynamite to active. Shit. A curse slipped out my mouth as I realized what was happening and I hurriedly shifted my attention towards the sleeping Leon. Without a second thought, I closed my eyes and 6 orbs appeared. I immediately reached for the pink orb. Crack! As I did so, changes swept through my body, with everything growing stiff and rigid. I never had the time to properly use this orb. This was the first time I used it, and it was a great way to test it as the dynamite detonated shortly after. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded shortly after. Everything shook and the surroundings started to crumble. Rumble. Rumble. Ah! Finally, Leon was startled awake. But it was too late for him as the ceiling started to collapse on itself. His expression shifted rapidly in response to the situation. But it was too late. A large rock came crashing down toward him. Rumble. And then another. Rumble. And then another. Everything collapsed on itself, burying everything within it. Me included. Chapter 391. In the depths of the mine too. As the rocks fell on me, I felt my body tremble. It hurt, but I was able to withstand most of the pain. As opposed to Leon and Kalian, the rocks didn't hurt as much. The only problem was the fact that I wasn't just protecting myself. Looking down, I saw the scared Leon look up in terror. He couldn't see me, but I could see him. Rumble, rumble. The ground beneath me started to tremble. At first, I was confused, but soon my eyes widened in horror as I noticed fine miniature crevices forming beneath me. Crap. I realized what was happening too late. CRA crack. The ground beneath me shattered. I wanted to curse again, but there was no time. My footing began to slip as the ground beneath me crumbled, revealing an endless darkness below that swallowed everything from sight. Hearing Leon scream, I glanced down to see him reaching out desperately, grasping at the air as he plummeted down. I maintained my cool. Staring at Leon, I closed my eyes and dove down. Swoosh. My clothes fluttered wildly as the rocks tumbled alongside me. Ignoring them, I surged past Leon. At that moment, I swapped the pink orb for the blue one. Instantly, my body grew lighter and the speed of my fall lessened. I turned around midair and looked at the falling Leon. Thud. A rock collided with his head, knocking him unconscious. I held my breath at the sight but remained level-headed as I reached out to grab him. His momentum added to my fall. But I expected this much. From azure to pink again. My entire body grew stiff as I had a hard time moving my muscles. It felt as though I was submerged in cement. Cage. It didn't hurt, but the sensation felt uncomfortable. And soon, bang, I hit the ground. The moment I hit the ground, an electric shock surged through my body. My muscles trembled and quaked as they absorbed the brunt of the impact. Huff, huff. For the briefest of moments, I couldn't move my body at all. To make matters worse, massive chunks of rocks continued to fall down beside me. Bang, bang. Cage. I had no choice but to suppress the weird tingling sensation running down my body and run past the point where the rocks were falling. Bang. Of course, I wasn't able to completely dodge the rocks. Fortunately, while they did look scary, the force of their impact was nowhere near as much as a single punch from Leon, Kalian, or Caius. Furthermore, with the aid of the pink orb, my body was relatively unscathed. The only problem was Leon, who I needed to keep safe. Bang, bang. I also had to hurry up. While I could withstand the force from the rocks, I couldn't afford to be buried alive. I'd be able to get out without a problem, but Leon? Huff, bang. Another rock fell behind me, shattering in large chunks which directly hit my back. My clothes tore and my back stung. But, thump, nah. I was finally able to get out of the danger zone as I slumped down on the ground alongside the young Leon. I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths. That was a lot more difficult than it was supposed to be. How many times does this make it? 1, 2, 3? The amount of times that I saved the one guy that was supposed to save me. I glared at the young Leon before taking out a pill and popping it in his mouth. TSK. As if sensing my glare, Leon started to frown and regain consciousness. I hastily hid myself, once more as Leon's eyes opened. He immediately held his head as his face winced in pain. It hurts. Looking at him, I found myself smiling. He really didn't change that much from the past, and now he showed a similar reaction after he took on the heavy brunt of the spells before with his concept. Where am I? Leon looked around, his face lost. It was dark, and it was hard to see anything outside a short radius. Leon's breathing grew heavier as he realized his situation. However, despite his age, he didn't appear all too panicked. Instead, he almost seemed relieved. They'll find me soon. At least I can rest now. As expected, he really was relieved. In fact, he also seemed a little happy. But after thinking about it, I could understand him. Especially when I recalled how the previous Julian had treated him. From killing him to working him to the point of no sleep, he really did have it hard. My heart softened for a brief moment. But I was quick to snap out of it as Leon let out a strange sound. Confused, I tilted my head, when I also noticed it. Out of haste, I covered my mouth as I was about to make a sound. What in the distance, hidden within the darkness that surrounded the two of us, I managed to spot a dim light. It was faint, but it was present. It faintly pulsed like the beat of a heart. Leon's eyes grew slack at the sight of the light and his body started to move on its own. Tack, tack. The faint echo of his footsteps echoed throughout as Leon dazedly walked towards the pulse of light. I didn't say anything and just followed him in silence. I too was attracted to the light, but unlike him, I didn't get hypnotized by it. Tack. Each step brought Leon closer to the light. It grew brighter the closer we came, and as Leon took another step, a change occurred to the surroundings. Whew. A series of flames lit up as statues appeared on all sides of us. The statues were weathered, depicting several veiled women with outstretched hands. Flames hovered above their palms, casting light over the surroundings. In the distance, A long flight of stairs appeared, giving way to a tall and dark altar. I blinked my eyes before pausing. There, I could see the source of the light pulse. And the moment I caught a glimpse of it, my breath stopped. Isn't that? I squinted my eyes to make sure I was seeing correctly. I tried to deny the sight that stood before me, but seeing no change in what I was seeing, I could only accept the reality of the situation as a familiar-looking black chalice appeared at the top of the altar. There was no denying it. It was the same chalice as in the first vision. Tack tack. Leon's steps continued as he moved toward the altar. I looked around. There was nothing that was stopping him from going. The statues just stood still while the flames in their palms dimly illuminated the surroundings. I grew curious. Just what exactly does this chalice do? And what is this place? Snapping out of my thoughts, I moved ahead of Leon and climbed the flight of stairs. I wanted to get a closer look at the chalice. I wasn't sure what to expect as I approached the chalice, but after climbing the long staircase and reaching it, my gaze didn't immediately fall on the chalice but towards the body of the altar where I could see several inscriptions and carvings. In particular, one carving stood out from the rest. It was that of an eye. I've seen this before. I pressed my lips while moving closer to the altar. Tack tack. Leon's footsteps drew closer while I observed the carving. Unknowingly, I started to lose focus of my surroundings while the eye was the only thing that I could see. 11. I extended my hand, gently tracing my fingertips over the intricate engravings. I felt hypnotized by the carvings. In particular, the eye. It was as if it was calling for me. Yes, me. Oh dear Oracleus, the seer. A distant voice echoed in the background, faint yet resonating loudly in my mind. Heed my offering and bestow us your protection. As I blinked, the scene around me shifted. Light flooded my vision, and the sky stretched. Overhead, with the gleaming yellow sun casting its warm rays upon the altar, where standing next to the altar was a man garbed in white, the same eye from before etched at the center of his robes. He stood with the black chalice in his hand. O seer, bestow upon us your protection. 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 Loud cries echoed from beneath. When I turned my head, a sea of people appeared prostrating before the altar. They all wore white clothes similar to the man at the center. Some sort of cult? No, I looked around. Felt different from a cult. This felt like a full-blown religion. Just where in the world? Lowering his head to glance at the chalice, the man at the center of it all suddenly raised it into the air. I, the third cardinal of Salvian, pay homage and seek your approval. Your approval to consume your sacred blood for the sake of my people. Blood? Your sacred blood will be offered for the salvation of my people, our people, the people of Arinder. With it, I will carry upon your name and pass it down to our descendants. The cardinal brought the chalice higher in the air as his voice raised. For Arinder, he shouted. For Arinder. For Arinder. The others mimicked. The cries were deafening. I watched the scene unfold in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. But soon, the cardinal's actions brought my attention back. Lowering the chalice, he brought it to his lips and took a sip of the contents within. He immediately let out scream. Following his scream, his eyes turned ghastly white. His scream tore through the air as his entire body began to tremble. The hair on his body started to wither, and his face grew pale, as though the blood was draining the life from him. His screams continued to resound in the space. They felt agonizing, giving rise to an intense sense of discomfort. But soon, before I knew it, his head had turned to face my direction. I stood frozen on the spot, staring back at the cardinal who looked straight at me. Seer. My heart pressed at my throat as he addressed me. Oh, seer. His tone was filled with reverence, and every hair on my body rose. Is that you, seer? The cardinal extended his hands toward me as if he intended to make contact. But just before he came to a stop. His face grew ashen as his eyes flickered. He looked mortified, lifting his gaze to take a look at me once more. His lips slowly parted, and words came out of his mouth. I snapped out of it and brought my hand away from the altar. Huff, huff, feeling my heart, which was beating out of my chest. I took deep and heavy breaths as stumbled away from the altar. Thump, huff, huff. I tried to make sense of what I had seen, but before I could, I realized that I had already stood up and was facing the chalice directly. There I saw a red liquid. Huff, huff, with heavy breaths. My gaze remained fixed on the liquid. The reality of the situation hit me. The liquid within the chalice. It was my blood. Oracleus blood. Chapter 392. In the depths of the mine 3, tack tack, Leon's footsteps drew nearer again. He was close, but I couldn't react at all as my eyes remained fixed on the liquid within the chalice. My blood. I licked my lips. I struggled to come to terms with the reality of the situation, but there was no denying what I saw. This really was my blood, and a realization suddenly hit me. No wonder people worship gods in this world. Just like the blood of mortem, there's the blood of other gods scattered throughout the world. The religion most likely stemmed from those who consumed the blood of one of the gods. And in this case, I reached out to grab the chalice. The surface was cold beneath my fingers, and as I glanced down, my reflection stared back at me. Tack tack. Leon's footsteps drew nearer to me. I closed my eyes, the traces of my reflection lingering in my mind. Tack. Leon's step sounded right behind me and I placed the chalice back down. Without looking back, I took out a couple of vials and filled them with the blood. This should be enough. I then moved to the side and allowed Leon to head for the chalice. His steps finally stopped. With hollow eyes, he stared at the liquid in silence. I stared at him from the side, half expecting him to drink the blood. But, splash. He directly spilled the liquid of the contents of the chalice onto the altar. Boom. Instantly, the altar lit up. A strange glow manifested over it as the surroundings started to shake. Rumble, rumble. Shocked, I looked around in confusion. Just what in the world? The statues behind shifted, slowly turning to face our general direction as the fires within their palms grew brighter. Rumble. A bright glow manifested over the chalice as Leon's expression finally showed signs of changes. Yucca. The chalice grew brighter and before I knew it, Leon brought the chalice directly to his heart. Yuk. Leon let out another scream as his body squirmed. Pulsing with life, blue lines formed all around his body, highlighting the veins on his body. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings shook as Leon's body started to change. His skin started to peel off while the chalice merged with his body, pulsing as though it was his own heart. I could do nothing but stare at the scene in silence. It felt important. His screams continued to pierce through the space. They grew progressively weaker with each second that passed alongside the glow that formed around his veins. Is it over? I wasn't entirely sure what had just occurred, but with the chalice now gone and the glow on Leon's body fading as well, I assumed it was all over. And indeed, thump. Shortly after, Leon's body fell to the ground, his eyes closed. Leaning closer to him, I placed my finger over his nose. He's still breathing. I sighed in relief when I noticed that he was still fine. In hindsight, it was a needless worry considering how the future Leon was still alive. However, I couldn't dwell on the thought for long as the surroundings started to shake once more. Rumble. In the distance, an opening appeared, revealing what appeared to be a small tunnel with a long flight of stairs. Is that? My heart eased upon seeing the stairs. I had been thinking about how to get out of this place. Thankfully, there was a way out. Looking around, I picked up Leon and tossed him over my shoulder. I wasn't worried about him waking up anytime soon. He looked out of it completely. Taking a look at my surroundings, my gaze fell on the altar that stood beside me. Cracks had formed around its body, expanding with each second as it slowly started to break down. I glanced at the carvings for a few seconds before looking away. The people of Irinder. Mumbling the words that I had overhead in the vision, I walked towards the exit. Rumble. As soon as I stepped past the altar and headed for the exit, the entire place shook violently. Large chunks of the ceiling crumbled, crashing down as the ground quaked beneath my feet. In a matter of moments, everything was consumed by the falling debris, sealing it all away. I never once looked back while moving up the long flight of stairs. It was dark, but in the distance, I could see faint traces of light. I moved towards it. Tack tack. For a few minutes, all I could hear was the faint sound of my footsteps. I focused on them as they rhythmically echoed in my mind. Felt somewhat relaxing to hear, especially after everything that had happened. There was a lot that I needed to think about, but most of all, I knew that things weren't over. There was still something that I had to do. Rumble. Coming out of the exit, the path behind me crumbled. I looked around to find myself out of the mine. It was sunny outside and I could hear the frantic voices of the miners in the distance. They were all probably shaken by the explosion that had occurred. Thud. I dropped Leon on the ground before heading back towards the entrance while disguising myself once more. I deserve it. Should I take the strange liquid that I found? Maybe then I can. The words from the diary reappeared in my mind. A thought occurred to me as I lowered my head and stared at my hand where several vials appeared. The liquid that the previous Julian was talking about, it wasn't this, was it? I didn't need to dwell on the answer for too long as I already knew it. Right? What the hell happened? Did you hear the explosion? What in the world happened? Are there any injuries? The entrance of the mine was in chaos. Miners and guards frantically rushed in and out of the mine as they tried to figure out the situation. What about the young master? Where is he? He entered with his retainer and the girl from the Verlice family. Oh no. Hold on for now. Nobody goes in. We will send a search party soon. For now, stay here and don't move. I walked past the miners and back into the mine. I scanned the surroundings before heading towards a familiar path. I knew exactly where I needed to go. He should be around here. I could feel a faint presence in the distance. It was right by the fork road that led to place where the explosion occurred. Was he really not here? Or did he die? A curious head peeked and looked around the remains of the place. It was none other than Julian, who chewed on his fingernails. I had long lost the necessary words to describe him. All I felt was repulsion and disgust. I really did take the body of such a person. I took a deep breath before retrieving one of the vials. I was a little hesitant while staring at it, but after a brief thought, I tossed it to the ground. Tink. Julian noticed the vial almost immediately as his head turned towards it. What's this? Heading towards it, he picked it up before looking at it. He tilted his head a couple of times before opening it and sniffing it. Immediately, his expression changed. He probably felt something from it. Whatever the case was, I finally knew what the strange liquid he was talking about in the diary was. It was none other than my blood, and he used his own brother to test it. I thought about Julian's observation of the effect of the blood on his brother. It only mentioned his strength increasing by a little. However, I knew best that was the furthest thing from the truth. Linus, Julian's brother, he definitely gained something from the blood. But what exactly did he gain? I took a silent breath while taking my eyes away from Julian. I wanted the effect of the third leaf to end to send me back, but it didn't. It was clearly still not time for me to return yet. Still, I didn't want to linger here for a moment longer. The sight of the Julian behind me repulsed me, especially when I noticed the crazed and maniacal look on his face as he looked at the blood contained within the vial. Yes, with this I can be stronger. Maybe I can be better. Swordsman. He'll become a swordsman. I closed my eyes before heading away. Julian wasn't necessarily at fault. He had been manipulated into becoming what he was now, and even if I wanted to help, it was too late. He was far too gone with his obsession. There's someone else here? I felt a presence, but it was quite far and deep. Most of the miners were outside, waiting for the guards to arrive and check on the situation. For there to be someone else here, I headed out and turned toward another one of the paths. I wasn't sure for how long I walked, but soon a faint voice echoed in the distance. Hello? It was soft and trembling. Is anybody there? I don't know where I am. Help. I paused for a moment before changing my appearance. Anyone? What's going on? What is happening? The words stopped the moment she took notice of me. Her entire body shuddered and I frowned. Stupid bitch. I tried my best to imitate the current Julian's pitch while speaking. Evelyn trembled upon hearing my words. She was clearly overcome by fear, but as soon as she heard my voice, the trembling stopped. The previous fear that was clouding her body disappeared, and what replaced it was a cold look. Hey, where are you going? She didn't answer and just walked past me. I followed right behind her. Answer me when I'm talking. Who do you think you are? In the meantime, I tried my best to copy how the previous Julian talked. I felt like I was doing a really good job at it. Bitch, answer when I'm talking. Bang. Evelyn was startled by a sudden explosion. The noise was deafening, and fear gripped her. Without thinking, she sprinted deeper into the mine, her heart pounding in her chest. She ran until her legs burned, pushing herself as far as her stamina would allow. But when she finally stopped, gasping for breath, a terrifying realization dawned on her. She was lost. No. Evelyn's body shook. She was scared. Looking back, she didn't know how to return. She was lost. Hello? It was dark and it was silent. Evelyn hugged her body while her lips trembled. Anybody? It was so scary. Biting her lips, she clenched her teeth. If not because that guy forced them into hiding. Evelyn's eyes grew moist. Hello? She reached out again. Is anybody there? I don't know where I am. Help. But nobody answered. The darkness and silence around her seemed to swallow her slowly, intensifying the fear that she felt. Someone? Anyone? What's going on? What is happening? Stupid bitch. A sudden voice broke through her pleas. When Evelyn raised her head, a familiar-looking face appeared. For a moment, her chest grew light, but shortly after, her expression changed, and the fear that she previously felt vanished. What replaced it was a cold and unyielding sense of disgust. It was so intense that she found herself walking past him. "Hey, where are you going?" He tried to call out for her, but Evelyn didn't bother replying. "Answer me when I'm talking. Who do you think you are?" Evelyn felt her blood boil with each word that came out of his mouth. "Bitch, answer when I'm talking." But she promptly ignored it. Strangely, she no longer felt scared. If anything, she just wanted to find the way back as fast as possible. She couldn't stand his voice any longer. "Stupid cow, it's that way. Can't even get your stuff right." His insults continued, forcing her down the right path. She just didn't realize it. Her anger surpassed all reason. "Walk faster, you idiot." The insults continued, pushed her forward. And whenever she went the wrong way, the insult would only grow. "Ah, you idiot. That's the wrong direction. Next time you mess it up, I'll beat you and Leon." It made her frustrated. She wanted to beat him up, but she couldn't, especially when she realized he was guiding her out. Right, he was guiding her out. But how does that make sense? Evelyn turned her head to look. Julian. From his handsome features to his jet black hair and brown eyes, the person before her was indeed Julian, and yet, why did he feel so different? Right, he felt a little different than the Julian she knew. His eyes were different. They felt different. But in what way? Did he change? "Whe, oi, hurry up." Evelyn's head flicked away as she found herself unable to look at him. "Go." He continued to hurl insults at her, but the more he insulted her, the less angry she became. She soon came at peace with them, and strangely enough, she slowly found the insults to be comforting. In this strange silence, it didn't make her feel so alone anymore. And soon, she caught a glimpse of a faint light in the distance. The exit. Her eyes lit up at the sight, and the moment they did, she stopped. A figure appeared in the distance. It was Julian. "Ah!" Evelyn blinked her eyes and looked back. To her shock, nobody was behind her. "What the?" She blinked her eyes slowly, unable to process the situation. When did he? As if sensing her gaze, Julian turned his head to look at her. His expression crumbled as, mumbled disappointedly, "You didn't die?" Evelyn bit her lips. Wasn't he? But how? Her mind was still confused, unable to process the situation. She could have sworn Julian had been with her the entire time, and yet, nobody was behind her. Julian was in front of her and his eyes were different. The Julian before her was the Julian that she knew. Her heart sank. So it was all my imagination? Maybe. But why? Why had he felt so real? Chapter 393. In the depths of the mine. 4. Walk faster, you idiot. I couldn't quite remember how long I walked. All I thought about was ways to insult Evelyn and make her continue forward. The more I cursed at her, the less scared she felt. It was funny to think about. "Hurry up. You're useless." It wasn't hard to mimic how the previous Julian spoke. It was rather easy if I had to say so myself. "Ah, you idiot. That's the wrong direction. Next time you mess it up, I'll beat you and Leon." I raised my voice whenever she went in the wrong direction. Evelyn would flinch, but she would quickly move in the right direction shortly after. It wasn't long before we finally managed to reach a familiar path, and I sighed in relief at the sight of it. "Looks like you're not worth for sh." As the words were getting out of my mouth, I blinked once. That was all it took for my surroundings to change. By the time it did, a group of unfamiliar people appeared before my eyes. Nah. Stay close. They wouldn't dare blow up the mine. We're safe here. I've called for reinforcements." Damn it. This was an ambush. All noise ceased as I felt over a dozen eyes stop in my direction. I pursed my lips and looked around. I suddenly felt like throwing up on the spot. I more or less understood what was happening. The third leaf had ended and I was back. Unfortunately, I came back right after the troops had retreated into the mine. What wonderful timing. I wanted to curse the third leaf. However, I had no choice but to maintain my cool as I took several steps forward and headed for the exit of the mine. Finally realizing the situation, the soldiers hurriedly stood up. I started to run then. Get him. Thankfully, everyone appeared to be injured to some extent, especially their captain. He felt extremely threatening, to the point where I doubted I'd even last a few minutes against him. He was thankfully injured. Still, it didn't mean that I was out of the clear just yet. Huff. Rushing past the tunnels of the mine, I looked to my right and left. I had arrived right where I had left Evelyn. If everything was the same as it was in the past, then the exit was. Found it. I locked sight with the path that led to the exit. But the moment I did, my steps slowed down. It was then that I realized the path ahead of me was completely blocked. When did? Clank, clank. The clanging of metal reverberated behind me, signaling the arrival of the guards. Their armor clinked with each step, growing louder as they closed in. "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing several guards to the side, the captain from the other team looked at me with a smile. I stepped back, pressing my back against the wall. The captain looked around. "You have nowhere to hide or run." So he said. His tone was low, and his presence was terrifying. It was to the point where it made me shiver. "Oh." I swallowed silently, pressing my back against the wall behind me. "This is perfect." All of a sudden the captain stopped. He looked at me with a smile as he looked behind him. "Right, with you here things are a lot easier for us. We just found our perfect hostage." "Hostage? Your plan is to use me as a negotiation chip?" The captain laughed all of a sudden. "That's right. Who would have thought we'd get such a windfall?" Loosening his joints, he approached me once more. I stared at him and lowered my head for a brief moment. To be honest, I was dragging this out. I just wanted to see what he was thinking. Did he have some other plans that we weren't aware of or anything like that? He didn't. Now that I knew, there was no longer a point for me to stay. "I like the sound of your plan. It would definitely work if used correctly." But, raising my head again, I locked eyes with the captain, who frowned. I could tell he felt something amiss with the situation. But it was too late. A purple orb appeared in my mind as my body started to become transparent. "You neglected to factor in the fact that I was never trapped to begin with." Realization hit the captain, but it was already too late. "Stop him." Slowly, I sunk into the rubble behind me. "No." His voice faded shortly after. "Are you saying that the young master is inside?" Captain Thalric closed his eyes and tried his best to control his expression. In front of him, Leon glanced towards the mine with a frown. "It's a possibility. I've tried to look for him, but he's nowhere near in sight." "I see." The captain frowned while his expression slowly started to crumble. Clench. His grip over the device used to explode the mine tightened. All he had to do was channel his mana into it for the explosives planted within the mine to detonate. He was just one step away from burying the Viscount's main force. One step. Here I thought he had changed. But as expected, people don't change so easily. I should have seen this coming. The disappointment and anger in his voice was palpable. Leon could feel it from where he stood. He wanted to tell him that Julian had indeed changed. That he was a different person because he was, but Leon knew he couldn't say such things to the captain. He could only remain quiet while silently cursing at Julian. "Why did you have to disappear now of all times?" Leon looked behind him to see Evelyn stare at the mine with a blank expression. "What's wrong?" Evelyn didn't answer immediately. She looked lost, almost in a daze. Worried, Leon reached out for her. Ah? It was only then that Evelyn snapped out of it as she turned her head to look at Leon. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "No, you just looked out of it. Are you okay?" That. Evelyn closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I'm okay. I was just reminded of something that happened in the past." Leon turned to face the mine. He didn't have a lot of fond memories of the mine. He also didn't have bad memories. He used to treat the place as some sort of place where he could rest after being forced to become Julian's test dummy. It was a place he used to take naps and rest. And it was also the place where he received the chalice. His memories of the situation were rather blurred. He didn't remember much. All he could remember was seeing the ceiling of the mine break down above him, knocking him out, unconscious. By the time he woke up again, he was out of the mine with the chalice inside of his body. Even now, he didn't really know what had happened. However, it was here that his fate had changed. If not for the chalice, Leon didn't know if he'd still be alive. Leon closed his eyes. "Captain." All of a sudden, several soldiers rushed to their side. "We couldn't find any traces of the young master. He's nowhere near in sight. How should we proceed?" Captain Thalric remained silent as he turned his attention towards the mine. Although Leon couldn't detect any obvious shift in the captain's expression, the simmering rage radiating from him was undeniable. It was as if the air around him grew heavier with each passing moment. It was to the point where Leon felt that he had no choice but to step back. Being in the same space as the captain felt suffocating. "Captain?" The soldiers weren't faring that much better either. They all felt suffocated by the captain's presence. Eventually, forcing himself to calm down, the captain turned his attention away from the mine. "Stop everything at once. Spend more time looking for the young master. If he's stuck in the mine, we would have known by now by the soldiers of the Ramsel family. He'll inform the family head of the situation. If no..." His words stopped halfway as his head turned to face the mine again. He wasn't the only one, as Leon, Evelyn, and pretty much everyone present turned their heads to stare at the entrance of the mine. It was then that they spotted a faint figure coming out of the mine. 11. As though he was a ghost, he calmly walked out of the rubble before stopping. Feeling the numerous gazes that were directed at him, Julian frowned and subconsciously touched his face. Is something the matter? Even his voice was the same. Oh God. Leon was the first to snap out of it as he realized what had happened. He almost had the impulse to cover his face as his expression strained. He really did enter the mine. It was already obvious before, but it was clear now. As if not sensing the strange looks that the people were giving him, Leon turned his head to point at the mine. I had to do something inside. You can go ahead and do as you please now. They're all quite injured. Then, as if nothing had happened, Julian patted his clothes before heading towards Leon and Evelyn. The two of them were the quickest to snap out of it. By now, they were already used to Julian pulling stuff like this. It had become the norm by this point. You stop. It was right when Julian was about to reach them that a hand stopped him. Julian frowned and turned to face the captain. But before he could say a word, the captain grabbed his shirt and yanked him forward, pulling him close until their faces were inches apart. What sort of shit are you pulling? His tone was low, and his expression was indifferent. However, his presence was suffocating. You've wasted a lot of our precious time with your little stunt. You could have compromised the entire operation. How are you going to answer this? Julian's face appeared unfazed by the situation. It was as if he had expected something like this to happen. The captain interpreted Julian's silence as indifference, and his stern expression began to crack, revealing the frustration simmering beneath the surface. As expected, you didn't change at all. Everyone is raving about how strong you've become and how much you've changed, but you're the same irrespon. I'm sorry. The captain's voice stopped all of a sudden. Blinking his eyes, he looked at Julian, who looked straight into his eyes. I'm in the wrong and you're right. Lens filled the space as all eyes fell on Julian. Strange. Did he just? Whatever you're saying, you're right. I take responsibility for all of this. Julian pressed his hand against the captain's hand and loosened himself from the grip. Fixing his clothes, he lowered his head slightly. You can report this to my father later. He'll accept whatever punishment he has for me. The reality of the situation was that Julian understood how much trouble his actions had caused. It wasn't something he could control, but it was still his fault. As such, it was only right that he apologized. But now that I've got the apology out of the way, let me make one thing clear. Julian's brows knitted together, his voice dropping to a more threatening tone as he swiftly snatched the device from the captain's grasp, leaving the man momentarily stunned. You work for me, not the opposite. Click. He channeled his mana onto the device. You don't get to berate me in front of my vassals. Before anyone could react, the terrifying explosion reverberated from behind them. Boom. On this day, the gold mine collapsed. Viscount Ramsel's soldiers all perished without putting up any resistance. And the Ivinus household began to rise beyond the scope of a barony. Chapter 394. The Ivinus Count. So you entered the mine while everyone was busy pushing back the Ramsel soldiers. You delayed the entire operation, risking the lives of the soldiers, and ended up threatening Captain Thalric, is that correct? When he put it that way, it really did sound bad. Yes. I nodded while looking around at the familiar office space. I was currently in the family head's office as he sat opposite me, filling several papers with a stoic expression. Shortly after detonating the explosives within the mine, we headed back to the family estate. Our mission was over. It took a while to get back to the estate, and by the time we arrived, the place was extremely quiet. News of what had happened had yet to spread. I was inclined to believe it was all due to the family head, who appeared to be at peace with the situation. Scribble, scribble. He was acting as though we didn't just deal a devastating blow to the Viscount. As if sensing my thoughts, the family head opened his mouth. It's not over until it's over. We have yet to deal with the other baronies that are attacking our land. However, news of the mine's collapse should have reached the Viscount by now. He will most likely try to reach out to us soon. BTTZZ. Not a second after he said those words, something buzzed. That was faster than I thought. The family head finally put down the pen and leaned back. As he did, he pressed his finger on the table and a face appeared in front of him. What kind of hair? Aldrich. A haggard voice echoed quietly within the room. The family head didn't so much as nod in acknowledgement. Looking at him, I could see it in his eyes. He wasn't treating the person that had just appeared with much regard. Viscount. His tone was light, but it carried an air of indifference that made it seem as though he was speaking to his own subordinate. If I could notice it, so could the Viscount, whose face looked defeated. You're very ruthless, aren't you? I am? The family head tilted his head. As far as I'm concerned, I destroyed my own mine. The cost of maintaining it had become unsustainable, especially since most of the gold had already been extracted. My plan was to level the mountain and convert the area into agricultural land for the farmers. Whatever he said was total bullshit. However, it didn't really matter if it was bullshit or not. It was his land, so whatever he did with it was his concern. For your soldiers to have died in such an accident, I can only grant you my condolences. However, that begs the question. What were your soldiers doing in my land? The family head's eyes squinted, a small frown appearing on his face as the room grew tense. On the opposite side, the Viscount remained silent. He just stared at the Baron wordlessly. He was eventually able to get his words out, but his voice came out in a soft whisper. Why, you already know. I do? The family head continued to pretend to be oblivious to the entire situation. I sat in silence while watching the entire interaction. By now, it had been clear to me that he hadn't just called me here to talk about what had happened. No, he called me here to show me something. This, cut the crap, Aldrich. I'm here to discuss compensation. How much do you want? I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. Compensation? I give. The Viscount clenched his teeth, clearly struggling to get his next words out. It took several breaths for him to calm down, and when he did, he eventually managed to mumble a few words. You've won, Ilost. Just tell me how much you want. The family head suddenly frowned upon hearing his words. What? Did he expect the Viscount to put up a bigger fight? His main force had been completely wiped out, and while he still did have a lot of soldiers, they weren't comparable to our force. His options were limited. Perhaps monetary compensation was his easiest way out. But apparently, I completely misunderstood the reason for the family head's frown. I think you misunderstood something, Viscount. Aldrich suddenly leaned forward, his expression adding to the tension that lingered in the room. You may think I answered your call because I was willing to negotiate with you, but that's where you're wrong. Dada? The Viscount's face changed. Aldrich continued, his tone lowering. I didn't answer your call because I am willing to negotiate compensation with you. I simply answered because I wanted to explain to you the situation. What? The Viscount grew flustered, but before he could get any word out of his mouth, the family head spoke. And I will be coming for you land. Each, I will be coming for your title. Word that, I will be coming for your vassals, came out of his mouth. I will be coming for everything that you have. Felt like a dagger that pierced deeper and deeper into the Viscount's heart. By the time he was done, the Viscount's face had grown extremely pale. He wanted to say something, but the family head quickly ended the conversation, plunging the room into an uncomfortable silence. Click. Unknowingly, my lips grew dry as I replayed the words in my mind. I will be coming for your land. I will be coming for your title. I will be coming for your vassals. I will be coming for everything that you have. To say I didn't expect this was wrong. He had made his intention quite clear long before. Was just that I didn't expect him to be so suffocating. Do you have a problem with how I've handled things, Julian? Hearing the family head's voice, I raised my head. Meeting his line of sight, I shook my head. No, I had no qualms with the way he handled things. In fact, it made me respect him. This was how I like to handle things. He was true to his greed. That's good because things are just getting started. Bang. The door flew open shortly after. A figure rushed in. Baron. It was one of the vassals. He didn't even spare me a glance before rushing to the Baron. We've got several guests trying to force their way in. I am trying my best to stop them. What should I do? They seem quite adamant in wanting to meet you and I can't push them back. As if expecting such a situation, the family head beckoned forward with his hand. Let them in. In? But, it's all right. Let them in. I'm giving you permission. Understood. The vassal quickly left. Then, shortly after, he came back with several figures. In particular, a chubby man with squinted eyes stood out from the rest. He wore lavish clothing, a clear display of his wealth. His expression was friendly, almost sycophantic as he gazed at the family head. Haha, Baron Ivinus. His face froze at the sight of me, but he soon recovered, pausing by the end of the door. Fixing his hair, he spoke in a respectful tone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your recent victory. You fooled all of us, including myself. I didn't expect all of this to be a ruse from you. I'm quite frankly surprised by your wit and ingenuity. Shut down your bank for the next 3 days and I will consider working with you once more. Then, the chubby man's face grew stiff. Shortly after, he rapidly raised his head. That's impossible. Before he had any words to say, the family head continued. I know the Viscount has left quite a large sum of money in your bank. For 3 days, shut down your bank so that he doesn't gain access to his money. If you don't do that, then Afraid we'll have to stop any further collaboration between the two of us. The chubby man stuttered. His entire body was trembling as he tried his best to meet the family head's gaze. Baron, you understand that what you're asking is suicide, right? If we shut down for 3 days, then we'll lose all of our amassed reputation. People will start flocking away from us, thinking that we're unreliable, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm giving you a choice. Whether you take it or not is not up to me. But, like I said, I'm not arguing. Think about your losses carefully. Will maintaining a relationship with me be more beneficial to you now than the loss of reputation you will sustain? Suddenly pausing, I felt the family head's gaze pause on me. Following his eyes, the chubby man also looked at me. His entire body trembled at the sight and his face stiffened. A sudden realization occurred to me as I looked at the calm family head. I'm being used, aren't I? Beside berating me and showing me his actions, he had a third goal in all of this. He wanted to use me as a bargaining chip. While I wasn't fully aware of what was going on, it was clear to me that the family head was using my reputation to convince the man in front of me to agree to his ridiculous request of shutting down the bank for 3 days. The intent behind his actions was quite clear to me. The family head wanted to completely cut off the Viscount's funds. This was so that he could prevent him from hiring any mercenary in the short term. It would make his invasion a lot more smooth and quick. How scary. The more I learned about the family head, the more I came to fear him and respect him. It made me question, how in the world did someone like him birth someone like Julian? No, perhaps only a man like him can birth someone like Julian. I closed my eyes and leaned back on my chair. For the next few minutes, the chubby man discussed details with the family head. In the end, an agreement was made between the two of them, which was then swiftly signed. Clank. By the time I opened my eyes, it was just me and the family head again. I turned my eyes to face him. He met my gaze. Do you know who that was? I don't. Emirates Bank Vice Manager Kalen Murray. He oversees one of the largest banks in the area, with their influence extending across several counties. He sounded like an important person. Not too long ago, after they learned of our situation, they came to collect the outstanding debt we had with them that was due in 10 years' time. Their real goal was Leon. I frowned while learning of the situation. In short, he was saying that the bank came to threaten them with the debt while we were being besieged by the 3 baronies and the Viscount. That debt better be worth more than 40 million. Otherwise, it'd be a loss. Leon was worth at least that much. I paid back everything. I raised my brow. I slowly started to get where he was getting at. Now that the debt has been repaid, they hold no leverage with us. We're equals, and so they can't hold anything against us, especially when we start taking over the lands of the barons and Viscount, which we will, and they know it. That's also when they'll lose 4 massive customers. I started to understand. Is that why they came here? Yes, they wanted to fix our relationship with us. They had no choice but to, if they wanted to, remain in business. The banking industry is rather harsh. You never know when you get swallowed up, right? I knew this much from my past world. Still, I once again found myself shuddering at the family head's actions. It was as if he was in total control of everything, holding everything at the palm of his hands. For just how long had he been planning this? And was the reason for why he wanted to show weakness in the household because of this? To purposely lure the Emirates Bank into collecting their debt? I secretly swallowed. At least, he's not that much different from me in the regard that he's willing to work with those that they previously were against. Just like Almighty and Peb. For the next 3 days, we'll wage a full-out war against the Viscount and the baronies. Once we're done with that, it'll be the Emirates Bank next. I blinked my eyes while looking at the Baron. Did he? They'll be the next thing we'll swallow after the territories. That's when I understood. The two of us weren't the same at all. He wasn't someone that was willing to compromise. He was someone that took everything that he could take. A man who embodied greed itself. Chapter 395. The Ivinus County 2. What do you mean they're shut down? Viscount Ramsel's voice reverberated loudly within the estate as he frantically ruffled his hair into a mess. Idiots, we can't get in touch with them. We've received a notice from them telling us that they'll be closed for the next 3 days. We tried to contact them, but it was to no avail. How is this possible? Viscount Ramsel's saliva flew out of his mouth. Glaring at his poor vassal, he threw the papers on his desk aside. This shouldn't be possible. It's illegal. Get in contact with the Megrail family and Central. I'm filing a formal complaint. The vassal tried to say something, but he was promptly shut down by the Viscount. Now, yes. In the end, the vassal had no other choice but to quickly leave the estate, which was filled with tension and chaos. Clank. Huff. Huff. The Viscount's heavy breath reverberated throughout the room as he slumped back on his chair with bloodshot eyes. How did it come to this? His voice was haggard and his face was pale. It almost seemed like he had aged several years in a span of a few breaths. And that could very well be the case. He was on the verge of losing what he and his ancestors had worked hard for. And all of this stemmed from the fact that he had once coveted a gold mine. The Viscount covered his face in desperation. Was there even a way for him to solve the situation? Though the vassal didn't finish his sentence, the Viscount knew exactly what he was trying to say. That filing complaints with the royal family and Central was a lost cause. By the time they got back to him, Baron Ivinus would have already taken everything from him. With no funds, no troops, and no help, the Viscount was trapped. Is this really how everything ends? The Viscount bit his lips. He didn't want his family to end. Not like this, especially not at the hands of Baron Ivinus. Clench. As his face turned red, a thought occurred to him. That's right. There is a way. His face grew fanatical as he quickly opened up the drawer next to him. Clank. I never really planned on using this, but you've pushed me to his point, Baron. Don't blame me for what I'm about to do next. With bloodshot eyes, the Viscount rummaged through the drawer and retrieved a small communication device that was nestled by the very end of the drawer. It was black in color, and the moment the Viscount glanced at it, his heartbeat rose. Ba, thump, ba, thump. He could hear and feel the beat of his heart drum in his mind. His breathing quickened. I'm only supposed to use this when I have no other choice. Father told me to not contact them unless I absolutely had no choice, and when I did, I'd lose everything. Still, I'm already on the verge of losing everything. What's the point of holding back anymore? The Viscount clenched his teeth once more. I'd rather this happen than Baron Ivinus take over. Click. He pressed onto the communication device and mumbled, I need help. Please send someone over. Done with the message, he tossed the communication device onto the table and slumped on his chair as he blankly stared at the ceiling. Nah. There was no turning back from this point. From this point forward, Head lost control of his county. Someone else would take over. He was going to become nothing but a puppet for them. But it was necessary. He was willing to become a puppet if it meant that he could destroy the one that was responsible for all of this. Baron Ivinus. The Viscount's face twisted as he turned to look at the communication device he had thrown on the table. It rolled across the table for several seconds before coming to a stop, revealing a four-leaf clover symbol. The Viscount laughed, leaning back on his chair with a dazed look. He was no longer breathing heavily, and his expression had long calmed down. He just sat there in silence for an unknown period of time, his lips curling from time to time. Eventually, lifting his head, he mumbled, I really had no ch? Swoosh. A figure appeared in front of the Viscount before he knew it. He was donned in black, making it hard to see his face. You? The Viscount was startled at first, but his expression soon turned ecstatic. You're finally here. He jumped up from his seat and welcomed the hooded figure. You must be the secret helper my father talked about. Perfect. The Viscount rubbed his hands together. If you guys are as powerful as my father said, then you must understand my current situation, correct? Correct. A deep voice replied back. You're on the verge of losing your territory due to your conflict with Baron Ivinus. He lured your soldiers into the mines and detonated them. To make matters worse, the Emirates Bank has closed, and you've lost your funds. Viscount Verlice is taking care of the barons who attacked the territory of Cleomia. Yes, that's correct. The Viscount repeatedly nodded his head. Although he didn't show it on the outside, he had already broken into a cold sweat. News of the Emirates Guild shutting down shouldn't have yet spread. The fact that they already knew this displayed just how powerful they were. Che. The Viscount's breathing grew rougher because of this. Right? If I can use them, then dealing with the Ivinus barony will be no problem. Right? I might lose my territory, but it'll be backed up by someone so powerful. Flicking his head to stare at the hooded figure, the Viscount tried his best to keep his expression steady. Perfect. Since you already know of my situation, I won't waste time with useless chatter. Want you to PFTTT. The Viscount's eyes suddenly widened, a sharp pain piercing through his chest. He staggered back a few steps, struggling to lift his gaze. WWH. He struggled to understand what was happening. Looking down at his chest, which was stained with his own blood, he stumbled back over to his desk. Thump. A cold voice followed shortly after. In light of the events following the impending collapse of his family, Viscount Ramsel, overcome by the guilt of failing his people and ancestors, chose to end his own life. Rather than allowing his people to endure prolonged suffering, he chose to end things in the quickest and most honorable way. Blood spilled from the Viscount's mouth as his vision grew blurry. Even now, he couldn't understand what was happening. His father, he had clearly told him. These people would help him. Why? Why did they instead kill him? Had his father lied? How is this possible? PFTT. Blood continued to spill from the Viscount's mouth as he slumped down on the ground. Tack. A pair of boots halted in front of him as he summoned the last of his strength to lift his gaze. There, a hooded figure loomed, staring down at him with cold, unreadable eyes. He was silent at first, but the silence lasted only for a short moment as he spoke. Had it been any other house, we would have helped you. Unfortunately, the hooded figure shook his head. You chose to attack the wrong place. Wrong place? Are you saying the Ivinus household is under your protection? Them? Ugh. The Viscount wasn't satisfied with this answer. He tried to speak, but he had long lost his breath. All that came out of his mouth was his own blood. Eventually, his vision grew dark. No. Despair quickly overcame his mind, but it was too late. He took his last breath shortly after. A strange silence befell the room after his death. Staring at the Viscount in silence, the hooded figure walked over to the recording device and clicked on it. Done. Right, good job. A warm voice replied shortly after. Take care of the rest. Make it look like it's a suicide. Understood. The hooded figure replied with a tone of indifference. He was just about to turn off the communication device before stopping. Lord. In fact, he was also curious as to why he had been ordered to kill the Viscount. As the leader of the branch stationed around the area, he knew about the situation quite well. From what he had gathered, the Ramsel County held significant potential. If properly cultivated, they could become a formidable asset to the organization, a weapon that could be sharpened and wielded with the intention of backstabbing those it had earned its trust. While the royal family was also under their control, not all houses were. The county could have been a great sword they could utilize to stab several households in the back. It was for that reason that the branch leader struggled to understand the command. Especially since he knew that Baron Ivinus had nothing to do with them. At least as far as he was aware. Not only members were aware of each other. Are you confused about my orders? About why I told you to discard such a potential asset? Yes. The branch leader truthfully answered. A light laugh came out of the recording device. Well, there are multiple reasons if I have to be honest. After what happened recently, Central no longer appears interested in taking them in. Even if we do end up helping the county make a comeback, it'll take a few years for it to return in the same position as it was before the entire situation. The branch leader nodded faintly. That made sense. He had also thought about this case and could agree. However, if they played their cards right, they'd also be able to shorten the time it took for them to come back into the same position, especially if they swallowed the Ivinus barony. It feels like there's something more that I'm missing. Though he felt that was the case, the branch leader remained quiet. He was sure the Lord had. It's Riso. Well, that's the surface answer. HM? The branch leader lowered his head, frowning slightly as he felt a sudden change in the Lord's tone. The real answer is different. Despite just hearing the voice from the communication device, the branch leader felt every hair on his body rise as his expression changed. You see, there's someone important within the Ivinus barony. Far more important than you or anyone beside the leader. It's been a while since I've last seen him, and it's about time. He returned. The branch leader struggled to keep his breath in check as the Lord's tone lowered further. Make sure to handle this smoothly. Don't give any more trouble to the one I chose. Click. The communication device closed shortly after, leaving the branch leader drained for breath. Huff, huff, resting his hand over the table. His chest heaved up and down uneasily. The one I chose? The words the Lord had mentioned repeated in his mind over and over again until his expression changed. That realization finally dawned on him. The Lord, the one who had never shown any interest in anyone for the past decades. He had finally chosen his successor. The Low Seed of Dawn. Chapter 396. The Ivinus County 3. Breaking. Viscount Ramsel commits suicide. A note was discovered, detailing his recent failures in the conflict against the Ivinus barony. Overcome with shame, the Viscount took his own life to spare his people from further suffering. As stated in the letter, Baron Ivinus will assume ownership of the lands formerly held by Viscount Ramsel. News of the conflict between the Ivinus household and Viscount Ramsel made waves across the empire. Took the empire by storm. Not only did these events unfold swiftly, but the fact that a barony managed to triumph over a household significantly larger than itself sparked widespread interest among the people. Who didn't like underdog stories? Furthermore, the Ivinus household had also risen to fame quite recently due to two individuals. The twin stars of the Ivinus household. Wow, it looks like I might have to move to the Ivinus barony. Things will start to prosper there. Opening up a business there might be a good idea. We should hurry up before it's too late. I'm betting a lot of people are already jumping at the opportunity. Merchants, business owners, and citizens started to flock and move towards the Ivinus territories. Not only did they have two of the most promising youths in the entire empire, but they also showed extreme promise with their recent conquest of the Ramsel County. But if things weren't heated enough, another news article came out. Breaking: the Kaliak, Mainz, and Hindua baronies have officially fallen under the jurisdiction of the Ivinus household. With the aid of the Verlies household, the Ivinus barony has yet again managed to expand their lands. Just like the first article, this new article spread like wildfire. It shed light on the other conflict that was occurring within the Ivinus household. Not only were they fighting against Viscount Ramsel, but they were also being attacked by 3 different baronies. The sudden piece of news sent the citizens into uproar. And the uproar only grew once they learned of the fact that the Ivinus barony had emerged victorious in that conflict as well. By now, the fame of the Ivinus household had reached every corner of the empire. There was no one citizen that was not aware of them. A single barony had managed to defeat 1 county and 3 baronies. Many titled this as the miracle of the Ivinus household. And a new figure emerged to prominence alongside his new title, the Hand Aldrich Ivinus, the mastermind behind everything and the family head. Despite the turmoil beyond its borders, the Ivinus barony estate remained unusually quiet. The family head's office was especially quiet. A lot of the matters had been settled, and he was now just reaping the rewards of his efforts. This had been many years in the making, and finally he could breathe in peace, at least for a few minutes, to talk. The silence was disrupted by a knock at the door. Lifting his head, the baron looked towards the door with a frown. "Come in." Clank. One of his vassals entered shortly after. They had a solemn look on their faces as they walked in with a letter in hand. From the air of solemnness the vassal held the letter. Aldrich understood it was an important letter. "This is?" Aldrich was initially confused, but his expression quickly shifted as he recognized the insignia imprinted on the letter. It depicted a 3-headed Cerberus, restrained by a single individual with a leash. Central. The atmosphere grew tense. "You may go." Picking up the letter, Aldrich dismissed the vassal before sitting down on the table where he set the letter. He stared at the letter in silence for a few moments, then slowly pulled out a small silver knife and carefully slid it open. "To Aldrich Ivinus. This letter serves to formally inform you of Central's interest in your potential involvement. A delegate will arrive within a few days of your receipt of this letter to discuss your possible enrollment in the organization. We eagerly anticipate the possibility of cooperation between your household and Central. Your recent feats have made us in awe of your..." The letter was neither short nor long. However, after the first few sentences, Aldrich no longer paid attention to the content. It was needless flattery he was not interested in reading. He was also not in the mood for them. Dar. Dar. As his finger drummed over the wooden table, his brows slowly started to tighten. "Central," he mumbled, his fingers stopping. "They've come faster than I expected. 11. 11. I held my stomach while staring at the news article presented before me. Leon, who sat next to me, also showed a similar reaction as he struggled to keep his breakfast in his stomach. "What are you guys doing?" Evelyn, who sat not far from us, looked at us with a weird look. "What is wrong with you two?" Coming closer, she looked at the paper on the table and picked it up. "Isn't this the recent news article that came out? What's wrong with it?" She then started to read it aloud. The rise of the Ivinus household. From an unknown barony to the hottest topic of recent times. How did such a small barony manage to rise so fast? Was it the brilliant mind of the family head or the birth of the Twin Street? Evelyn stopped while looking at us. Her brows tightened as she lowered her head to stare at the paper. Or the birth of the Chui. As if we were in sync, our faces changed at the same time. We had moved past the gagging stages, but it was still painful to hear. Evelyn looked at us with a weird look. Then, suddenly understanding the crux of the problem, she repeated the same words several more times. "Twin sta. Okay, that's enough." Leon's cheeks inflated as the food he so struggled to keep in his mouth threatened to spill out of his mouth. It was only when Evelyn saw this that she finally stopped. "You've got to be kidding me, right? It can't be that bad. Can it? The nickname doesn't even sound that bad. You guys are being so immature. You're both nearing your 20s. How can you two be acting like this? Why are you guys? Just stop talking." I held out my hand to stop Evelyn from speaking. She was like a machine gun. Words just continued to spill out of her mouth with no end in sight. It had to stop. Ever since the mine incident, she stopped being so reserved with me, while she was still not exactly close to me. She seemed to have thrown away the reservations she had against me. I think she just stopped regarding me as the previous Julian. She was now treating me as a different person entirely. I wasn't sure what brought the sudden change, perhaps the third leaf or maybe not, but whatever I did, I regretted it. Bring back the old Evelyn. But my head hurt as much as my stomach did. Evelyn frowned while looking at the two of us, but she got the message after seeing how much Leon was struggling. That was when we finally got our moment of peace as we both sighed in relief. At least that was what I thought at first. Did the family head tell you guys about what is happening soon? HM? Dot? Leon and I both looked at her in confusion. Seeing the confusion on our faces, Evelyn looked a little surprised. Wait, don't tell me you guys didn't get told, right? About? The fact that your household was just invited into Central. From what I know they're sending delegates to your house today. In fact, they should already be here talking to the family head. I blinked my eyes and looked at Leon, who also seemed confused. Why weren't we made aware of this? Did you guys not notice the changes in the household at all? The decorations and the new clothes the maids and servants are wearing? Now that you mention it, I did notice a few changes here and there. Right, so you didn't? Evelyn covered her face with her hand. I scratched the top of my head. You can't really blame Leon and me for this. We were busy training for the past few days. The two of us had holed up at the back of the household in order to train. There were a lot of moves that I wanted to try out on him. In exchange for that, I had to help him with the footwork. It was a fair deal. And it was for that reason that we had no time to pay attention to our surroundings. So that's what happened. A lot of things started to make sense. However, after a brief realization, I stopped caring. Whatever the situation was, it had nothing to do with me. In a few days, we were set to return to the academy. I started to miss the place. Julian, while I didn't get the vacation that I wanted, this was still good enough for me. Hey, I had managed to train in peace like I desired and learned a few things about the previous Julian. All in all, this was a fruitful trip. Hey, yeah? I was suddenly startled out of my thoughts as Evelyn's face appeared a few inches away from mine. I blinked a few times, and once Evelyn was sure she had my attention, she leaned back, slightly, her gaze unwavering. What was that for? Is what I'd like to say. I was speaking when you suddenly zoned out of it. Right? That did happen. In any case, my father will be coming to the estate. HM? My body suddenly grew rigid as I flicked my head in her direction. Your father? Yes. That's why I've been trying to get your attention. All of a sudden, Evelyn bit her lips and I started to have a bad feeling. He told me a couple of days ago. There's a chance that he's coming here to represent Central, but there's also a chance that he might bring up, Evelyn avoided my eyes as she struggled to complete her sentence. And I didn't need her to. I fully understood what she meant as my expression fell. There's a chance they might try to engage us. Given how much they had helped recently, this was a very real possibility, and the thought made my heart sink. I need to stop this. Things would become extremely messy if the two of us were set to be engaged. We needed to find a way to stop this before it happened. Thankfully, Evelyn appeared to be on the same page as me. She was just about to open her mouth when a voice called us from behind. Young Master, Leon, and Miss Verlice. We all grew stiff at once. The family head is calling for you to his office. There's something he'd like to discuss with all three of you. Chapter 397. The Ivinus County 4. 3 figures sat in silence. Neither party spoke as Aldrich looked at the white paper in front of his desk. It said, Viscount Ivinus. The words were etched in gold. Aldrich stared at the paper for an unknown period of time. By the time he raised his head, he felt two gazes on him. One belonged to someone he knew, Viscount Verlice, while another belonged to a man with long white hair and handsome features. His eyes were extremely deep, and despite his young appearance, he was the oldest person in the room. Wearing sleek white clothing that perfectly matched his hair, he sat back on his chair with a relaxed expression as he crossed his legs together. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he glanced down at the paper in front of Aldrich's desk. I think you've had enough time to process the piece of news. Let me be the first to congratulate you on your promotion. Congratulations, Viscount Ivinus. Viscount Verlice added from the side with a smile. He was also quite happy with Aldrich's promotion. He had benefited quite a lot from Aldrich's plans. While he didn't gain any land, he gained a lot of money. And that was all that mattered to him. He already had enough land. He wasn't interested in more of it. More land wasn't necessarily a good thing. Sometimes it was just added trouble. He was more than content with monetary compensation. His goal was to enrich and invest in his already existing land rather than developing a new one. Thank you. Aldrich's expression didn't show many changes despite the words of congratulations. He was more wary of the man who sat alongside Viscount Verlice. I didn't expect him to come of all people. The situation was outside of his expectations. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to keep himself composed. I figure you're not just here to congratulate me on my promotion, right? Aha, you're correct. The man in white laughed while passing over another letter. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. I'd like to formally invite you to join Central. Aldrich lowered his head to look at the letter passed on to him. He didn't open it and just looked at the man in white. A lot of people will be displeased by your choice. Are you sure you want to invite him? Joining Central was no easy matter. There were a lot of candidates each year, and there was no guarantee one could join the already existing council. Each candidate was a high-ranking noble with a certain amount of influence. The Ramsale County was one such example. Despite trying for so many years, they were still unable to join Central. The same was true for many other noble households. And it was for this reason that Aldrich was confused by the latter. Was Central so eager to recruit him that they were willing to face backlash from the other noble households vying for inclusion? So, he pressed the letter back. They'll join. They had shown how much they valued him, and he accepted. His immediate acceptance took the Viscount and the man in white aback. They didn't expect him to agree so readily. Do you not need time to think? No, I've already made my decision. Central was a good way for him to further increase his influence. Aldrich was a greedy man. If he could get more, he would get more. His way of thought was that simple. Unfortunately, after everything that had happened, Head needs several years or even decades to get more. He was a patient person, but if he could get something faster, He'd choose the faster option. And Central was the best option for him currently. 11. The room grew silent as all parties stopped talking. Aldrich stared directly at the man in white. Despite his gaze being suffocating, he remained cool-headed and calm. Eventually, a smile tugged at the man's mouth. All right. He leaned forward. If that's the case, we can discuss the terms of your acceptance. One must pay a price to join Central. You can say that it's one way participating members contribute to the organization. This could involve monetary fees or other forms of negotiation. We are quite flexible in this regard. The next few minutes were spent talking about the fees that Aldrich would have to pay in order to join Central. This was a rather common situation, and Aldrich didn't mind it too much, especially since the price he was going to pay was well worth the perks he would receive from joining Central. The discussion was rather efficient. Aldrich agreed to essentially all the terms presented, and soon a paper was signed between the two. Perfect. The man in white stood up, extending his hand towards Aldrich. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you to Central. Thank you. Aldrich similarly stood up to shake his hand. While Aldrich didn't smile, there were faint traces of joy on his face. Oh right. As if remembering something, the man in white glanced around the room before settling back into his chair. I heard that your son and his escort are both present. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a chance to meet them. I watched their performance in the summit, and I'd like to say that they've done a great job. It'd be my pleasure to meet the future stars of our empire. That's all right. Aldrich similarly sat back down. Placing the paperwork away, he glanced towards the door. I've already notified them before. The two of them should be on their way here right at this very moment. He had long expected for such a request to talk, and as expected, a few minutes after his words fell, the three heard a soft knock on the door. Come in. Aldrich's soft voice echoed throughout as the door opened shortly after to reveal three figures. Julian stood at the center while Evelyn and Leon stood by his side. The moment they entered the room, the expression of each person present changed. Evelyn's face stiffened at the sight of her dad. Leon's face stiffened at the sight of the man in white. And Julian's face only showed subtle changes. He was the one who appeared to be the calmest out of the three. It's good that you three are here. We were just talking about you. Aldrich stood up and gestured for the three to sit down on the large sofa positioned a bit further away from the desk. The three looked all right with the arrangement. However, Leon's gaze couldn't help but shift towards the man in white from time to time. His face was extremely stiff, and from time to time his head would flick in Julian's direction. It was almost as if he was desperately trying to get his attention. Unfortunately, Julian was too busy thinking about other things to pay attention to Leon. Considering how they were talking about us and Evelyn's dad is present, I'm afraid that my worst fears are coming to light. The more he dwelled on the situation, the more his heart sank. I need to find an excuse to stop this nonsense. He turned his head to meet Evelyn's. As if she had the same thoughts as him, she nodded her head. Father. She was the first one to speak, addressing her father first. He was a tall man with sharp features. Unlike Evelyn, he sported a pair of glasses that lent him a scholarly air. His attire was dark, accented by faint purple outlines. As Evelyn called for him, the gently tilted his head and smiled. What is it, Evelyn? Is there something that... I don't wish to get married yet. 11. The room grew silent right after her words. Julian pressed his lips. He didn't expect her to be so direct. However, there was no going back. They had already made their bed. You don't wish to get married yet? Is that not why you're here? To engage me with Julian? At her words, Viscount Verlice was taken aback. In all honesty, no. This wasn't the reason he had come here. He was here on behalf of Central, to negotiate the Ivynus County's entry into the organization. The thought of engaging Julian with his daughter hadn't crossed his mind yet. However, now that I think about it, it wouldn't be a bad idea if it happened. The reason talks broke down in the past was due to Julian's behavior and lack of maturity. He also didn't show any promising future, which resulted in the breakdown of the talks. But things were different now. He's handsome. His father has a promising future, is very talented, and Evelyn doesn't seem to hate him as much as before. If the thought hadn't occurred to him before, it certainly did now as he turned to look at Eldrick. He was also lost in thought. From his point of view, a marriage between Julian and Evelyn would be quite beneficial. Not only was the Verlice territory rich, but it was also next to theirs. If the two were to ally themselves through marriage, then a change occurred in his eyes. Oh no. As if realizing that her words had backfired, Evelyn started to panic. My father is actually considering it. She knew him well enough to know this. Oh no. On the other hand, while Julian didn't know Eldrick all that well, he was no fool. He could see. He was actually thinking about it. This is bad. His mind started to work on overdrive. He probably won't buy my excuse of wanting to focus on my training and all that. I could just disappear from the Empire, but that would be inconvenient. I need an excuse to get him off my back for. Now, something like a new target? A bold idea sprung up in Julian's mind all of a sudden. Right? He almost had the urge to smack his fist on his palm. He'll just pretend like I'm in love with someone else, and that if it's not her, then I won't be engaged with anyone. ITLL have to be someone impossible, but worth my admiration. Person appeared in his mind. He didn't really have to think too much about who. Lifting his head, he took a deep breath. Then, staring directly at his father, he mumbled, actually, about an engagement. I'd like to have one. Leon's head flicked up all of a sudden as the room grew silent. All eyes fell on Julian. Thump, thump. Leon rapidly tapped his thigh against Julian's as his eyes grew bloodshot. No, Julian. Flick, flick. His gaze flicked between Julian and the white-haired man. Thump, thump. Leon's bumping became more pronounced. However, Julian ignored him as he cleared his throat and Eldrick opened his mouth. You want to be engaged? Do you have a candidate? Yes. Leon recalled a certain scene in the past and his face grew pale. Who is it? Delilah V. Rosenberg. Julian replied flatly. She's the one I'd like to get engaged with. Thump. Leon slumped onto his chair as he turned to look at the white-haired man who had a sudden shift in his expression. Leon wanted to bury himself in the ground. Why? Of all places to do this, he had to do it right when he was present. By him, he meant Orson Rosenberg, Delilah's father and Central's head. Leon closed his eyes and stopped thinking. He could only silently pray for Julian. Rip. Bozo. Chapter 398. Return to Haven 1. The moment the words left my mouth, the entire room changed. It suddenly felt incredibly difficult to breathe. What's going on? Confused, I looked around. Evelyn was looking at me with wide eyes and open mouth. Leon was sitting with his eyes closed and hands pressed against his chest. He looked like a corpse ready for burial. The hell is wrong with him? The family head was looking at me with the usual expression he always would know. Though subtle, I could see subtle shifts in his expression. He almost looked uncomfortable. When I turned to Evelyn's father, I noticed that he wasn't looking at me but rather the white-haired man. Right, he must be the delegate from Central. I hadn't paid much attention to him since he didn't have much of a presence. He was quite handsome and looked to be in his 20s. It was only now that I was taking a closer look at him that I noticed a weird change in his expression. Is he high-ranking within Central? In all honesty, I didn't know too much about Central. A lot of their information was rather sealed. Only key members knew the ins and outs of the place. All I knew was that they were the organization in charge of putting the Megrail family in check. But still, there was something off about the situation. Why? Hume. With a subtle cough, the family head gathered my attention once again. Julian. His tone was somewhat soft. Softer than I had ever heard him use before. It felt a little off-putting and made me realize just how wrong the situation was. Just what in? Are you sure you want to be engaged with Miss Rosenberg? Do you understand the massive difference between the two of you? Not only in age but in power? I do. I nodded hesitantly. For some reason, it felt as though I was burying my own grave. A thought occurred to me as I turned my head to face the white-haired man. All of a sudden, I was reminded of one key and crucial piece of information about Central. About its current head. My heart sank. Couldn't be, right? The family head extended his hand in the white-haired man's direction. Let me introduce you to Orson Rosenberg, the current head of Central, and the adoptive father of the person you wish to be engaged with. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Only tears. There were a lot of things that I wanted to do at this very moment but couldn't. In the end, the only choice I had was to seal my emotions. Locks appeared in my mind as my mind cooled. I see. Finally, I was able to get the words out as I stared at the man before me. So he's Delilah's father. I lowered my head to greet him. It's my pleasure to meet you. My words were met with a strange silence. When I lifted my head, a pair of deep eyes stared back at me. I felt my world slowly start to crumble apart as I started to get sucked into his eyes. However, strangely enough, I was able to remain calm. I had experienced something similar before. Right? From Delilah, what I was currently experiencing was a milder version of what she had used against me. Oh? A change occurred to Orson's face as he looked at me. He seemed surprised by the fact that I was able to resist his gaze. Not bad. He even threw a compliment at me. I was a little taken aback by this but thanked him nonetheless. Thank you, MHM. He nodded faintly before leaning back on the chair. You're just like your father. You hardly show any changes to your expression in spite of the situation that you're in. No, not quite. I had to seal my emotions to achieve this. I had already died inside. It runs in the family. Well, my adoptive daughter isn't so different. She also hardly shows much of a change in her emotions. But her situation is a little bit different than yours. Right? I knew all about her situation. I even knew about what had happened to her in the past. Rattle. The chains locking my emotions rattled. This situation was really outside my scope of predictions. I knew that Delilah's father was the head of Central. That much was something that pretty much the entire world knew. It was just that I really didn't expect her father of all people to come and recruit from Central. It was not something I could have ever predicted considering how high his standing was, and chances were, he would have never have shown up here had the situation been normal. However, when I thought about it, the situation was not normal. Leon and I existed. The reason why he showed up here was because of the two of us. If that's the case, then I don't need to be too worried. He was also probably aware of the fact that I had done it in order to dodge the entire engagement with Evelyn. I relaxed once my thoughts paused there. Delilah is quite beautiful, if I may say so myself. I can understand why you would wish to be engaged with her. Unfortunately, I'm not this engagement is possible. I'm not the type of parent that would engage my child without their consent. If you wish to get engaged with my daughter, you'd need her consent, and given her situation. He stopped there, his meaning was clear. Delilah isn't capable of feeling emotions, so give up. She'll never give you her consent. I understand. I nodded faintly and secretly sighed in relief. I can still live. If you can get her consent, then I don't see a problem with you getting engaged with her. But that's easier said than done. Many have already tried. Princes from the 4 empires and high-ranked successors. You're one of many. That, I wasn't surprised in all honesty. Delilah's looks were alien. She was the embodiment of perfection. It would be weird if someone didn't get infatuated by her looks. Well then, all of a sudden, Orson clapped his hands and stood up. Wearing a smile, he looked around the room before extending his hand to shake the family heads. I figure this is time for me to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, and welcome to Central. Look forward to working with you in the future. He then turned his head to face Evelyn and Leon. He cast them a quick glance before nodding his head. Shortly after, he left alongside Viscount Verlice. Clank. The room fell silent shortly after his departure. As that happened, several eyes fell on me. I massaged my face and kept my expression firm. Sitting down on one of the sofas, I picked up a teacup and took a sip of it. Good tea. It's empty. Clank. Leaving the Ivinus estate, Orson didn't once look back. Throughout the entire time, he had a faint smile on his face. He thought back to the interaction with the Ivinus household firstborn and felt the urge to laugh. How cute. Orson could see right through the entire situation. It was clear that neither the Verlice family firstborn nor the Ivinus family firstborn wanted to be engaged, which resulted in such an absurd situation. Haha. The more Orson thought about it, the funnier he found the situation. All of a sudden, he felt the urge to call his adoptive daughter. The moment he stepped into the carriage, he did so. Click. Yes. Delilah appeared right above the communication device. Her deep black eyes stared right through the projection as her brows furrowed slightly. Is something the matter, father? I just came back from a work trip. I wouldn't normally call you in such situations, but as your father, I do have to relay to you what happened. Delilah frowned but didn't answer. That was when Orson went straight to the point. I've been asked for your hand in Mar. Reject it. There was no hesitation in Delilah's voice as she said such words. Orson fully expected her to reply like that and wasn't mad about the fact that she had cut him. I already have. Oh good. Delilah nodded faintly. Then, suddenly lowering her head, she went out of frame for several seconds before coming back. Orson frowned immediately. Are you eating chocolate? Delilah's eyes widened. She looked shocked. How does he know? She shook her head. Knew. But she couldn't fool anyone. Her lips were covered in chocolate. Not only that, but her mouth was also full. Orson helplessly closed his eyes. Her addiction was one of her biggest flaws. He had tried many times to help her in the past, but it was all useless. He had even gone as far as banning all places from selling to her, and yet, she still found ways to eat chocolate. It was a problem that constantly left him with headaches. Whatever, I'm in a good mood today. In any case, I only called you to tell you about the request. The offer wasn't even serious to begin with. It was just a ruse by the two parties to stop their parents from engaging them together. Delilah didn't appear all that interested. She just nodded along with his words. But I do have to say, the two do make quite a good match. One is the daughter of the Verlice family, while the other is the firstborn of the Ivinus Fa. Thump. A low thump echoed from the communication device. When Orson turned his head, he saw Delilah looking at him with a blank look. What happened? Delilah quickly snapped out of it and picked up whatever she dropped. It was chocolate. I dropped this. Orson suddenly froze. Did she just drop her chocolate and then show it to me? For as long as Orson had known Delilah, he had never seen her drop her chocolate bar. She treated it as though it was her own baby. No, not just that. Ever since the ban, she had always hidden the bar away from him. Even when it was obvious that she was eating one, she always kept it out of his sight and pretended like she didn't have. What is the engagement? He asked. Yes. Orson nodded faintly, unable to understand what was going on. Thump. A low thumping sound echoed once more. Orson looked at the projection with a dazed expression. You dropped the chocolate? Yes. He waited for her to pick it up. She never did. Orson scratched his head. Is she sick? But even when sick you rejected the engagement? Yes. Okay. Delilah nodded. Then, click. The call ended. Orson sat in silence shortly after, staring at the empty space before him with a blank look. He replayed the scene from before over and over again. However, the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. In the end, he just stopped thinking. He felt that this was the best decision for his mental health. Shortly after ending the call with her father, Delilah stood in silence while her eyes grew slack. A chocolate bar lay on the ground beneath her, but she didn't so much as glance at it. Her father's words replayed in her mind over and over again. And gradually, her eyes darted towards her hand. That was when her eyes locked onto her finger and she pursed her lips. Rubbing the ring with her thumb, she stood like that for a minute with a lost look. She only snapped out of it when she recalled something. Hastily, she turned her head to look around. Where is it? Where? Suddenly, it all came back to her. In an instant, she vanished from where she stood and reappeared in her office. Without wasting a moment, she strode directly to the nearest drawer. Clank. Delilah rummaged through it before picking up a small book that read, Julian Observation Diary. Delilah dipped her fountain pen into the ink before flipping through the pages. Flip. Her gaze eventually fell on a certain bullet point. He likes girls with long black hair and black eyes, and is older. There. Delilah brought her pen over the bullet point and crossed it 2 times. Scratch, then, once satisfied, she nodded. Good. Shortly after that, she dipped the fountain pen back into the ink and flipped over to the next page. Flip. The tip of the pen pressed against the paper as she wrote another bullet point. Scribble as she wrote the new bullet point. She thought about her father's words and the pressure on the paper eased. She was making fixes to the previous bullet point. A more accurate version of the previous bullet point. Wants to be engaged with me. He must like me. There. Delilah nodded her head in satisfaction. This was the evolved and more accurate version of the previous bullet point. Flawless and accurate. She didn't purposely forget about how her father had told her about the engagement being a ruse. That was useless information. Good. Satisfied, Delilah closed the diary. Plaque. How observant she was. Did you pack everything? There isn't much that I brought. I looked down at my luggage. Besides clothes, there wasn't much with me. All the important things were in my ring. Okay. Leon, on the other hand, had a lot more things with him. He had several servants help him bring the stuff to the carriage. The worst part was that none of the servants even offered to help me at all. It was as if I didn't exist to them. I'm supposed to be the young master here. Why is he getting treated better than me? I already knew the answer, but the disparity between our treatments was far too glaring. To make matters worse, I could even see the servants sigh in relief. They were clearly happy about the fact that I was leaving. Damn Julian, I silently cursed while heading for the carriage. As I arrived, a thought occurred to me. Will Evelyn be coming with us? No, she left with her own one. Something about not being able to stand being with the two of us for several days. That was probably her polite way of saying she can't stand you. Leon blinked his eyes before turning back to look at one of the attendants. They were all standing by his side. Look around you. Clank. I entered the carriage without saying another word. I had lost the fight before I could even fight it. I still beat you. Dada? Clench. Leon's face tightened. I imprinted his gaze in my mind and leaned back on the carriage. Felt good to be a winner. Bang. Flames engulfed the surroundings as a white figure emerged from within the flames. Kira's red eyes shone within the flames as her gaze locked in a certain direction. Immediately, her eyes started to shift. They slowly started to turn black. A black film squirmed from beneath her feet, covering the surroundings as her figure started to fade from the platform. Swoosh! A powerful gust of wind shot in her direction shortly after. However, before it could even reach Kiara, it was swiftly absorbed by the blackness that surrounded her. Aoife looked toward the darkness, her eyes clear blue. Blinking once, her eyes changed to a different color. They turned entirely black. Then, without hesitation, she sprinted toward the ball of black that had covered Kira. Swoosh! Her figure blended within the darkness as she looked around. It took her no longer than a few seconds to spot Kira within the darkness. Aoife's figure blended within the darkness, materializing before Kira, who appeared unfazed by her appearance. Aoife extended her hand forward, reaching out for Kira's exposed body in a swift and decisive move. She planned on ending the fight before Kira could react. Aoife's expression changed the moment she brought her hand forward, but it was too late. Kira's figure shattered. A hand then stretched out from the very fabric behind her, grabbing her by the back of her neck. Ugh! Aoife was immediately startled, especially when she noticed that the hand released her shortly after touching her. Aoife wasn't all too pleased by the fact that Kira didn't follow up on her attack, especially since she started to feel her body become heavier by the second. She had clearly been affected by something. Her breathing grew heavy. Flicking her head to look around, Aoife kept her composure. A bright light shot out from her body, shattering the darkness that surrounded her. Tzz. A hissing sound reverberated through the air as the darkness around her writhed like living creatures, recoiling and slithering away from her presence. Aoife looked around her with an expressionless look. This had been her plan from the very start. Huff! But still, the damage that she sustained in the process wasn't light at all. Taking a deep breath, she took a step forward, but the moment she did, the ground beneath her sunk. Swoosh. Aoife's expression fell as she felt herself slowly sink onto the ground beneath her. Her eyes grew entirely white as the glow around her pierced even brighter. Tzz. The darkness hissed once more, and the sinking sensation slowed down. But only for a brief moment. To Aoife's annoyance, she was still sinking down. Damn it! Aoife clenched her teeth and looked in Kira's direction. Bringing her hand up, a sword levitated in front of her. Twisting her hand in one motion, the tip of the sword faced Kira's direction. The two sides stared at each other in silence. No words exchanged. It was just when Aoife was about to release her attack that a voice fell. Stop. The practice session is over. Dispel all your skills immediately or I will do that for you. Don't make me repeat myself. Dispel all your skills. The darkness surrounding Aoife dispelled and her eyes returned to normal. Thud. Kira landed on the ground opposite her. Her expression was calm, but when paying close attention, Aoife could see the trembling in her hands. Did she overreach? It made sense to some extent, especially since Kira had started to materialize her domain unlike her. It took a heavy toll on the body since the mana required for the domain to materialize was quite heavy. Aoife was about to talk to her when Professor Hollow's voice reverberated. Clap, clap. May I have everyone's attention, please? He had a thin smile on his face as he looked around. I've watched all your fights, and am pleased with your progress so far. Your next task is to create a detailed feedback sheet. I want each of you to provide constructive criticism to the person you faced, highlighting areas they can improve and suggesting ways to get better. Aoife frowned, glancing at Kira, who didn't say much. She had been a little silent lately, but Aoife wasn't one to complain about such things. A quieter Kira is a better Kira. Is that the case? Sort of, Stunned, Aoife hastily turned her head to see Kira's face pressed next to hers. I'm just a little tired. I can talk if you want. No, that's... Wait, you can understand what I said? Aoife looked startled. Then, after a little thought, she started shuddering. No, not like them. Kira seemed to have understood her thoughts once again as her face twitched. Bitch, you whispered the words. I didn't read your mind. We're nothing like those two. Aoife appeared relieved, but only for a few seconds as both hers and Kira's expressions froze. Kira's face fell as she bit her lips. We did it, didn't we? Yes. Aoife nodded slowly, trying her best to keep herself composed. This wouldn't have happened if those three weren't gone for so long. Now that I'm spending so much time with Kira, it's starting to become easier to read her face. Aoife felt her stomach churn. She really didn't want to become like those two. Hume. A sudden cough gathered Kira's and Aoife's attention as they hastily turned their heads. It was there that they spotted Professor Hollow looking at them, alongside pretty much the entire class. Care to tell us what you two were whispering to each other? Neither Kira nor Aoife said a word. They understood the situation all too well. Saying anything would just make the situation worse for them. Silence was the only answer. And indeed it was, as Professor Hollow didn't give them more trouble. Of course, he did say a few words to them. I'm not going to lecture you too much, given that you two are the highest ranked in the class. But if I were you, I wouldn't be so relaxed. In fact, I'd be using every spare moment to train. Aoife pursed her lips as Professor Hollow turned his head to face the classmates. You two may currently be the highest ranked, but you're far from the strongest. It was then that Aoife's eyes fell on several familiar figures. Figures that she had brought to the academy at the request of her father and family. Don't slack off. Otherwise, you'll find yourself out of the top 10. Click. I opened the familiar door. A room I had spent the better part of the year appeared before my eyes as I closed my eyes and caught a whiff of the scent that lingered in the air. I frowned slightly. The smell felt a little off. I guess the maids came early knowing that I'd be back today. Thump. I dropped my luggage to the side and headed for the bed. It had been a while since I had been here, and while everything felt familiar, it also felt slightly unfamiliar. It's been a year since I've been in this world. It was a lot of time and things had changed quite a bit. Unlike before, it no longer felt as though the entire world was against me. I could finally feel relaxed in this room. Wham! Massaging my face, I unconsciously let out a yawn. I guess I'm tired. It was late into the night and the trip to the academy had been a long one. The Ivinus household was unfortunately too poor to send us through teleportation. We had no choice but to come with a carriage. I had just moved to the bed when I stopped. Looking down, I stared blankly at the floor as my mind went completely blank. I stood in a daze for several moments before snapping out of it and picking up the object lying on the ground. I stared at the object in silence before mumbling, "Chocolate?" It was hardly eaten, and the sight of it confused me. Is this mine? Did I leave it behind before going? Considering how small the amount that had been eaten was, it was a logical conclusion. I wasn't that much of a fan of chocolates. No, it would have melted by now if it was mine. A maid? Perhaps one of the maids had dropped the chocolate bar by accident while they were cleaning. That sounded like the most logical conclusion. Yeah, it's probably that. I looked at the floor and cleaned up the small stain it left on the wooden floor. I guess it's not that big of a deal. The maids had been consistently cleaning my room without making any mistakes. I could forgive this much. I tossed the chocolate into the trash and slumped onto the bed. There was another possibility that crossed my mind when I slumped over the bed. The possibility was that the chocolate belonged to Delilah. However, I was quick to dispel such a notion. Delilah wouldn't drop chocolate on the ground, let alone a hardly eaten one. The next day, to talk, I woke up to heavy knocking. Groggily opening my eyes, I sat up and looked at the door. Tatuk, it's you, isn't it? Wake up. Leon's indifferent voice echoed from behind the door. I ruffled my hair in annoyance. He wasn't like this before. Tatuk, wake up. Class starts soon. I quickly sobered up after hearing his words. Shit, I almost forgot. It had been such a long time since I had last gone to class that I had gotten used to waking up a little later than usual. I threw the blankets aside and dashed to the bathroom, quickly washing up before slipping into my uniform. The process took no longer than 10 minutes. To talk. The entire time, Leon wouldn't stop knocking. Hurry you, clank. I opened the door before he could finish his sentence and glared at him. What are you doing? Fulfilling my duties as your knight. 1721. He then lowered his head and bit his lips. He almost looked pitiful. As you said, I'm weaker than you. What use do you have for a weaker knight than you? And since I wanted to be helpful to you, my master, I figured I'd do this. Am I doing a bad job? Oh, I had the sudden urge to smack him on the head. I could feel the sarcasm dripping from his voice. I guess he's still salty about what I previously told him. Ha! I let out a long breath and patted him on the shoulder. All right, I'm sorry. Leon raised his head, his eyes filled with bafflement. He probably didn't expect me to react in the way that I did. You're right, I shouldn't have said what I said. You're a great knight. Amazing knight. You can stop. My source of life. Leon's face started to wince. He quickly shook his head. Stop. Shake, shake. You're my precious knight, and I wouldn't know what I'd do without you. Stop. Shake, shake, shake. You're the light that shines in the darkness. Leon pressed his hand against the nearby wall, hunching over as he tried his best to keep his face straight. Are you okay? Stop. Leon's face winced at the sight of me. I stopped after seeing the state that he was in. He had probably had enough. I finally let go of his shoulder. Are you still going to wake me up like this in the morning? No. Leon weakly shook his head. All right. I smiled in satisfaction and moved away from him. I had just taken one stop when Leon suddenly raised his head and wiped the saliva from his mouth. My face changed all of a sudden. I suddenly had a bad feeling about the situation. Before I even had the time to get my words out, Leon opened his mouth to say, Twin STA. We both turned away at the same time. This damn nickname. Good morning. Good morning. Amel greeted his fellow classmates as he entered the classroom. It had been a month now that he had entered Haven, and he was able to settle down rather quickly. It's a little different from our empire, but it's not too bad. Their educational system was worth learning from. It gave Amel a whole new perspective on how things worked around here. Of course, his main goal wasn't to learn from this place. His goal was to get closer to his brother and slowly let him learn about his past. It was a decent plan. A plan he planned on following until the end of the year, but he's not here again. Amel was left disappointed by Leon's absence. It didn't take much digging to understand why he wasn't present. Still, it made things a little more troublesome for him. Over here, a soft voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lifting his head, Amel locked eyes with Agatha, her silver hair swaying gently as she waved at him from her seat. I saved your seat. Amel smiled and sat down next to her. Hello. He greeted Aoife on his way. She sat right behind them as she returned their greeting with a nod. Today's class was Magic Theory and Spell Unification. The professor in charge was Myers Claymont, a Tier 6 mage. The higher one went in the years, the more powerful the professor. We'll start off where we left off last lecture. Magic theory is all about the unification of the runes that are present within the magic circle. If you pay close attention, Amel took notes of the lecture while paying close attention to what was being said. 1722. Scribble, scribble. The classroom was eerily quiet, with only the professor's voice and the faint sound of scribbling breaking the stillness. Such was the norm in the classroom until, creak. A gentle creak shattered the silence as all heads raised. Amel's heart skipped a beat as a figure he had been longing to see for so long appeared before his eyes. He stood beside Julian, whose hazel eyes held a depth that seemed to draw one in. Julian's posture was straight, and the indifference on his face mirrored the same expressions Amel had often seen at the summit. It felt a little intimidating. The moment the two appeared, all scribbling stopped as all eyes fell on the two. The faces of a few changed their appearance. A pair of light yellow eyes in particular as they fluctuated briefly before becoming still again. A noticeable tension lingered in the classroom at the appearance of the two. However, they weren't the only ones shocked by the situation. Leon and Julian looked around, their expressions stiffening at the sight of several familiar figures. Their shock was only suppressed by the professor's stern voice. Please take your seats. The classroom has already started. I apologize. Thank you. Julian and Leon calmly walked up the flight of stairs before settling down on the empty spots left in the classroom. Julian sat right next to Aoife while Leon sat next to the empty spot to Amel's right. Hello. Leon greeted Amel, who hastily greeted back. Hello. Hi. Agatha also waved. Leon blinked his eyes, slightly taken aback by their enthusiasm, but just nodded. In the meantime, Amel took a deep breath. He was nervous. How should I approach him? Should I do it after class? What's happening? 1725. Amel's thoughts were broken by a soft whisper behind him. It appeared to come from Julian, who looked at Aoife with a frown. His gaze was intense. to the point where Amel almost felt like he would attack Aoife at any second. And yet, Aoife appeared completely unfazed. Out of my control. My father's orders I couldn't refuse. You couldn't at all? Yes. Couldn't you at least have told me? Since when did they join us? With what? I don't have your contacts. Julian's frown deepened as he mumbled. Now that you mention it, it's not a big deal anyway. Focus on the class. It is a big deal. Listening to the conversation, Amel was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Julian to be this talkative. From what he had heard, Julian was somewhat of a loner who hardly spoke. What he was seeing was quite different from what he had heard. Hey, please be quiet over there. All of a sudden, the professor's voice rang and Aoife stiffened on the spot. Julian remained calm, but his face twitched a little. Pay attention to class. Sorry. I apologize. Aoife and Julian both apologized at the same time. The professor nodded and went ahead and started teaching again. As he did, Aoife lowered her tone. You get away from me. You got me in trouble. For what? I was just asking you a few things. Do that later. Flick. Flick. Suddenly sensing something from Leon, Amel turned to face his direction. That was when Amel noticed Leon alternating his gaze between the professor and Julian. Then, right when the professor's eyes were facing the board, he scrunched up the paper in his hand and threw it directly at Julian's head. Quiet down. Swoosh. Yucca. A weird sound came out of Julian's mouth as the paper struck him directly in the head. Leon's timing and precision were impeccable. The instant Julian made a noise and the professor turned his head, all he saw was a piece of paper bouncing atop Leon's head, who had deliberately turned to glare at Julian. Stop that, I'm trying to study. You? Julian Dacre Ivinus. The professor's loud voice echoed loudly within the classroom, startling everyone out of their sessions. Julian's eyes widened at the situation as he flicked his head between the professor and Leon, who had his back turned against the professor and was laughing in silence. Kakaka. Kira wasn't laughing in silence. Having witnessed the entire situation from the start, she slapped her thigh and laughed. That, professor. Julian tried to explain himself, but the professor wanted none of it. This will be your last warning, Julian. The next time I see you disturbing the classroom again, I will have you kicked out. But are you talking back? Julian bit his lips as his eyes turned bloodshot. Leon, on the other hand, struggled to breathe as his face was entirely red. Good. The professor turned around and started the lecture once more once he realized Julian was no longer speaking. Having witnessed the entire situation from the start to the end, Amel had lost all words. He didn't know how to react. The elite image he had built of Haven completely crumbled in just a few minutes of Leon and Julian returning.